crisis, right? Identity crisis is a major topic, a major foundation that has shaped every individual that you see all over the world, right? First, we all need to understand what identity is, and I'll be sharing quite a lot of my personal experience, how I grew up, how it used to be, and where we are. Now, it amazes us to see the disconnect between generations, right? The generations before now and the present generations. And so what is identity? Identity is knowing who you are. And of course, you can just break it down to say, I am a human being. I am not a sheep. I am not a goat. I am born a human, and by the human species, I'm either a male human species or a female human species. And there are two parts of human identity that shapes us. There's a part where you talk about the nature of the person, and there's a part where you talk about the nurture. I've just spoken about the nature. Human being, you're born in a type of family, born in a type of state, born in a type of ethnic group, and all of that. Nature and nurture have a hand-in-hand way of working in making every human that you see develop into who they become. Now, nurture is upbringing, basically, and you can break it down a bit. What you eat, what makes you form into who you become, family upbringing, societal upbringing, religious upbringing, educational upbringing, and all of that. Now, you find out that from different generations, there are quite a lot of disconnect, right? There's a disconnect with most especially the generations we call the Gen Zs. They are totally disconnected from, they call them millennials, or there's a complete disconnect. And that's because there is no continuity in terms of how values, morals, and all of that, cultures, beliefs, and all of that. You see that this generation have lesser value, they have lesser moral. We were in our generation, I don't want to sound a bit old, in our generation we pride ourselves to be experts in field. People want to be doctors, people want to be lawyers, people were thinking great. They were thinking great beyond themselves. They're thinking great, making themselves an instrument and a tool to better the country, to better humanity. Now, we have a generation that no longer wants to be doctors, no longer wants to be lawyers, no longer wants to be accountants, no longer wants to be architects. They want to be social media influencers, which in its way is not a total bad idea, but it's just the moral concept around it, the ideology and all of that, because it's really, really affected our nation. Where we have people who are TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook enhancers, and you see a lot of people dancing away their future online. You see young people who should have prospects in development, people who should be pioneers, who should be leaders, right? Who should think deep to think how they should become better, be a global person, right? But now we have a lot of funny ideology because people settle for less. I read a book and it told me that the enemy of being a great person is good. And I will explain it to you. People naturally settle for good. They never aim to settle for greatness. And I'll give you a simple example. Someone wants to do a job and they just want to clean up this space. Let's say someone is coming here to clean up the space or clean up a room. We'll say, it's just good. It's good enough. But there are ways that you can clean up a space and rearrange a space or redecorate a place that shows greatness. right? So we have more of good, lesser good, or more of good kind of deliveries than greatness. So identity crisis that we all suffer from this generation has become a global pandemic. Right, you hear of now people pray not to even fall sick to go to the hospital, because you would meet inexperienced social tech doctors who would gamble with your life with applications, right? You find out that people go to hospitals for recurring illness, something that could be properly. So there's a huge gap. And now, our human nurture, education and all of that is part of the nurture, and it's a handshake of experience and wealth and value, right? We grew up in a society where you know that you must succeed at any point in time. You must be responsible. You must be industrious. You must be a leader. You must look inwards. But that is not what it is today. So, identity crisis in Nigeria is a multifaceted challenge rooted in a country's history's formation. And of course, like I said, it goes into history, right? It goes into culture and all of that. So it reflects also in the struggles of people and groups to define clear sense of belonging within a nation, and all of that. So, yeah, identity crisis in this generation has affected religion, right? You have people the generation that no longer seeks God, they only seek God for, and I must tie a bit of believe into what I'm saying, so it makes a lot of sense. We have a generation now that they only seek God for what they want and how they want it, because they think that God will give you a packet of sweets. But they've forgotten that there's a service and there's a commitment, there's a life of serving God. So we have generations who go to church and they are just churchgoers, right? Who do not really understand the act of being Christians. Not just Christians, even being a Muslim and likewise. Now, we have a generation now that have no moral conduct. They have no regard for authority. They have no regard for elders. They have no regard for structure, right? Our generation was thought that regardless of how you find yourself or because of how you're being treated, you need to accord and respect people, especially when they are older than you, right? And that takes us to how we work in the workplace, right? In my organization, you know that people, and it doesn't really have to be an age gap thing, but you know that wherever you find authority, just like what the scripture says, you must obey. Now we have a generation that do not understand that concept, right? They do not understand that concept. They have their voice, which is good, but they explain their voice recklessly. Now, identity crisis also has become a globalization problem, right? Of course, to migration, to education, and all of that. We have diverse culture, diverse belief, diverse systems, diverse all of that. And this young generation struggle to embrace global culture, right? And one of the things that identity crisis, the effect of identity crisis on this generation is the socio-economic pressure. So there's a lot of pressure on people because they forget who they are. And I can also say that now you find people in workplace, right, where it's just for the gain, the benefit. It's not more about the value, the objective, the aim, the goal, the end game, a larger dream. And of course, identity crisis has also trickled into our political sector, and that's why you and I suffer a lot of promises and gaps, because some of our leaders also will suffer in this same identity crisis, go into that system, and then the story change, right? And which brings about governance issues, instability in the economy, nationwide, and leadership is being weakened. We no longer trust our leaders, right? Because it seems like they make the nation believe that we're one of them where they're campaigning, and once they're out of that, it turns to another thing. I really don't want to go into politics, but I'm just trying to navigate into so many things I'm saying. Now, we cannot neglect that there's really a serious issue in how we are as a country, in how we are as a human being. And I'm afraid, I have a lot of fear for generations to come, because if the generations that are coming have this sort of mindset and concept, and it affects us globally, what would happen to the next generations and generations after? The parents who gave birth to us, I'll just say this, for people who are born in the early 80s and 90s, maybe early 90s or late 80s, you know that parents would never let you go astray. The first point of nurture for them is the home, is the family. The children are usually their first point of thought, right? So you see a family that has strong values and strong beliefs and all of that. But now the family system has become a weaker point of education, because now there's no value, there's no morale, there are no beliefs, there are no cultures. Our ladies, the girls, have a very reckless way of life. We have quite a lot of young boys who are into drugs, a lot of young ladies who are into drugs. You go on the internet, you see what people comment on, you see how people attack people, how they portray hatred and all of those things. And when you look at those people individually, you see that it is a foundational problem, right? It's upbringing and all of that. So identity crisis is what has narrowed us all into what we experience as a country now, and that's why there's a lot of gap in what we do. However, identity crisis among Nigerians is not a sign of weakness, but it is also a sign that our nation is evolving, right? We are evolving into a greater segment. Now, while we know that the challenges are significant, they can also present an opportunity to redefine Nigeria's identity in a way that embraces diversity amongst promoting unity. So what am I saying? My message to the generation to come is that we need to take a step back and ask ourselves some of the things that we do, some of the beliefs that we do, some of the beliefs that we have, some of the actions that we take. Does it propels us forward, or it drags us backward, right? I like to I talk to quite a lot of young people when they come to me to say, about life, about relationship, about all of that. And I ask them one question, and I'm going to ask the audience, right? And I've said this a lot of time. If you see yourself, the exact replica of yourself, you know who you are, what you do, how you think, how you talk, how you react, and you see the exact part of yourself, would you as a man or a lady marry that yourself? Would you as a man, as a lady, employ that yourself? Would you give that person your money as investment? This is a self-reflect message that we all need to go back to the drawing board and think deeply and begin to reshape our thoughts right, and begin to understand who we are. We are Nigerians. We have a beautiful culture. We have a beautiful system. We have a beautiful value, and our values are. I mean, the Nigerian motto is unity and peace. We have to unite. We have to have peace. We have to love each other. We have to encourage each other. We have to think globally. We have to think beyond ourselves. We have to be able to help one another. You know, Nigeria used to be a place where you could go to your neighbor's house and eat a meal, and you don't have to worry about someone poisoning you. But now, it's not the case. We have a generation where neighbors don't even talk to each other. Children don't even play with each other. I played on the street. I grew up on the streets. Most of my good friends, including the project coordinator, we served in the north, and trust me, it was our friendship that made us, because we left Lagos to go to the north, right, to serve in the north, extreme far end of the north. But we remembered who we are, remember what we have, and we're together, we stuck together. And even though it was a different culture, we're dealing with the Hausas and Fulanis, and but we're able to interact, right? We had a peaceful time with other ethnic groups, and we had quite a lot of couples who came into that space. We grew up in the streets where I had friends, we played street soccer and all of that. You don't see that again. We don't unite. We fight than uniting. You wonder the little things that makes people go against each other, because there's no moral value. There's no value. There's no cultural value. There's no belief value. There's no religious value. And in some cases, there's also no educational value. You know, people tell you nowadays that going to school is a scam, right? And it's easy to be a TikToker and earn millions of dollars than go to school and waste your time. So, in conclusion, my message to the audience is that we need to understand that what we do now, especially the new age Gen Zs, is really phasing out a complete nation, right? Nigeria, as of today, we can only compete in petty things with other global countries, right? The people who do well in Nigeria and in other major industries are not actually based in the country. They are based out of the country, right? And there are people who have the exposure to learn out of the country. So for the Nigerians that we have inwards, we need to look deeper to say we have a major problem. No angel from another continent is going to come to help us. We are the only ones that can help ourselves. And we start by building our nation. We start by building ourselves. We start by looking inwards. And I always like to tie my life to scripture. Anything that you want to do that you don't have a scriptural backing to it, or you don't have anything to back it up to say, is this thing morally right or morally wrong? Maybe you should not do. You should have a second thought. So my message is we need to rethink. We need to recalibrate. There has to be some level of factory reset where a generation needs to understand that you have to be in a system or in a country, and you must be a key player in a system in a country to foster that country. You look at other children in other countries, you see how they are intentional about building their country. Americans will tell you that God bless America and no other place. They mean it, they say it with the whole of their heart. And they work towards it. The average American is aimed at making America a better place. The moment we start to think about that, I think Nigeria will be a great nation. So I would like to pass my mic to the next speaker.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Shola, for that. Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to be here again. So this morning I want to speak on a topic that I've titled the mathematics of life. I titled this topic, or my discussion this morning, the mathematics of life. Actually, I was invited to speak on a virtual meeting one day, and this was the topic that was given to me, the mathematics of life. I want to address the topic one more time this morning on this platform. Now, when I talk about the mathematics of life, I'm not addressing this topic from a start point to tell you that I have mastered how life works in its entirety. No, not that. I'm not even old enough to be able to figure out how life works entirely. But then I'm bringing this topic to you as somebody who, in my few years of living so far, I've learned about life, I have observed life, I have experienced life, and I'm still experiencing life, and I'm still observing life at some level. And I feel to bring to you this morning what I have learned so far about life. That is why I titled what I call the mathematics of life, knowing how life works. I want to bring it before you this morning. When we look at how life works sometimes, most especially for we that live on this side of the world, we believe differently, we act differently, we reason things differently. Looking at it from the standpoint of religion, we behave differently. Sometimes it seems we have conceived a different type of God. When you look at how we reason, when you look at how we think deductively, it seems that we are looking at life from a different perspective, which of course is true. But then, that does not mean that we have to all look at life the same way, because life is not a one-size-fits-all thing. The way it fits in for you, maybe the different way it fits in for this other person. Because sometimes in life, everyone does not have a square peg at the same time. While you have a square peg, other person have a round peg, which means your square peg will fit into nothing but a square hole, and your round peg will fit into nowhere but a round hole. But we have come to perceive life from the standpoint that we can become emotional, that the square peg will turn automatically into a round peg, and then we fit into it to wherever it is we want to fit into. Sometimes we look at it and then we believe that if we pray to God, a square peg that ought to fit into a square hole, that God can work out miracle, and either the square hole will change or the square peg will change so that it can fit into wherever it is we want to have it fitted into. The mathematics of life does not permit that, because God is not emotional. God is more principled than he being emotional. When we say that he has feelings of our infirmity, it doesn't mean that he's so emotional that he have a self-esteem that can be adjusted. God does not have a self-esteem that can be adjusted. What I mean by that is this. When we say somebody have a self-esteem that can be adjusted, it means that whenever you are sad, there are things I can tell you that will make you happy. I do not have to necessarily change my way or my attitude or what I have done that warranted that feeling or that emotion from you. But if I can say some words, if I can do some things, if I can buy some gifts, if I can help you get some things, your mood could change. Which means as human beings, we have the self-esteem that can be adjusted. But for God, he has no self-esteem that can be adjusted. God is a merciful God, but he has created a world that is ruled by principle. He is a merciful God, but he has created a world that is ruled by principle and not by just mercy alone. Life is just. Life is at the same time fair. Life may not be fair to you, or life may be just to you. Life may not be just to you, but life may be fair to you. You can't have both at the same time, because your action today and that of tomorrow are not always equal. So sometimes fairness comes, and sometimes justice comes. So whichever one that comes to you, it is not totally or entirely because of how perfect that person has been so far. It is because of cause and effect. So life is more of cause and effect than it is of principle. And because we are a nation that is a continent per se, that is ruled by emotion, that is ruled by religion, by what we believe is our religious principle. And because of that, I can make an expensive sentence that says that it is possible that somebody to be poor, or that for somebody to remain small is the will of God. Let me say it again, that it is possible that for somebody to be poor, for somebody to be small, for somebody to be big, it could be the will of God that such person remains that way. And what I mean by that is this. Let me draw a biblical allusion to explain that fact. When the children of Israel, when they left the land of Canaan, when they left the land of Egypt, and they were going to the land of Canaan, the biblical allusion said that God knew that if they should take this particular road, in 3 weeks, they will get to the land of Canaan. But then if they take this particular road, in 40 years, they will get to the land of Canaan. That was the principle. That was the two choices. Even though they were more, but that was the two choices that God was giving to them at that point in time. Now, he knew that whenever they take this journey, it's 3 weeks, and then this one is 40 years. But God also knew that because of their fear for war, because of their inability for not wanting to fight, or inability to fight war, whenever they see the Philistines coming with their bows and shield and arrows and then their arsenal to come and fight war, the people who have just been delivered from the land of Egypt, they will turn back from that place and they will start going back to where God has delivered them from, which is the land of Egypt. And because of that singular act, God knew that 3 weeks journey is not an option for them. So what did he do? He took them through the 40 years journey. And in that 40 years journey, we all know what happened. So life is not ruled by emotion. Life is ruled by principle. Life is not ruled by how we feel sometimes. Life is not ruled by feelings. Life is ruled by principle. Take, for example, 2 plus 2 in Nigeria will give you 4. 1 plus 3 in Nigeria will give you 4. 5 minus 1 in Nigeria will give you 4. If you go to America, for example, 2 plus 2, because you change place, cannot give you 5. 2 plus 2 will still give you 4. 3 plus 1 will still give you 4. 5 minus 1 will still give you 4. That is life principle. You cannot be so prayerful that life will favor you, that the equation of life will so fit into you that your own 2 plus 2 will become 22. There is a place for speed, I know that. But speed still respects principle. Sometimes we believe that we can defy physics to make sure we learn some things at some point in time, and then we pray for speed. Any speed that will come will still have a trace that this is what happened, and then this one was able to happen. God cannot move you from point A to point B without showing you how things will go, without showing us how things will go. So nature and God is fair, and at the same time they are just. Every one of us here has an action, and in the mathematics of life, your results are the action. Your results are the answers to the equations of your life. Everybody has an action, and those actions, they are equation. You are solving for X in life, and any answer you get is as a result of your action, which are the equations in the mathematics of life. The choice we make, they are the equations. The options before us from which we have to choose, they are the equations. Whatever you choose is still your equation. At the end of the day, in the mathematics of life, results are the answer to the equation of your action. That is how life is designed. It's not designed for you to change the outcome of your consequence by feeling. God is merciful. Yes, he does not cancel out consequence. Mercy can extend consequence. Mercy can delay consequence. And God is merciful. At the same time, God is just. Sometimes we believe that, I've said it before, that the sky is so wide that every bird of the air can fly without them touching each other. Also, we should know that in the ecosystem of life, a hunter is meant to hunt down one of those birds for his family to be able to eat in the night. It doesn't mean that that man is evil. That is how the ecosystem of life have designed it. The man has to survive. And if he must survive, there's even an adage in Yoruba that says that for the child of a hunter to be happy, the child of the animal has to cry, or the mother of the animal has to cry. That is not evil. It is the ecosystem of life. And sometimes for someone else in life to make money, you have to lose money, or there have to be an exchange of money, of service, of goods, of products at some level. It is the ecosystem of life, and that is how life is designed to work. God cannot overlook principle because of your emotion, or because of how religious we have become, or because of how prayerful we have become. Let me give you a good example. Let's say, for example, Nigeria wants to play against Argentina, which sometime in most of the World Cups, we face Argentina most of the time. Now, let's say, of course, remember we are a very religious nation. And then if you are to measure the religion here in Nigeria and that of Argentina, I think we'll scale higher than them. It doesn't mean we are closer to God than them anyway. Now, when we believe that God is a respecter of no person, which is 100% true, but this is what it also means, that he cannot overlook competence and show you mercy. He cannot overlook how competent this person is. And because this one is prayerful, and show that one mercy over this one's competence. Let me continue with my analogy of Argentina and Nigeria. Now, let's say in Argentina, we are about to play a football match, and then you are seeing the likes of a Lionel Messi. In those days, you are seeing a Lionel Messi, you are seeing Mascherano, you are seeing Di Maria, you are seeing Kun Aguero, and then you are seeing maybe this is their present-day goalkeeper, Dibu Martinez. You are seeing these guys on the goal post. Now come to Nigeria, you are seeing our own players there. You are seeing Osimhen, you are seeing the likes of, in those days, you are seeing maybe Joseph Yobo, Onazi, Mikel Obi, and the likes of them. If you now look at the net worth of these two teams together, if you see how their nation has invested into their football, and you see how our own nation has invested into ours, if you see where they have caught this one young, and if you see how they've caught this one young as well, you will realize that at the end of the day, there is no way Nigeria will defeat this one. And even before that football match, we'll come together, we'll pray. If you go to where our fans are standing, they are praying. Oshe, 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 Oshe Baba. They are there, they are praising God. Fine. Was God listening to their song? Yes. On the other side of Argentina, maybe some of them even bring their gods to the field. And while they are even there, you realize that even when Aguero was still playing then, he was a divorcee. He married the daughter of Diego Maradona. After some time, they were divorced. You will see some of them, they will even have some sexual allegations. But they are still football players. Now, because of what is happening outside their life, we can religiously have to conclude that God will not be with Argentina today because they are evil, they are morally wrong. And because we are praising God during the match, after the match, and even some pastors in Nigeria have prophesied that God will be with us in that match. At the end of the day, they gave us 4-0, sometimes 4-2, sometimes 3-1. Sometimes we are even eliminated from the competition. God cannot overlook competence and favor mercy emotionally, because I think because those ones right from their childhood on the streets on the street of Buenos Aires, they play ball almost every day right from childhood. That is what they are born to do. They are born to play the football match. They are like, as they are given birth to, people already know that this boy is going to play football. It's not yet like we at the age of 18 and now say, okay, let us say it is 9 years so that we can give him football age. And this is somebody who at birth the father already knew this boy, he doesn't have two things, he's going to play football. Whereas here, after we go to farm for like 9 years and then we hawk small for like 3 years, and then every evening, maybe if we have time, if there's no hold up where we can hawk, we quickly go and play football. And then one day we're able to find our way in through some academy, and then they found us, they took us abroad. You now want to compete with people who from birth has no two occupation: football, handball, basketball. God cannot overlook their competence and say, don't worry, because they are not my children, they are all of them are divorcees, all of them are smokers, all of them are drunkards, let us give it to these ones. That would be unjust on the side of God. If you really want to measure up, then you play the game of life. It's not emotional. It's not emotional. It's more of consequence, of cause and effect, than it is of emotion. And like I said earlier, that mercy may delay consequence. It doesn't cancel it. If somebody refuses to prepare early in life, we can give you maybe some rehabilitation program in quotes to help the person fit in for life for some time. It doesn't cancel the effect that there will be a time in life that life will cut you back to size. That life will tell you, you see that thing you are trying to get, what it takes to get it, the preparation needed, you don't have it yet, and this is where you belong. That is just of life. And sometimes because of how religious we are in this nation, we try to use religion to unconsciously or unintentionally teach irresponsibility. something like God will do it. You see somebody who wants to get married, and then they ask, okay, have you bought this? Don't worry, God will provide. And because the person holds a particular position in the church, we feel, of course, God will do it. And then, of course, we can ask him some questions. We feel because his spiritual is high, he should know better. And because we assume he will know better, at the end of the day, we have our sons, we have our daughters in their hands screaming for help, because right from the time they say I do, they really want to undo it. But then, kind of, we say, you cannot undo it anymore until let's do us part. Life cannot overlook competence and favor because you are emotional. It doesn't work that way. God will be unjust. And when we say God is a respecter of no man, this is what it means. It cannot, because you are his child, you pray 5 times a day, 6 times a day, 70 times in 1 minute, and overlook you and overlook your irresponsibility and show you mercy over one that is competent. It is unjust, and there cannot be double jeopardy in the court of heaven. There cannot be double jeopardy in the court of heaven. If this one has committed a sin, let him pay for it. Like I said, mercy may delay the consequence of that thing. It doesn't cancel it. And one thing about life is the fact that there are some changes that we do not know on time. Sometimes the changes are our actions, which are the equations of life. As we are acting them out, we don't know that we are mapping out things, that we are solving the equations, that we are doing our 2 plus 2 to make it fit into somewhere. And while we are doing the equation, the calculation, we have this understanding that someday, if we continue this way, God can become merciful and then to help us. Have you seen in a situation whereby somebody wants to go for an interview, and then while he's planning to go for the interview, he believes that he will just only read small, and once he reads small, he can pray throughout the whole night. Tomorrow morning, he goes to the interview, and when he gets to the interview, God will show forth. God will show up, and once God shows up, everything will fall in line. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. An atheist who is prepared for the interview, who knew what he ought to do, who has read through, who has calculated every of his things, and then he has reduced his chances to know what to do and what not to do, what to say and what not to say. At the interview, he will defeat that man of God who has been praying all night. Life does not consider how emotional you are, how prayerful you are. Prayer is necessary. Mercy is important, but there are things in life that are not gotten by mercy. They are gotten by how prepared we are in our life. So we live in a world that is ecosystem. It is ecosystem, and you cannot break the ecosystem. It has been designed to work in a particular way, and once it stops working that particular way, it means that something is wrong somewhere. It means that something is wrong somewhere. So life is designed in such a way that God cannot rob Peter to pay Paul. And that brings me to what we believe in Africa as miracle alert. As miracle alert. And then we believe that pastor can just pray, and then while he's praying, he just stretch forth his hands, and having prayed that prayer, in the next 2 or 3 minutes, or maybe probably that evening, you will receive one alert, and then 5K or 50 million. Where is the money coming from? God cannot rob Peter to pay Paul. There's a place of people giving. There's a place of giving. There's a place of you receiving arm, or there's a place of you being empowered. But then that God will rob Peter to pay Paul because you are his kid, it doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. It will unbalance the calculation of life. It will make 1 plus 3 6 instead of 4. Which means for somebody to be able to do what we call miracle alert, you have to bend nature in another dimension. Think about that. I won't explain further. Which means for you to be able to do what they call miracle alert, you have to bend nature. And when you bend nature, you know what that means. It means you have to go mystical. For you to pray, and people get miracle alert. Don't mind me. People can send you more. I can send you money that okay, since this person does not have it, I was told, and I can send the person money that I will stand there to pray, and then somebody from somewhere will now make the mistake through God's intervention to now send you that money. It does not work that way. You have to bend nature to make that happen. That is the mathematics of life. Because 1 plus 1 here will still give you 2. And when you go to Ghana, you will still have it. So prayer cannot replace competence. Because it is competence plus preparation that brings opportunity. That is the mathematics of life. It is competence and preparation that brings opportunity. Competence plus preparation brings opportunity, not competence plus prayer. Competence and then you prepare. If you want to know how long 20 minutes is, don't prepare and come and stand here. You know how long 20 minutes can be. It's as if when you think you've spoken for like 5 minutes, you now watch your time. Oh boy, it's still 1 minute. If you want to know how long 1 hour is, don't prepare, but plan to speak for 1 hour, then come and stand here. No matter how hard you pray, you cannot be here, and then you are kabashing. It is competence and preparation. Sometimes I dare to say, even if you don't pray, but you are competent, you prepared, life will give it to you. Life will give it to you. And just like the Dean said the other day, that even if you are competent and then you prepare, he said still prepare for the distractors discounts, which means sometimes the preparation and the competence may not even be enough, even if you are prepared. But you have to prepare overly, that you will still have to know, even after all this, if life should say it is not enough, you still have enough in your arsenal to tell life, how about this remaining one? Let it be for the discount. So in life, it is not, prayer cannot replace competence. It is competence and preparation that brings opportunity. And I also dare to say that tithe does not replace financial discipline. Tithe and offering does not replace financial discipline. You can pay your tithe on a daily basis. Every day as you come back from business, you calculate it, you remove the 10%, and then you transfer to the church account, thinking that God will open the windows of heaven. Even if that window is opened, you will not know it's an open window from heaven. You will still squander it. It starts to be saving. It starts to be investment. It starts to be what they call multiple streams of income. The multiple streams of income, that one should also be a discussion for another day. So somebody can still be paying tithe on a regular basis and will still be poor. Of course, go to churches. Many are there who are struggling, but they don't miss their tithes. They pay it on a daily basis. And then they pay believing that even if they don't save, even if they don't invest, that God will still open the windows of heaven and pour them the blessings. Life doesn't work that way. Regardless of the tithe you pay, you still have to save. You still have to invest. Because when you save nothing, and you invest nothing, and you learn nothing, and you spend everything that you are earning, life will reduce you to its zero. It will reduce you to its size. It will reduce you definitely to its size. And also another thing we need to know in the mathematics of life is anointing cannot replace hard work. Anointing cannot replace hard work. Because life is designed that even though someone has anointing and you are not working hard, the person will still be surprised. Because life will cut you back to your size. So one who does not manage business, and one who does not treat customers well, and somebody who doesn't understand the market, that market is value plus service that gives profit, such one will go a long way to understand and then to know that life is not funfair, but it is warfare. And even in the warfare, your part is still needed. It is value, service, or product that gives profit, and not how heavily anointed we are. And sometimes what I think some of our pastors in Nigeria or some of our religious holders have refused to teach is the ability to separate themselves from the churchiness of the things and teach people business. I'm not saying we remove God out of the equation. Of course, we cannot remove God out of the equation of life. But because of how wired we are, whenever we are teaching business in church, let us teach business alone. Remove religion from it. Remove religion from it. If you are teaching or talking about business, let it be strictly business. Because human being is wired that if a pastor is teaching business, for example, that there's an aspect of it that God is greasing because of his anointing. It is hard work. It is hard work. But if there's hard work without anointing, somebody will still make money. I don't think Elon Musk is baptized in the Holy Ghost, but he's making his money. I don't think Bill Gates is having sanctification, but he's making his money. How about those of us who have sanctification and then we are struggling? Which means that life is that hard work cannot replace. Anointing cannot replace hard work. Also, fasting cannot replace health principle. Fasting and prayer cannot replace health principle. Healing is a miracle, or health is principle. Then the choice is yours. Do you want healing miracle or health principle. If you follow health principle, there may not be need for miracle. If you follow health principle, there may not be need for miracle. That is how life has put it. But if you don't follow health principle, then there will be need for healing, because your body will be sick. Your body will demand for rest because you are not resting. Because in the mathematics of life, it is nutrition, exercise plus rest that brings health. In the mathematics of life, it is nutrition, exercise and rest that brings health. It is not fasting and prayer. Sometimes when we fast and pray for miracle, it is because part of the principle that should have equated to health has been breached. I dare to say it again, that sometimes people praying for miracle, when we pray for miracle as per health, it is because part of the equation that should have been put together, which should have equated to health, has been broken, has been breached. And because it has been breached, we now need a higher or a divine hand to make sure the equation we have put together actually have to be altered for things to get going. But in the mathematics of life, according to health principle, it is nutrition, exercise and rest that brings divine health. Also, prophecy cannot replace planning. Prophecy cannot replace planning. A pastor cannot lay hand on anybody and then prophesy on good business, and then you do not even plan. Even Jesus Christ himself said that will a man start building a house and then he does not sit down to calculate the expenses to know whether he will be able to finish up, or will a king be going to war and he will not sit down to know if the military power I have today can be able to conquer them. Because if he doesn't plan that way, when he starts the war, before the war will even start at all, they will have declared him dead. Prophecy does not replace planning. And also, God will do it can also become an excuse. Like I said earlier, sometimes God will do it by the grace of God. It is a sign and a show of an irresponsible person. God will do it, and then heaven will sort it out. It is a show that this person could be irresponsible. Let's take a look at this, for example. Let's say somebody wants to speak here, maybe during the course of these 20 days, and then while he wishes to be speaking here, it could happen that he's not even planning to come. He doesn't even register, but he believes that over the time God should be able to at least probably make the dean call him, or maybe see somebody from here who will call him and even ask him to come and register to speak at this event without him looking for it. You will be there for such a long time, and this same person could be praying in church or in his house during morning devotion that, oh God, give me platform to speak. When you hear people pray some prayer, sometimes stand back and look. Is this prayer coming out of irresponsibility or a missed opportunity to which they are trying to make up for some things? God will do it can also be an excuse. Because in the prophecy of life, when we say prophecy cannot replace planning, it means that vision plus structure plus discipline, it is what gives impact. It is what gives impact. So we also need to know that in life, when a farmer wants to continue farming, for example, and then he doesn't have what it takes to start farming, at that point in time, what he looks for seed. He looks for seed with which he can plant. But what Nigerians do, or what humans do sometimes, is that whenever they see the seed, they don't plant it, they negotiate with it to how that seed can be multiplied without planting. If a farmer wants to plant seed, and because he wants to plant, he wants to plant seed. Because he wants to plant seed, whenever he sees the seed, instead of the farmer to plant it, he won't plant it. He will see how to negotiate with the seed for the seed to multiply itself. And it doesn't work that way. The seed have to go down and die for multiplication to come up. But in Africa, it's a different ball game. Among some nations in the world, it's a different ball game. Life works more of principle than it is of your feelings, your emotion, or what you are even thinking. Sometimes it is cool to live in your head, but make sure when you are done living in your head, please come down and relate with men, because most of us are not in your head. We are here in physical, and then we are seeing you. The mathematics of life is how life is divine. It's not divine to favor you. It's divine. It's not divine to favor you. It's not divine to be merciful to you. It's divine for you to know that anything I put in is what it is coming out. Now some people will now ask, where is now the place of mercy and favor and grace that we have put in place. The place of favor is this. The place of mercy is this. That your action can be multiplied. But what action will be multiplied? The Bible says that the house set on an hill cannot be hidden. But it didn't say it's a good house or a bad house. But once the house is set on an hill, it cannot be hidden. Which means anything the man puts on the hill cannot be hidden. Everyone will see it. If it is a shame, people will see the house on an hill. If it is a shambles, if it is in shambles, everybody will see the house on an hill. But if it is a good house, well planted, well built, set on an hill, everyone will still see it. He said that a house that is set on an hill cannot be hidden. What house are you setting on a hill? If you have set a good house on the hill, it cannot be hidden. If you have set a bad house on the hill, it cannot be hidden. But make sure that in life, you are setting a better house on the hill, because it won't be hidden. And that is where mercy comes in. If you are prepared at some point, favor can bring people to come and see you. But when they are coming to see you, who are they seeing? Is it the prepared version of you, or the version of you that gives excuse? Anyone you put there, life will come to see it. Some people say that set them on fire and then the world will come to watch them burn. Why do you have to be on fire? So that they can watch you burn. When you are dead, then who do we give the business idea to? But if you have dearly prepared yourself and then you put yourself on the hill there, definitely people will come and see. That is where multiplication comes. There's a place of 1 plus 1. There's a place of 1 times 1. There's a place of a factor multiplied by itself. But all these things will come if man has done his own part. Because your part does not cancel the part of God. And God's part and your part doesn't cancel God's part. And God's part doesn't cancel yours. It is what you do that will be multiplied. If it is good, it's going to be multiplied. If it is bad, it's going to be multiplied. Then the choice is ours. To know where we stand today with what we are doing. To know how we have been wired to think that when we do small, God can multiply it. But in the mathematics of God, sometimes it is not just. He cannot rob Peter to pay Paul. He cannot rob Paul to pay Peter. It is what you do times what you do. It is what you do times the principle of life. In the mathematics of life, finally, I said that God can be merciful, but He doesn't cancel consequence. Consequence can be delayed. It still will not be cancelled. If you do not have enough discount to pay for it, it cannot be cancelled. So having said that, I want to pass the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's an amazing time to be here again, and it's good to see your beautiful faces and your handsome faces. My name is Ayodele Oluwole. I'm a proud alumnus of the School of Eloquence, and I'm a proud member of the Eloquence Club. I want to say a very big thank you to you all for paying utmost attention. I've heard a lot from the speakers, and it's good to be here, like I said. Let me start by giving credit to CSP Ubong Esen for bringing for this initiative that has helped a lot of voices to express what they carry, to express their inherent potentials and ideas, to express, values. I've listened to a lot of speakers, and I must say this, that I have been really blown away, and I'm really impressed to have listened to these amazing people and to have heard and learned new things. So well done to everyone. So I will start by talking about the word eloquence. I listened to a lot of speakers. I saw people that talked about eloquence, and some people are not very clear when you mention the word eloquence. 20 days of eloquence, and a lot of people are saying things like, oh, what is eloquence? We don't even understand the meaning of eloquence. I need to just say this. One of the reasons why I said I have learned a lot from the speakers is because we have a lot of eloquent speakers here. A lot of eloquent speakers. Because beyond your diction, beyond expressing yourself, beyond the power of expression, beyond communicating what you carry within you, and beyond reaching out to people both online and offline, you have been able to convince people about your message, about the authenticity of your message, about the in-depth substance of your message, and that is what makes you all eloquent. So eloquence actually transcends just speaking, having good diction, great oratory prowess, speaking with power and all that. You still need to communicate. People need to feel what you carry. People need to understand your message, and people need to be convinced that you are passing a message across. And that is what eloquence basically entails. So it's a good one to be here, like I said, and I appreciate you all, the speakers, the audience who are always there, and the ones that always watch online. So we appreciate your commitment and your dedication to this. So I'll move on by talking. I want to speak on a topic that I feel is of vital importance to everyone here, to the people watching at home, to our nation, Nigeria, and to building economy across the world, building a viable economy across the globe. My topic today is entrepreneurship, and I'm very sure that a lot of people can relate to this topic because it's a very, very popular topic. I'm sure a lot of people have heard about it. We are familiar with that word, entrepreneurship. But I'm coming here to give a pragmatic approach to entrepreneurship. I do not want to just sound like a motivational speaker. I do not want to just sound like someone who is coming here to talk about entrepreneurship the way every other person has been talking about it. And it's, oh yeah, we get the knowledge. But what is the practical approach to entrepreneurship? How can we break it down so that people can understand what entrepreneurship basically entails? What are the advantages that come with embracing entrepreneurship in any nation? And what are those deterrent factors, those factors that deter people to embrace entrepreneurship in Nigeria? These are some of the things I want to look at so that we can all be on the same page and understand something. When I'm done with my speech, I would love a situation whereby people listening can have a better knowledge of entrepreneurship, and people can be deeply motivated to embrace entrepreneurship. So it takes a lot to be an entrepreneur, and I'll be looking at entrepreneurship, from a broader perspective. Then I'll be looking at who is an entrepreneur, what value does an entrepreneur brings to a nation, a society, or his or her immediate vicinity. What are the challenges that come with entrepreneurship? And what are the merits of entrepreneurship in any society? I will say this: every nation is built not just by the government, because a whole lot of people believe that it's just the government that built a nation. It is not only the government. If you check the advanced countries in the world and you conduct an extensive research, you realize that most of these nations were built by the government with the support of great entrepreneurs across the globe. If you check it everywhere, so it means that the topic entrepreneurship is not something that should be taken with levity. It is something that we need to take with so much importance, as it will be pivotal to the growth and development of a country, Nigeria. So let me start by listing out some of the parameters of entrepreneurship. If you're talking about entrepreneurship, what exactly is entrepreneurship? Because a lot of people hear about it. Okay, what is entrepreneurship? So entrepreneurship entails identifying a market need. That's the first stage in entrepreneurship. You need to identify a need. That's the first one. Then second one, developing innovative ideas, innovative solutions to this problem that has been identified. That is what an entrepreneur do. You develop innovative ideas through critical thinking to solve some of these problems that you have identified. In doing that, you will take some risk. You can't be an entrepreneur without taking risk. Just that great entrepreneurs take calculated risk. They don't just take risk, they take very calculated risk. So you take some level of risk, then you deploy some resources, both financial and capital resources, to actualize your goal. And the end goal would be to generate economic value, which we all know that will trickle down to finances. So if you're an entrepreneur, the end goal is to make money, make profit. But just that, you don't just go there with I want to make profit. You start with identifying, innovating, great ideas that can help you to solve a problem. Basically, an entrepreneur is a problem solver. You just look around you, there must be a problem. There is a problem everywhere. So it is your ability to identify these problems that even give you, the courage to be an entrepreneur. Let me just say this. I was, driving out from my estate this morning when I was coming here, and I live in a very secluded estate where commercialization is not allowed. You understand? And there are a lot of, building projects coming up. There are a lot of projects coming up. Then I saw so many, the workers, the site workers. I saw so many of them trooping in out of the estate to go and get food, because there's nobody to serve them food. It's so difficult, and some of them have to come in clusters. Some of them have to come together, contribute money, and give someone to go and get the food, then bring it to them. And when I was driving out, I just thought about it. Wow, this is a problem. This is a problem actually, but someone has not identified that problem. That's where an entrepreneur comes in. So someone can just come around, do your feasibility studies, do your SWOT analysis, and you just think of it, okay, I can be bringing food to these people. I can just cook in bulk, bring food to people, because these guys are much. I'm talking about, we have so many sites ongoing. So the site workers are so much. And if you bring it every morning, and there are continuous projects in the estate, it's not like, after this there won't be. So someone can be bringing food, you sell to the site workers, you make your money and you go. And that's what we call entrepreneurship. So you have come to solve a problem. The problem is the fact that it's a Herculean task for the site workers to step out to go and get food. It's a lot of work, trekking distance, all that. Then you bring the food to the site, you converge, you get your food, you pay the person is fine, you make your money, and the site workers will be very happy, because you are saving them stress. So you have solved the problem. So that's what I mean by, that's why I say I want my topic of entrepreneurship to be treated from a pragmatic perspective. It has to be practical. Let's see how we can identify problems and proffer solutions. So if someone does what I have mentioned, you have solved the problem, and that's what makes you an entrepreneur. Let me tell you about my story, how I started my clothing line. I have a bespoke tailoring clothing brand called OC Couture, and this is one of my products. I'm wearing my product. I always rock my product, and I'm very happy to wear what I make. I hardly buy clothes. I wear only what I make. So let me tell you how I came about this. I left school around 2011 as a young graduate from Unilag, where I studied industrial chemistry. I was living on a street where we had a lot of tailors. There were a lot of tailors on my street. But I now realized that there was this prevalent problem in that street, on that street rather. You just see a lot of clients coming to fight these tailors. You are always coming to fight. Where's my clothes? I'm sure there are people here who have experienced disappointment from tailors. Am I right? Yeah, there are people, right? Okay, so that was the issue, because we had a lot of people who had informal education in that sector. So they do not understand what they mean by customer service. They do not understand what they mean by having a delivery lead time, so that you can please your clients. So that was a major problem in that area. And I thought about it as a young graduate who is still looking for what does the future hold? What does the future hold for me? Let me see. Then I just looked at it. This is a problem in my environment, and this one is even in my immediate vicinity. It's not like it's an external environment. This problem is here. What can I do to solve this problem? So I used to walk into some of the tailoring shops. I would just go there. I will see what is happening. I will see them fighting with clients, and I thought about it. I can profile a solution to this in my own capacity. You might not be able to profile an absolute solution to some of these problems. Well, there might be something you can do within your capacity. So what did I talked to some of them, and I realized that the problem these people have is they don't even understand business. They only have the skill. And when you're talking about business, you're talking about your skill, and you're talking about a business aspect of it. You can have the skill, you can stand with me, but you don't know how to relate with customers and all that. So what I did was, I engaged with some of them, I learned some rudiments of the business, and I realized that, okay, this is where people are lagging. So I was an interface between the tailors and the end consumers, which are the clients. So what I did was to make sure that I always go to them, get the contract from outside, then you do the job and it's delivered to you. And that's how I was able to build it. I was able to solve that problem to an extent. And I can tell you, when I started my business, one of the challenge I had was trying to convince new clients, because a whole lot of people have lost credibility until they'll be like, oh, I don't make clothes again because they keep disappointing me. Just imagine you have a wedding tomorrow and you are thinking deeply, I hope this person will not disappoint me. Why should people pay money and they are the mercy of the tailors? This is something that shouldn't be encouraged. So I stepped in the little way I could, and I was able to solve the problem with the people around me. Then I was able to gain their confidence to start making clothes, and that way I was able to build a brand. And now we are doing where we have been able to build. So you see what I'm talking about when you talk about looking for a problem to be solved. So let's talk about entrepreneurship. What are the variables that make up entrepreneurship? What are those parameters that are very cogent to the topic entrepreneurship? The number one thing, like I said, is you have to know how to identify. So that's what we call it. That phase is what we call creativity. There are three things that I feel are very, very pivotal to entrepreneurship. Creativity, extremely important. Ideation, sorry, let me start with ideation, very important. Creativity, very important. Then innovation, very important. And I will explain, these three variables. Ideation is that process where you see it and you conceive ideas. You can be here now and you are ideating, you are conceiving ideas. Ideas are coming to you. But ideas coming to you doesn't just mean that it's going to, you may not be able to make any impact by just conceiving ideas. There has to be a practical way of converting that idea into an actionable event. So ideation, you think of the ideas. Then creativity, you build on the idea that you have conceived within you. Because ideation is more or less an abstract thing. It's just in your mind. Oh wow, this idea is brilliant. Oh wow, we can do this, we can do that. But what's the next step? That's when you talk about creativity. Put these ideas together. Some is just to sketch. For someone like me that I'm in fashion industry, I could just think of a design. That's ideation, thinking about it. Then creativity, I'm sketching it. I'm giving it meaning. I'm trying to create or form an image from what I have conceived in my mind. So you create, but you don't just create. After creation, after creativity, you move to innovation. Innovation is the application of creativity. It's like the actionable aspect of creativity, because after you create, you need to implement whatever you have created. So that is when innovation comes in. So those steps, those series of steps that you take to actualize whatever idea you have conceived is what we call innovation. Because that's why you see people create things and they sell the idea to some entrepreneurs as well. You go to pitch your business ideas. So it is the people that have the resources that will now innovate it. So that's the actionable aspect of it. So you have to implement what you have created within you. And I'm sure we know what is happening in this era. We have a lot of content creators. We have a lot of people who are tech, savvy, especially this generation. And a lot of these things start from ideas. If you look at content creators online, sometimes you watch some videos and you're like, wow, how did this person conceive this idea? It comes from creativity. And some of the ideas were not created by the people that are putting it out. It was created by someone. But the person that brings the idea out is the one that is innovating, is the one that is, bringing the practical aspect of what has been created, because at the point of creation, it's still abstract. It's still abstract. So when you create, you have to implement. So that's what I mean by innovation. So when you innovate, that is when you see the value in what you have created. So I'll move on to talk about some of the examples of great innovation that has shaped our country, Nigeria. One of them is the advent of the fintech industry. Trust me, I know everybody here agrees with me, right?
Yes,
the advent of the fintech industry, they have revolutionized the banking system, and it feels extremely great to be alive to witness something of this magnitude. You can see how OPA, Money Point, and all of them came in and solved a problem, a persistent problem in terms of payments. It has always been an issue. Hey, I've not gotten the alert. You go to market, I've not gotten, or you want to make transfer, and it's so cumbersome. The process is so ambiguous. So you go through too many things to move your funds. Then these guys came in. I'm sure they identified this problem of people having challenges with payments. What can we do? Especially SMEs that do, very small amounts. What can we do so that payments can be seamless? That way we can build a good, business environment. So they came in and they used technology to solve that, and I'm sure we are all enjoying it. You can see what we talk when we talk about entrepreneurship being of immense benefit to the populace of any nation. So we are all enjoying what these people have done with creativity and innovation, and it's a proud thing. Like sometimes I look at it, I'll be like, wow, I'm proud to be a Nigerian. For these guys, the Money Point guys, the OPEC guys, the CUDA guys, to come into a system where there is a lot of risk and there's a lot of regulations, and they were able to carve their niche, and they are doing very well. They are here to stay. So it's a good one. So that's one of the examples that I can think of when you talk about innovation. So I will move on to talk about some of the advantages of entrepreneurship. Some of the advantages of entrepreneurship. The advantages of entrepreneurship transcends just the financial gains or the profit that comes to the entrepreneur. It transcends it. It is not a selfish thing to be an entrepreneur. There is no way you become an entrepreneur and the benefits come to only you. The benefits of entrepreneurship is vast, and it's going to speak on your environment. It will speak. You will know that, when entrepreneurs come to an environment, you will see the difference. You look like, okay, for instance, you go anywhere across Nigeria, any village, no matter how remote that village, you see my Igbo brothers. You can be a pharmacy store, you can be a grocery store, you can be a supermarket. They are everywhere because they believe that people have needs. They will create a business there, and when they create this business, they get, definitely you get profit because you create a business to make profit. But at the same time, they impact the environment. They bring development in some ways. So talking about the advantages of entrepreneurship, number one, reducing unemployment to the barest minimum. Yes, I can boldly say this, that entrepreneurs have a great impact in reducing unemployment across the globe. Everywhere you find yourself, you create a business, you need people. You need people to work for you. You need to have, people who will be at the end of affairs to run your business. So what are you doing that way? By being an entrepreneur, you are contributing your quota to reducing unemployment in our country, Nigeria. And wherever you find yourself, you are reducing unemployment in some ways, which is a very good one for economic growth, because entrepreneurship greatly impacts economic development anywhere it is practiced. Then you look at value addition. Value addition. You are creating value. You are expressing your unique value proposition. You are solving a problem. So you are adding value to the people, and that is part of even improving what we call what do you call this thing? Is improving their standard of living. Yes, you are improving people's standard of living because you are adding value in some ways. So this is another benefit of entrepreneurship. Then let's look at foreign direct investments. You will definitely help to improve FDI in any nation. Entrepreneurship will help you to improve FDI, because if you have a high level, you have a higher percentage of a nation build entrepreneurs, it will bring a foreign direct investment. People want to come and invest in such nation because they know that there is prospect, and you know that an entrepreneur will spot opportunity where they know that there is a prospect. So they will come in and do something, to help the nation, or wherever the society is, or whatever environment they find. They will just do something to impact the life of people there. So let's look at another one, benefits of entrepreneurship. The fourth one here is infrastructure development. Development of infrastructure. So it is impossible to have entrepreneurs and there will be some level of development in terms of infrastructures. we know that infrastructural deficit is one of the reasons, or one of the things that serve as a deterrent for people that created what do you call this thing? It created a high entry barrier into that phase. A lot of people don't want to go because they're thinking, oh, there are no infrastructures. Do we have constant electricity? Do we have security? Do we have good roads? Do you have all this? But guess what? Look at what Dangote refinery is doing, and look at what is happening to the Ibeju-Lekki axis. Look at the transformation in terms of building roads and lights. So entrepreneurship will always bring about growth in infrastructure. And it even shift attention to maintaining the existing infrastructures because you want the business to grow. So these are some of the advantages of entrepreneurship. So now I'll move on to the next one. Improving the GDP of a nation, the gross domestic product of a nation. It's embracing entrepreneurship goes a long way in improving that as well. Then another one is opportunities. Wherever you find entrepreneurs, there will be opportunities. Trust me, they always have a way of creating opportunity, because by the time you create a business, you build a business, a viable business that people can see and that can see prospects in, opportunities will come, because there are people who have ideas too that want to approach you as an entrepreneur to sell their ideas. They believe they can learn from you, mentorship and likes. So there will be growth in opportunities, there will be increment in opportunities. So let's move on to the other one, which is I think this will be last but not least. We're talking about image branding. Yes, image branding. Any nation that has a high level of a practice where entrepreneurship is indoctrinated would create a better brand image of that country. There will be a good brand image of that country, because that's why you see people make reference to places like China, you make reference to places like Indonesia, and you view them. I'm sure when we mention USA, UK, there is a way you view it within your mental faculty, compared to when you mention a nation like Nigeria, where we don't embrace it that much, where we may not have so much of it. Because of the development you have there, the entrepreneurs have given a very good brand image of such countries. That is why everybody now views such countries as great. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a correlation between entrepreneurship, embracing entrepreneurship, and the image of a nation, the image of any society. So it is very, very important to think of entrepreneurship in this regard. So I'll round up by this story that I want to tell, which is still like a personal story. Identifying problems is one of the major things that can actually help you to be an entrepreneur. And being an entrepreneur is extremely important to the growth of a nation. Like I said, some of the challenges we have in Nigeria can be solved if we can make things easy for people, if we can try and create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs to thrive. That way we can add so much value to our system. And the good thing about this is that it will help us to create a brighter and prosperous future for ourselves and for our generations unborn. Thank you so much for listening to me. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And at this point, I will be passing on the microphone to this young man, an amazing speaker. Thank
you. Good day, everyone. Today I'm here to talk about motivation. Let me start with a lie that we all believe. We believe motivation is something you wake up with like good hair, or something like, I want to start a chore. But we can't start motivation without starting first. It's like saying you want to go to the gym, but then you get there and now realize, what am I doing here? After just 2 weeks of getting in. Motivation is something that you do before. Motivation is starting. It's the result of you starting. You start small, then you get motivated to continue. For an example, you see your room is dirty, but you're tired to continue. You now decide, oh, let me just pick some few things around and try to organize this small before I actually continue. You end up picking up 5 things. But at the end of the day, you see the trash can. You decide to like, let me go trash it out. You come back, you see the floor is dirty, you say, let me sweep it. You carry the mop stick, you mop, before you know it, you're done. You're done with clearing the room. You're done with the chore of, oh, my room is dirty, your room is now clean. Because our brain do not like hard and complex tasks. Our brain likes putting things simple, short and detailed. That's why today when I look at some of my adults and they say that I want to buy a new car, I want to build a house, I want to be a billionaire or a millionaire, but most of the things that they fail to realize is the fact that it's what you do now that will get you motivated to continue what you're doing. I used to feel motivated to continue reading a book I used to read. Now, when I first saw the book, I was like, there's no way I'm going to read this book. Because it was bulky, it was a book of 1,000 pages. And then I read the first 5 pages, I got motivated, I decided to continue. Surprisingly, I finished this book under 2 days. That's what I'm saying. Motivation is not you setting your brain to be, oh, I must do this and achieve it under a deadline. Have you ever asked yourself that why do people who set New Year wishes or New Year resolutions never complete it? Because they do not set the task that, oh, I'm going to start it. Once they start the task of their New Year resolution, it takes them, they feel motivated the very first day. But then 5 days later, you find out that they've gone back to their old ways. Why? Because they start with nothing small. If you want to feel motivated, start small. Think about what you're doing, why you want to do it, why is it important to you. It's like saying, I want to write a book, or I want to start going to public speaking courses. You ask yourself the first 5 whys. Why do I want to do it? Or I want to be much more eloquent. Why? Again, you keep asking yourself why 5 times until you actually feel the power, or you feel your chest tighten, that you are actually able to feel yourself pushing forward to that place. Why do you think bodybuilders, aside from the fact of some of them taking steroids, but the ones that do not take steroids, why do you think they feel motivated? Motivation is not only you feeling you want to do it, it also comes with discipline. If you see someone that goes to the gym, he's motivated. There are some things that you tell him today to do, but he won't do it. Why? Because he's disciplined to what he does. You can tell someone that goes to the gym today, that goes to the gym at exactly Saturday 7:30 a.m. and comes back by 12 p.m. You can tell him that you have an event, he will tell you no. You can tell him that, oh, I want to go have fun, they will tell you no. Because why? They've grown up with that culture, with that feeling, with that passion that, oh, I'm doing this. The more you keep doing it, the more you feel motivated. That's why I look at people who do things and then they say, let me take a break. They take a break. 5 days later, they don't feel the motivation. It's like saying you want to read let me use the example. You want to read a book. You read the book, you're 10 pages in, you feel tired, you decide to go and sleep. You drop the book outside. Then 2 days later, you come back to the book. You forgot what you read for the first 10 pages, you decide to go back to it. You keep doing that, but then at some point you just lose the interest in it. But if you're really motivated or you're really disciplined, you read the first 10 pages, then you make or create time to continue the next 10 pages. If you keep doing it like that, you end up finishing the book before you know it. Writers don't, most of the time writers don't get inspirations. Writers just write few words that are very bad on a piece of paper. Then from there they feel the inspiration. Why is it some writers take a break? They call it writer's break or writer's block, because their head is like, it gets clogged, they don't know what to write anymore. They run out of inspiration. But do you know what they are doing within the writer's block or writer's break? They are trying to revive the spirit of writing. They write things so simple, so short. Now I can ask many of you here today to write a book, and all of you will be like, oh, I cannot do that. But if I ask every one of you to write a sentence, everybody will write a sentence. Why? Because our brain takes simple tasks. We do not put our pressure on our brain. The more you put pressure on your brain, the more your brain feels this task is too powerful. Then, for example, it's like motion. Motion is the force that pushes an object. Now, what your brain wants you to do is to be that object that is pushing it, the force behind the object moving. Then after a while, your brain adapts to that situation, and then you become the force pushing the object. There's a situation which we call, psychologists call idea-based solution. It's a solution whereby you sit down, you ask yourself, oh, I'm going to become this today, or I'm going to do this today. But then you find yourself lying down on the bed, not achieving what you actually want to do. You think about, oh, I wanted to do this today, but why? Because you've already put a negative mindset in your brain that, oh, I can't do this, or you use a specific word that tags your brain to relax. There are some words that you use that you need to use to be able to continue going. Like now, you can't wake up one morning and I'm like, oh, I'm going to go and buy a car. Have you set your mind to the exact reason why you want to buy a car? Have you set your mind to the reason or the feeling of the pressure why you want to buy the car? Do you have the finances to buy the car? First question you ask yourself. If you have the finances, you ask yourself why. If you have other cars, you ask yourself what happens to the other cars that I have. Those are the questions you ask that tell you whether you're motivated to do something. I'll use the example. You can't do something if you know you're not doing it. Like now, you can't say I want to go and run if you're not a runner. You can't say you want to go and play basketball if you're not a basketballer. You can't say you want to go and play football if you're not a footballer. You can't say you want to go and swim if you don't know how to swim or you're not a swimmer. So there are some things you think about that you just have to sit down and realize. Like now, let's just say all of us sitting down here today, someone just comes in and I'll be like, I want only 5 people who are sure they can achieve this certain task by the end of today. I'm pretty sure if the person says the winner will get 1 million naira, everybody will stand up. But then have you asked yourself, do I want to do it? Why do I want to do it? Do I have the strength or the will to do it? Those are the things that we find that put people inside financial hole. They see a deal, they jump to it. Why? Because they don't have the motivation, they do not have the discipline, they do not know what they want to achieve. So in short, what I'm trying to say is that motivation is you knowing what you want to achieve, knowing what you want to do. Not because, oh, I'm seeing other people doing it, or I'm seeing a challenge on TikTok, or let me just try it out and see whether I can actually meet up. Or if you see people doing a challenge of 6 days into doing something, and then you started 5 days into it, the last day you lose interest because you never wanted to do it. You were never interested in it, you just decided to go with the flow. That's why most rich people today, they don't go with the flow. People call them outdated, but they are not. They know what they are doing. They are trying their best to make their business succeed. Another reason why people fail at motivation is fear. People today are afraid. As a student like me, people think the pressure on us is actually exams. But no, the pressure on us is to succeed. The pressure to succeed, the pressure to become who we want to become, the pressure to decide our future when we have not even decided who we are yet. For adults, it's the pressure to become something, pressure to sustain our family, pressure to meet up with the societal standards. Everybody is facing pressure today, but it's your fear on how you continue that makes sure that you do not pass that pressure. Successful people today they fear. Everybody's fear. Everyone feels afraid. There's no one today that is not afraid. But then it depends on how successful people handle it. Successful people do not let that fear decide who they are. That's why most times when you see people scared, they just don't show it. There are people who don't show that they're afraid. There are people who sit down, they ask themselves, why am I afraid of this? What is the challenge behind it? They do that research, they check out how they can achieve or how they feel less afraid, and at the end of the day, when that fear comes back, they are able to overcome it. So my question to all of you today is, what makes you afraid? What makes you not finish a task? What makes you feel like you can't finish a task when you've already started it? The thing that I feel that everybody here is mostly piled upon is the fear of, oh, what if I don't meet up? What if what I thought was right is not for me? That's why you ask yourself the 5 whys over and over again before you start up something. You can put a little banner on your room and be like, why am I doing this? The main cause of your motivation. You do not start something without you thinking. If you do not think on what you want to start, there's a point, at some point you realize that I'm just doing this for the sheer fun of it. You realize that there's no point of me doing this. And I know everybody here that once we get to that point of us asking that question, we lose hope. We stop doing what we are doing. At that exact moment we ask ourselves that question, when we want to do it again the following day, we feel reluctant to do it. Why? Because we never actually asked ourselves, why do we want to do this thing? Why? What is making me drive? What is making me want to become what I want to become? So my question to all of you today, before I leave the stage, is that what makes you feel that you want to achieve what you want to achieve? What makes you feel you want to succeed? What makes you feel that, oh, I want to do this at this particular time, at this particular moment? If you've asked yourself that question over and over again and you feel your heart pounding very fast, then yes, you've achieved what you want to achieve. You've achieved the question and you've surpassed what people call fear. So thank you very much as I pass the mic to the next speaker.
Alright, thank you very much. So before he leaves, this is a 14-year-old young man. Bashir, I'm very proud of you. Very, very proud. I remember him 8 years ago. Bashir was about 6, 7 then, joining his mother to attend the Eloquence Club learning event at the School of Eloquence. Showing courage, showing confidence, showing boldness. So I specifically asked the mother to ensure that Bashir comes on stage to speak. And I can tell you, this 14-year-old chap, this 14-year-old kid is going places. And I'm sure some of you adults who watched him live and online, they are probably be grinning with what? Envy. I wish I could do this. So well done, Bashir. Well done. Thank you very much. And of course, in accordance with the Guinness World Records attempt, the mother is here, so she has granted consent. She's going to give a letter to that effect, which is going to be reflected in our record, but we are proud to celebrate you. It shows that the future is indeed bright. Yes. Thank you very much. Once again, let's give it up for Bashir. Hold it with me. Hold this up with me. Yeah! Fantastic. Well done. And it's so amazing, isn't it? And that's why at the School of Eloquence, we have a project that we call Catching Them Young. Catching them young, starting very early, to inculcate expressive capabilities, so that any time or when you get to a much higher level in life, you do not have to think too hard about speaking in public, expressing yourself, expressing your ideas, your thoughts. And that's the beauty of this. I shall now pivot to today's focus. I will only speak briefly to it. It does not in any way, our focus for today is going to be on security. Security consciousness, I think that's very important. Personal safety, national security. That is going to be our thematic focus for today. And so we have 4 speakers who will be doing justice to this area, this subject matter area. Now, it does not in any way prejudice those of us who still have other topics to speak on. You will still get your moment on the podium to speak. I was reading a statement as I came up that when it comes to matters of security, the future does not belong to the careless. It belongs to the conscious. When it comes to matters of safety and security, it's so important that we start early to inculcate that consciousness. I remember during my time working in maritime with the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, and one of the major projects we did centered around maritime security. And I remember the Director General then always emphasizing that security has to be everybody's business. We can no longer leave matters of our safety, of our protection, only to the government. Yes, the government has prime responsibility for that, but we must always be prepared to play collectively. And it's not just a Nigerian thing. Globally, it's the same. After the 9/11 attacks, we began to hear mantras like, if you see something, say something. There was no international airport in the Western Hemisphere that you would visit without seeing that slogan. And then intermittently, over the microphone, as flights were being announced, you would always hear, if you see something, say something. Why? Because not even the greatest nation on earth, if the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America, could not prevent 9/11 from happening to them, with all of the investment in security, in safety, they had an idea, they had a whiff that something wrong was about to happen, but they still could not stop it with all that they have. How much more smaller minion nations like us? Meaning that all hands must be on deck. All hands must be on deck. It's a collective responsibility. And that's why we've dubbed it national security and personal safety. We should all be concerned when something goes wrong that threatens life and property. We should all be concerned. It should stir something within us to say, what do we do? Because a threat to one is possibly a threat to all. In the same way Martin Luther King Jr. himself said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Because it's only a matter of time. You might think, oh, you're safe, you're in Lagos, you're not where the current crisis or problems are happening. That's not the right thinking. We must adopt a collective orientation towards our safety, towards our security, towards ensuring that we enjoy at least protection to various levels. When we have done that, then we can leave the rest in God's hands. Because most times we tend to be careless and leave everything in God's hands. You will not lock the door, you refuse to lock the door to the entrance of your apartment. And you then say in pidgin, "My God hand with you." God is in charge, God is in control. And that's true. God has always and will always be in charge and in control. However, we still have to be responsible. From being conscious, to sharing information, to circulating knowledge across various platforms. Because those who serve as a threat to us, whether on a micro level or a macro level, do not sleep. They continue to reinvent their tactics, evolve their schemes. One of us, Taiwo, had an incident 2 nights ago on his way here. And he spoke about it. I think he spoke about it some 7 to 10 hours ago, almost 12 hours ago, during the night shift of our 20 days of eloquence. And he chose to speak about it as if he was preempting our conversations for today on security. And it happened where? Oshodi. And from his speech, you could tell that he never imagined it would ever happen to him. That as a Lagos bobo, as a guy in town, that when I move around, even those, the urchins, the people who constitute this criminality, these elements, would see him and would wonder that this must be our area father as far as such activities are concerned. But yet, he was attacked, his mobile phone collected, and with injuries. And it was very, very traumatic. And when he got here, we all could empathize with him. We all could feel it. What? At 8, 9 p.m. Because safety, security, wellness, it affects us all collectively. So please, as we listen to our first speaker on this topic, let it serve as a wake-up call. Don't just listen to the news and think that it's only far away in Borno, it's only far away in Jos, it's only far away in Ilori or some of those places where we've had these incidents. And so we're here, hale and hearty. No. Without you feeling secure, without you feeling protected, without you feeling safe, I guarantee you, you cannot possibly pursue your goals, your dreams, or live a life of happiness. Because you'll constantly be looking over your shoulders. Who is there? What's happening? If you walk along a particular track or a particular path where there is no one and it's beginning to look dark, you start to fear, you start to worry. You're driving your vehicle, and all of a sudden, these days they tell you, wind up completely. If you wind down and you say you want to buy bottled water, for instance, the person selling you that bottled water could be after something more than what you're about to pay for that bottled water. We've heard of and seen so many instances, very unpalatable, that signal threats to lives, to property. So security is everybody's business. You don't say, oh, we live in an estate, the estate is safe, so I can leave my doors open. Trust me, no place is too safe that you say 100% nothing can go wrong. Murphy's Law puts it best, that if anything can go wrong, it will. Here at the School of Eloquence, we are probably operating from perhaps one of what should be one of the safest places inside Ikoyi. But I can tell you, we've suffered 1 or 2 incidents of a threat to security. Look, what you might call a simple burglar or a common burglar is a threat to security. It might be that, they only came to take a few things. Do not think it that way, because if you were there, only God knows what could have possibly happened. Because how would you have reacted? And how? With a burglar who came with just the simple intention of picking this microphone. How will he react? Maybe in a bid to get away in one piece, one thing could lead to the other. So let's be security conscious at all times. The future belongs to those who are conscious and not to those who are careless. That you are conscious does not mean you are afraid. It means that you are showing discernment and judgment. So at this point, I am not the expert in that field, but I've had the privilege of working in that space. And I had the common sense enough to know that we all must take this seriously. I remember a verse I was reading in the Bible about David, who was a king and was a military general and had everything, security. But he would still say, while on my bed, as I'm meditating, the watches of the night, the soldiers, I can hear my soldiers, one group of soldiers finish their shifts and hand over to the others. Now that was someone who always touted God's protection and safety. Yet, he did not take for granted his own personal security. So yes, ladies, in that your handbag, invest in pepper spray. How many of you ladies have pepper spray in your handbags? How many have pepper spray in your handbag? You don't have. But you have iPhone 17. You have iPhone 25. So, how much is pepper spray? Because think about how vulnerable it could be. So that somebody shows up, tries to play hanky-panky, you just quietly bring out one, and you decorate his face. That's your own version of tear gas. It gives you what? A 30 to 60 second head start. Security consciousness. So start from there. And then if you have the opportunity to go learn, you know what I'm talking about. Taekwondo, whatever it is, a bit of martial arts. Just by the side, you never know. It's not in any way to make you paranoid. Far from it. It is consciousness. Basic consciousness. Safety. You're in a car. Put on your seatbelt. Even while seated at the back. That's not the time to say, I'm the big man. I have a driver. You just balance yourself as if you're seated in your luxurious apartment. No, that car might be a luxury vehicle, but trust me, it's not your living room. You never can tell what could go wrong, but with your seatbelt on, you stand a very healthy chance of surviving should anything go wrong. So please, it is my honor to welcome, please sir, just come through this way, a man that I have come to love and respect so much. Let me introduce him a bit to the best of my ability, then I shall hand over this golden microphone to him. His Rear Admiral Solomon Onyilo Agada. I'll just put it this way, retired. But you know, no military man ever retires. No military man ever truly retires. And he's one of the finest men I've had the privilege of working with, of knowing, especially during the time I worked in maritime, in government. a leader, a perfect gentleman with class, with stature. A man who does not carry any airs about him, given his position. I would have you know that Redmiller Agada rose to the level of Nigeria's #2 man in the Nigerian Navy, before he was voluntarily retired. How do you call it? Is it voluntarily or involuntarily? Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to him. He's a top expert in the area of maritime security, and he has a lot to share with us. Admiral, sir.
Thank you.
My favorite admiral. The microphone is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Nigerians, and thank you for having me this morning to share with us on security. In broad terms, security is freedom from harm, danger, or threat. And there are various forms of security. We have personal security, which deals with the safety of the person or property, and the protection and security could be enforced through policies, through technology, or through guards. And also we have cybersecurity, which I believe many of us would have heard about, which is the protection of cyber infrastructure from attack like hacking and other malfeasances. And then we have your own physical security. For instance, what our Dean was speaking about, your own house, your physical security is the protection of that house from invasion, from any form of threat by criminals or people that want to come and pilfer something or the other. And you also have what is called food security, which goes now to having enough food for the populace when you are talking about a nation or a country. Also you have national security, and for a nation, national security encompasses security of the citizens and the nation itself, the land space, from any invasion, be it internal or external. And that is where I will be a bit dwelling upon this in my discourse with some examples. As many of us are aware, Nigeria, since 2009, we have been involved in some form of crisis threatening our national security, especially in the northern parts of our nation, specifically in the northeast. It started in the northeast in 2009, and today it's more or less engulfing most part of the northern states of this country and coming down towards south. And that threat is in a form of insurgency and terrorism, which is a form of warfare. It's a form of warfare, and what our Dean have mentioned this morning is that when you have this challenge and you don't know that you are having that challenge, you will not give it the required attention to deal with it. And that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. If I ask us today, are we in agreement in this hall today? Do all Nigerians agree that we are in a state of war? I don't think many people will agree to that, because what we are experiencing is distant from them. They are not having the experience, the personal experience, and therefore they cannot relate with it. So as a nation, and even as individuals, if you don't believe that you have an issue, you don't believe that you have a challenge, you can never look at how you are going to address it. So national security, when you look at nations that are excelling and are doing well today, they have been able to put in place policies and systems that ensure that their countries are in a state of security that allow other activities to thrive. And in the case of national security, you deal with your national security in 4 dimensions. You deal with it in the diplomatic realm, information realm, military, and economic. There you put policies regarding your diplomatic, which is your foreign policy, and that speaks to how you relate to other nations in the globe, and positions you to be able to ensure that you do not have other nations as your enemies that will come to threaten your national security. Also, information depends, it speaks to how you pass out communication to your citizens and other people, and you leverage that to ensure that there is security within your territory. And then you have the military. The military talks about your armed forces. You develop an armed force that is capable of defending your nation from any form of threat, because we have said already that security is freedom from threat, from harm, or any form of danger. So when you have an armed force that is strong enough, they'll be able to ensure that your nation is protected from insecurity. And then we'll come to the economic dimension. When you have good economic policies, it helps the other dimensions of security in terms of the diplomatic, information, and the military. Because if you don't have a good economy that sustains your military, you cannot have a strong military. If you don't have a good economy that sustains your diplomatic endeavor, you cannot have a strong diplomacy. If you don't have a good economy that sustains the information system of your nation, you can never have a strong security. So with these 4 areas, you have strong policies that make sure that they are top notch. It enhances your national security. However, where there is a breach, the ability of individuals and concerned leaders to come together and decipher the challenge and work towards a solution is when you can overcome it and restore your national security. As I said, not many people believe that Nigeria is in a state of war today. But when you go up north, you will discover that we are in a state of war. And because even in the leadership, we have not agreed on where we are, it's difficult to have a solution to it. So until we all agree that we are having a situation which is war, and we give it the desired attention frontally, that is when we can come up with a solution that will be able to work and overcome that challenge that we are facing. For instance, I give an example. For a nation like Israel, we are aware that over 40 days ago, in liaising with the United States of America, they had a frontal, confrontation with Iran. When you look at the nation of Israel, what the government says, as far as we are concerned, as we are watching globally on international media everywhere, there are no people that are dissenting to the position of the government in terms of what they are pursuing. Even right from when they were fighting Hamas in the Gaza, all those things, the people, they are all one. They are facing a common threat, which everybody now falls in line and support what the government is doing. But so long as the citizens are not in tune with what the government is doing, it is very, very difficult for the government to have success. And the same thing applies with the United States. And that is one weakness that is there in the United States, because it is easy to infiltrate that nation because of people not agreeing with what the country is doing. So the ability to sustain for a long operation, to sustain a long war, is something that is lacking in the United States. And that is why their enemies know that situation, and they will rather prolong any form of conflict they are having in the United States, because they know with time the citizens are going to go against the government and they cannot sustain whatever they are doing. So when there are no agreement, when there are no focus from the citizens and the leadership on a particular challenge, it's difficult for us to have victory. And when I look at it, I want to give an example from the Bible, for those of us that know what the Bible says. When you look at the book of Genesis chapter 11 in verse 6, in the story of building of the Tower of Babel, God said there that when the people said they were going to build this tower, first they started with the molding of the bricks. They agreed and they did that perfectly. And then they went the next stage. They said, okay, let's build a tower that will reach to the heavens. And God looked at it and said that, look, these people, they are one language, and they have started something in agreement. That this thing that they have intended and imagined to do, with this, their one language and agreement, there is nothing that will stop them. And that the only way that we can stop it is to confuse their language. And when they confuse their language, that is how they abandon that project. If God himself can recognize the importance of oneness, of unity, I can assure you that that is the eternal truth. Anywhere that there is no unity, anywhere that the people are not in agreement, they can never succeed in anything that they are doing. For instance, if you have a football team, if the strikers and the attackers, the defenders, if the whole team is not one, and that is the essence of having a good coach. The beauty of having a good coach is for him to weave the talents of those playing in the attack, those playing in the middle field, and those playing in the defense, for them to function as a team. That's why they call it a team. So in any football engagement, in any competition, not only football, in any competition, the team that has the most seamless coordination in their activity, in their endeavor, that team is likely to win. So in life, what people do, when you want to overcome an opposition, when you want to overcome an enemy, what you need to do is to sow a division, to sow a discord, to sow a confusion in their midst, so that they can no more work together. And that is the same thing that happens in operations, in war. The enemy comes to put their opponents in disarray, and once they are in disarray, they can never fight as one force to be able to overcome that enemy that is facing them. So I come back to our nation, Nigeria, that so long as what we are facing as a threat to our national security is not defined and agreed by everybody, every Nigerian and our leadership, it will be difficult for us to go out of it. And when you look at it from 2009, it started in an area in the northeast, Borno State, expanded to other states like Yobe, Adamawa. We were not able to contain it because there was no agreement as to what it is. Some people look at it as is a common criminal activity, is a common thing, is our children and all those. And because we could not contain it, it filtered down now to the northwestern states, Sokoto, even north central, Niger, Kaduna, and all those things. And it's coming down. And the latest area is Kwara State. I was listening to the news yesterday. At least up to 4 states were under attack in the recent past 3-4 days. Borno State, there was an attack. Niger State, there was an attack. Plateau State, there was an attack. Niger State, there was an attack. But in all this, we are not addressing it as a nation, as a single challenge that we need to deal with. And that is why we are being threatened. And that is why other nations are looking at our nation as not a secure place. I saw a notification from my daughter this morning. She has a visa interview for about US visa interview for about June, but she got a mail that it has been rescheduled because I heard that the American embassy have told their non-essential staff to leave Nigeria. That is what we are talking about. Even the diplomatic line, what are we doing in that line to tell the other, an information line, as I mentioned earlier? What are we doing to tell the world that the things are not the way they are, that, or the way that we are being told? Are we speaking? Are we having that information to tell our own stories? Or we leave it to the world to tell our stories? Because they will tell it on their own terms. And that is why it seems that there is no any form of security in Nigeria. As the dean was saying, in Lagos you may feel that no, everything is fine, there is no problem and all, but we can see how it is cascading down. So until when we all as Nigerians agree that we are having a challenge and we'll sit down and decide that we need to deal with this challenge frontally. And I will give an example. When you look at it, because without national security there cannot be progress. Security and development, they go hand in hand. If there is no security, there cannot be development. And also if there is no development, it will be difficult to have security because people will be deprived of good life and it will push them to criminality. Let me give a physical example in Nigeria. You can imagine, since democracy started, can you picture those of you that have idea about states in the north and move down? I have this because I travel in some parts of this country. When you look at it, the most stable so far region of Nigeria since the democratic dispensation has been the southwest. And when you look at development, they have exceeded other parts of this nation because of that relative security that they have in their domain. When you go to the south, since after the end of militancy, they have stability there, and you will see development is going on in those areas. Move up a little to the southeast with relative security, there is also development. But when you move further to the north, because of insecurity, development is hampered, and it becomes a vicious circle. Because of lack of development, the people are kept in poverty, and therefore there cannot be development. So this brings to fore the importance of having security, national security, because that is the the only way that a nation can move forward. That's the only way a nation can progress. That's the only way Nigeria can progress. Let me be specific. When we take the example to other nations, most of the developed nations of the world today, there are not many of them that are in conflict. When you go to Europe, where most of our youths who want to go to across the Mediterranean, and many are dying. Many will go to the port and want to hide inside the ship, in the cargo hold, to appear in Europe for a better life. What is giving them that better life? Is because of policies that are put in place to ensure that there is safety and security in their territory. So what stops us from learning from what they are doing right and following it and ensuring that we have security? In terms of resources, we have abundance of resources. But as I said, without appropriate policies and leadership to harness the potential that you have, you cannot transform those potentials to real development that will impact the life of people. And that becomes a challenge for your national security. And as I've said, without coming together, collaborating and agreeing to the threat that is facing all of us, we cannot devise a solution. And that would bring me down to speak about a specific example in the area of maritime security. Back to about early 2020s, 2019, 2020, there was serious situation of piracy within the Gulf of Guinea region, specifically in Nigerian waters. Ships that will be coming into this country, they will be attacked by pirates, and the seafarers will be taken, and ransom will be demanded in dollars. It was a rampant case that became a challenge and a worry to the international community. And even because of that challenge, Nigeria was made to pay dearly for it, because any vessel that was coming into Nigeria pays heavy insurance as a premium for them to be able to enter Nigerian waters because of the risk they were facing. And that contributed to high cost of living in Nigeria. But all these things were not really known to Nigerian citizens. But those are the reasons why we are having issues in terms of pricing and all those things. When it came to a head, the International Maritime Organization, they prevailed on Nigeria and other Gulf of Guinea nations that they must do something about that. About the high rate of piracy and the risk to the life of seafarers in the region. And that made Nigeria, as a leading nation in the maritime industry in the Gulf of Guinea, to lead a collaboration with Inter-Regional Coordination Center, which is in Cameroon. That was where I got in touch or came to know our dean. They set an agreement that, okay, we're going to put together a body that will look at this common trade that we're having and see how we're going to have a solution to it. By the grace of God, I was one of the pioneer co-chairs of that forum, which is called Gulf of Guinea Maritime Collaboration Forum. It consisted of all the navies of the Gulf of Guinea states. We have some international navies, especially from Europe, Russia, UK. We also have the entire shipping industry as stakeholders. And we have what we call the information sharing centers across the globe that are involved in maritime information sharing. We now formed a team in that forum, and we started having what we call plenaries. Sometimes we do online plenary sessions to discuss, this is the challenge that we are having. How can we deal with this situation of threat to the lives of seafarers in the Gulf of Guinea? And I can tell you that despite the differences among nations, one of the focus that we had as leadership of that forum was we downplayed the differences. We told people that, look, whatever will be our differences diplomatically or whatever, because as I know that many of us will know, there is this challenge in relations between Francophone countries, Anglophone countries and all those. But as much as possible, as leaders of that forum, we downplayed those differences and kept people focused on the threat, which is a threat to the life of seafarers. That how do we deal with this threat, which is our common focus. All the time that we have our plenary, that was the focus and that was the discussion we had. How do we deal with this? And that is why we started having ideas of coming up with mechanisms of how information about these threats can be quickly passed, and then action will be taken against the pirates on time. And we had the cooperation of international navies who deployed from Europe to come and help us in our patrols in collaboration with our own navies. And from that 2021, when this agreement was signed and we started working, within a space of less than 2 years, from 2021 to 2022, piracy reduced from the highest level it was to 0. And by virtue of that attainment, Nigeria, which was high ranking in the list of piracy prone countries, was removed from that list in 2022. Why did I give this example? I gave it as a perfect example of what collaboration and cooperation can achieve when you are dealing with issues of security. And therefore, for Nigerian national security to improve, Nigerians must see it as a personal issue. All Nigerians across whatever political party. There should be no political party when it comes to issue of discussing the challenge of insecurity that we are facing as a nation. Everybody must see it from the same prism. So long as we are seeing it from different views, we are having different views, we cannot formulate a solution that will deal with this. And that also makes us to play into the hands of the people that are threatening our security. Because that is what they want to do. They want to keep us divided. They want to keep us divided, and that is a bane of citizens of Nigeria today. That because we are not in agreement, because we are not cooperating, we are not looking at everything in the same way, we hardly form a strong force to deal with those challenges. When you look at, I'm not a politician, but I will tell you that when we look at what all of us here agree to as misgovernance that we are facing, irrespective of our political party, we know that things are not 100% done the way they are supposed to be. But because as citizens, we are so much divided by our leaders to look at things differently, we cannot speak with one voice in dealing with those threats. And that is why we are moving in circles as a nation. But I can assure you of one thing, just as the example that I gave, that even God himself said that because these people are speaking the same language and they have agreed and imagined to do something, that nothing will stop them. I can assure you that the day Nigerians will look at it and say that, look, good governance is what we want. We want good road, we want constant electricity, we want water, we want every good thing that we are seeing in other countries. I don't know how the miracle is going to happen, but I can assure you that the day majority of Nigerians will be on that trajectory and stand for it, it will happen. But so long as we are myopic and we remain, in our enclave as either tribalists or in our religious cocoon or whatever, we can never get it right. So national security, when you look at it, as I said, the nations that are doing well, they are not divided in any way. When you go to UK, go to US, go to Europe, issues of national security, there is no division. They have strong collaboration. When you go to Europe, even until recently with the coming of President Trump, the Americans and the Europeans have a common front of dealing with insecurity that is against any of them as partners. And that is what we call North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. NATO's aim or watchword is that attack on one is attack on all. So if any other nation attacks a NATO nation, the other members of NATO have right to attack that nation. And that is why they're able to maintain security, around those European countries. Because if Russia attacks any nation, it is believed that US will come in the side of that nation. And we saw it in recent time, that despite the fact that US was not fighting alongside Ukraine, they were giving heavy logistic support to Ukraine in the pursuit of their fight against Russia. And that is what collaboration and partnership can do when it comes to national security. No nation can do it alone. And what we are seeing today as a major threat to our own national security is the recent situation we are seeing around us, especially in the northern countries over Nigeria. When you talk about Niger, when you talk about Mali, when you talk about Burkina Faso, because of the high rate of insecurity in those regions in the Sahel, it makes an opening for these terrorists to infiltrate into Nigeria. And because of not having what I mentioned first, the strong diplomatic way of interacting with these countries to need those things in the board within their own country, there must be collaboration, not only within, even externally. ECOWAS countries or neighboring countries, we must be able to have a strong collaboration with our neighboring countries to deal with insecurity in their own domain in order to prevent it from infiltrating into our own country. So long as those gaps are there, national security of our country will remain under threat. And it calls for us to look inwards, sit down with our neighboring countries, sit down with ourselves, and look at what is the challenge that we need to deal with. So long as the leadership are not working as one. For instance, if I may ask, do the members of the National Assembly believe that Nigeria is at war today? Because if you say that, the person that is from that state, because if you want to say that you are at war in this region, that means that place should be under a state of emergency for you to prosecute the war and all these things. Because they will not want to lose that political power, they can never agree with you with that definition. So that is why we are moving in circles. So unity in Nigeria is critical to our national security. And that is what I'm preaching to Nigerians today, that we must become united. If you look at the motto of Nigeria in our coat of arms, the word unity is there. But how practical have we been able to achieve that? How united are we as a people? Because the person in Lagos today, you hear that over 40 people were killed in Niger State 3 days ago. It doesn't touch you. You don't feel emotionally attached. And it's because of the way we have been divided by our politics. And if we don't come together and see ourselves as one. I was coming in the flight this morning from Abuja. Somebody saw me, say you are looking like a Malam. I said, no, I'm not a Malam, I'm a Nigerian. I don't want to be defined by any primordial definition. I'm a Nigerian, and that is what I want every one of us to believe. That the man that is dying in Borno because of Boko Haram is your brother, is your sister. It's when we look at it that way. That is when we will have that urge in us to deal with this situation. But whereby it's just figures. We don't put a face to it. No emotional attachment. I can tell you that for long we are going to be in this situation. But one thing is sure, like what he said, and what we are seeing, it started from Borno, today is in Kwara State. The next is going to come to Osun, Oyo, Ondo, and gradually to Lagos. I can tell you, we cannot allow it. Let us be united Nigerians. Lagos is not safe for those of you that are here. I can tell you that. The lot of infrastructures that are going on in Lagos today in terms of development can become a source of envy. And I can tell you, as a security expert, that there is no security in Lagos. There is nothing that stops a Boko Haram person to carry bomb from Borno State and enter Lagos here in a train station and it will have bomb. There is nothing from what I'm seeing. I'm from Benue State. Traveling from Benue, from Abuja to Benue State, cross Nasarawa State, you will not see a checkpoint. But the moment you enter Benue State from Kadoko in Nasarawa State, heading to Benue, to Makode, you can count over 30 checkpoints. But continuously there is insecurity. What do those people on the checkpoint do? Collect money from vehicles. I say, how? Should that be the urgency of the time with the insecurity they are facing? So the people that are even deployed to provide security, they don't have a sense of security. A truck is passing. You don't know whether it's loaded with arms. You only collect 200 naira, 1,000 from the truck and it passes. Then how can we address? That's why I'm saying that Lagos is not safe. Because they can bring trailer load of arms in Lagos tomorrow, organize themselves from somewhere and start shooting and killing people. Mark me, if we don't take time to deal with this matter, Lagos is not safe. And it must be our duty for us in Lagos to press on the federal government to deal with this matter before it comes to us. He mentioned about the situation of somebody that was attacked. That is the beginning. So we are not free to move around in Lagos. That means there is insecurity. And that feeds into the state of national security. So when you see a nation telling their citizens not to travel into Nigeria, they're not doing it from the blues. They're having information. Because when these things happen, it's our own press that publicize it. And they keep track. They keep track. Last month, maybe there were 30 attacks. This month, there are 60. Next month, maybe it climbs to 90. For them, they are keeping the tab. But are we also keeping that tab to see the reality as Nigerians? So long as we don't keep that picture before us, know what is happening, we cannot address it. So national security is not just a buzzword. It is a reality. Nigeria's national security today is threatened, and the way we can deal with it is when, even from the leadership and the citizens, we all agree that we are under threat. There is not only Borno State, it's not only Yobe State, it's not only Niger State, but the entire Nigeria is under threat. When we come to that conclusion, then we'll ask ourselves, what is the way forward? That is when we can devise the best solution that will deal with the challenge that we are facing. And the earlier we arrive at that decision and conclusion, the better for us. Because if we do not do that and we allow it to fester, you can imagine if you have a little wound on your leg and you refuse to attend to it, it keeps festering, it can lead to even amputation. So immediately there is any challenge, you deal with it. When you deal with it, it is done and dusted. But when you allow it to fester, it becomes a danger. So the threat that we are having to our national security today is something that calls for urgent attention and intervention. Our political leaders, are you giving the issue of security, insecurity we are having, are you giving it the desired attention, or it is all about politics? Security is beyond politics. Life of every Nigerian should matter as a leader. And anything that is there to take away life is something that as a leader you must fight with your last breath. You cannot even sleep so long as that threat is there. So as I wind down, I want to enjoy all Nigerians today that we have a common enemy, a threat to our well-being. I can assure you that we are all, entitled to a very good life, considering what our nation have in terms of resources. We are entitled, we should be enjoying more than any other country in Africa. Not even South Africa. But where we are having the challenges, the issue of security have bogged us down, that we have not been able to realize our potential to the full. And as I gave a little example, when you look at the wonderful things being done in Lagos as a center of excellence, it's because of the security that is here. When you look at what is being done in Ogun State, there's a lot of development going on in Ogun State. It's because of the relative security they have. Oyo State, the same thing. And when you start moving upper north, you see that level start reducing because of the threats they are having to their security. Ondo State have had some cases of insecurity. And that also have limited, because you must divert resources from development to counter insecurity. So why not prevent it from happening in the first place? And as I said, Akwa Ibom State is a good example. Because of peace, if you go to the state, you see a lot of development. But when you go to Borno, go to Yobe, go to Zamfara, can you say the same thing? Zamfara, they are digging gold. But where is the resources of that gold going to? Is it touching the life of the citizens? Those are the things that leadership must talk about. The world must come back to the life to improve their lives. And until that is done, the cycle of insecurity will continue to be there. Because security and development, they are like husband and wife. If they are not complementary, then we continue to move in circle. So Nigerians, I thank you for listening to me, and I congratulate the School of Eloquence for putting this particular event together. And I believe with the energy, the zeal that we have as Nigerians, we are the unbeatable in the world. I can tell you. The world is afraid of Nigeria. That is why we are being held down. Because like what God said, if you agree to do anything as a Nigerian, nothing stops you. In our individual lives, that is what happens. But the challenge now is, where do we galvanize true leadership to be pulling in one direction? If we can do that, I'm telling you, we'll take the world by storm. So I congratulate the School of Eloquence and every participant in this great endeavor. Thank you very much. As I hand over the mic to our dear sister. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good day, distinguished audience, respected professionals, leaders in all facets of life, and all listen to me all over the world, the globe. Let me begin with a question that seems simple or sounds simple but critical. How safe are we really as a citizen of this nation, Nigeria? We are safe? Is it on paper, or reports, or documentary? I want us to answer this question within us. Are we really safe? As a nation, we have so many things already written. It will surprise you to know we have policy on security, we have policy on safety, but here we are having a lot of issues with our security because we are having insurgencies here and there. What about our safety? We are having issue with our personal safety, our property safety, and so on and so forth. I'll be speaking today on a topic that says security and safety beyond policy is all about culture. I want you to note something, that security is what we need to note as an individual, as a person, that it belongs to you. Your safety also is your responsibility. We need to have that understanding as a person, that beyond having it documented, having it on paper as a policy, having it on report as a procedure, that's security procedure or procedural guidelines, having it as compliance, we have compliance documents as a nation, as an organization, even as a person. But how safe are you? How are you conducting it? I want us to consider this very first thing that needs to be observed by every one of us. That is, that our guides should go beyond what is written. Policy are written. Culture is lived. Policy are important. Very important, because they define expectations. They define what the operational procedure should be like. They are guiding statements. They are effective only. The efficacy of these policies that are written, be it safety policy, be it security policy, they are guiding statements. The efficacy of it is only attained and accomplished when they are translated into what? Into behavior, our daily behavior. Our behavior, be it, we can say, habits. Before they turn the habit into what? Our culture. We need to have this understanding that we need to treat it not with formality, not trivialize it, that, oh, we have security policy, we have safety policy, but you just there for some set of people. Oh, we can even segment it. We can even segregate it to this person. It's only for this police, the paramilitary, the security guard at home. Not knowing, as a person, you have your own responsibility. You have your own role to play. I have my own role to play. You take the ownership of the policy. You take the ownership of the safety measures, the security measures that are in place. You implement it. You possess them. All the policies available, the guiding statements. I move to another point that I want us to note that is very, very important also as a person and as a citizen of this world, that safety and security begins with mindset. It starts with mindset. Our safety is our responsibility. Yes, our safety, it will shock you to know that it's your responsibility to be safe. It's my responsibility to be safe. It's my responsibility to be security conscious. It's not necessary to be imposed upon us. Some of us have that mindset that, no, oh, I'm not a safety practitioner. I don't have this, I don't have that qualification. It doesn't matter. You should have that mindset that your own security, your own safety is your responsibility. Likewise, the safety of another person, the people around you, matters most. Should also matter to you. Should be of essence to you, of importance to you, and should be of importance to every one of us. It should begin with that mindset to move safety from documentation, from making it a national policy, an organization policy, or maybe a family policy, to personal one, to own it. That the ownership is very, very genuine. It's very important. It will not cost you much if you see something going wrong. You see a bag that is opened, and you find out that, oh, that place is, there is every tendency for robbery and attack to happen in that environment. Not stops you from calling the owner of that bag to that consciousness that please take care of your belongings. It might even be in a public place, airport, anywhere. Call the attention and let that be. Yes, safety all around and over you. I talk now as a safety practitioner, not as other career. To the glory of God, I'm a multidisciplinary person. I want us to know that in safety practitioner, in a practice, we ensure that things are not trivialized. You see a little water there is an hazard. You ensure that it's well taken care of, because it can fall, slip and fall. It can cause, it can become an hazard. That hazard can become a risk rather. Before you know it, it can cause an accident. And that accident can even lead to incidents. That accident or incident can lead to accident. And the accident can, when we have deaths, casualty becomes something of many people. If it's an organization, it makes one to lose what we call man-hour. I want to go to another point, which is my point 3. Small negligence can create big crisis. It can lead to big accident, major accident, or major incidents. I talked about incident. Incident can be what can just a minor thing. It can be something that did not lead to fatality. When it becomes an accident, it becomes something that leads to, that has caused death. I want us to know that in security, it starts, and security, it might stand little. Likewise in safety practice, it might stand little. Things that will lead to such accident can be very small. It can be just to bypass or shortcuts. Take a shortcut that maybe you need to pass through a long route. You think it's too elongated, it's too far. The distance is too far, you cut it short. A shortcut can lead to a serious accident tomorrow. It might not be immediate, and it can even be immediate. I want us to know that also ignoring procedure, be it safety procedure, be it security procedure, ignoring it. Procedural guidelines, something that's supposed to take like, oh, after step 1, you go to step 2, go to step 3, step to step 4. Well, you ignore it. You say, no, other than going to step 2, I better go to step 3 or step 4 from 1. It could lead to a lot of things. Please, let's avoid it as much as possible. Another thing I want us to know, that under negligence of these two things, it could be just a suspicious activities that you just feel is just suspicious. Why don't I overlook? It's not everything you see and you talk. There's a general organ or slogan that we need to note and utilize. It says, see something and say something. When you see something, you do what? You say something. Ensure that you don't ignore anything, because what you ignore now can be a serious accident tomorrow. In safety and security management, there's no small issue. There's no small issue. Only early warnings. Early warnings. I tell us a story that is not palatable because it leads to fatality. Just a little machine in an organization, we did the accident investigation on that accident because it led to fatality immediately. The lady was just a machine there. Instead of calling the supervisor to hit, because she has a court, and instead of asking the security, the supervisor to stop the machine, it's an automated machine. Instead of that, she said, let her quickly take this thing out of the machine. It was a plastic injector machine, and she has to go there, and in the process of taking it, she hit her head on the machine, and that was just all. And unfortunately, they couldn't save her life, and that was just bearing. She was still within a probation period, and that was how they lost her. I want to tell us that it's very important we don't overlook suspicious things. People were there. Why didn't they caution her from going to that route, taking that channel? I go to another point quickly. Leadership sets the culture. Leadership sets the culture. As a leader, we are all leaders in one area or the other. Make sure you set the pace, particularly as it involves security and safety, either at home or at work. Or let me even generalize it. Anywhere you go, anywhere you find yourself, make sure you set the goal. We know that policy could be there. It could be everywhere. It could be this. It doesn't come. Safety and environment and security works hand in hand. There's no way you can say you want policy to just work for us. It's the leaders that set the culture for it to work right. It's because people, especially the leaders, that can set the pace for others to follow. If leaders do not set it well, by showing example, we call something leadership by example. The leaders must set the reasonable example. You want to go to a factory as a leader in that sphere, in that organization, you need to go and kit yourself with the necessary safety apparatus, what we call personal protective equipment. Make sure you wear it according to the rules. There are some you must have this. They are mandatory PPE, in short, before you go into that factory. Don't say because you are the leader in that organization, then you can do without it, you can bypass it. No one will blame you, no one will issue a query to you. Don't do that. Even at home, you need to wear these hand gloves before you cut this. Please endeavor to do it. Wear it. It will not inconvenience you. No matter what, if it's just for a while, look for a convenient way to show leadership by showing the right way, the right thing to use before the job is got done. I want us to note quickly, there are some practical applications to all this safety and security management that we translate from policy to culture. Number one, the leaders must create awareness. There must be awareness of the guiding statements, the safety measures, the security measures that must be complied with, that are mandatory to be implemented by anyone in that organization, in that place. And as a leader, you must create awareness. People must know. People must be aware. You must not just create awareness today. I move to the next one, that are practical, just practical way of applying safety policies and turning it to culture. Is to be consistent. Don't create it just today. In January, this is April. You now say, oh, you are done with it in the month of January. You have said it to them. They should be aware. Oh, in the month of February, repeat it again. Month of March, say it again. Let it be consistent, the same message, then you pass it on to them. These are measures, these are steps that you need to take. The next one is you must be accountable. Accountability is very genuine. It's very important we do that as often as possible. Next one is communication. You make sure you communicate it in the language they will understand. Don't assume that, oh, because this man is looking, this is his complexion, this lady is this, oh, she should be able to speak English or speak Yoruba. You should be able to disseminate the information of safety measures, safety requirements in your organization, wherever you are as a leader. In all the languages they could understand. Communications, and make the communication right. In closing, let me conclude with this. Safety and security management are not only for documents. They are not for documentation alone in all fields. Please ensure that you value them and leave them to culture. Make them move from guiding statements, of writing policies, of writing procedural guidelines, of making it compliance, to the level of what? Commitments. Commitments. Let compliance be turned to commitments, and let policy be turned to practice. Let awareness be turned to creation, to culture. Thank you so much. I now hand over this golden to my fellow colleague here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. That's a wonderful one from you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yeah. Okay. Imagine someone living in his house, or let me say living in the hostel now, and the person just stepped out without direction, without just said, let me just move. That's just the person's word. Let me just move without direction, without the clean stated or let me say clean stated narration of this is where I'm going to, or this is where I'm not going to. The person just said, okay, let me just take a stroll. And imagine another person with a clear decision, okay, this is where I'm going to. I want to go and get something from the supermarket. The truth thing is, although both of them are making movements, right, but one is making movement towards a defined destination, while the other one is making movements towards what I can call unclear destination. And two things is really assured in both individual movements is the fact that one would actually direct all of his energy, all of his efforts towards achieving that goal of, okay, let me get something from the supermarket, while the other one not having a defined destination will just be what? Dissipating energy. So I said that to say that there's clear difference between motion and making progressive movements. There is difference between motion and meaningful progress. That's why in life it's not a matter of really how long, it's a matter of how far. What's really the quality of your existence beyond the quantity? The quality of your existence. So we pride in age. You hear some people say, oh, you don't know how old I am. If you really know how old I am, you don't talk to me that way. I also said that to say that if you really if you really project a high value, then the person would have not spoken to you that way. So sometimes in life it's okay to have the quantity, but it's better to have the quality. And that's why today I'll be talking on the difference between motion and meaningful progress. They sound similar, but they are not the same. The difference between motion and meaningful progress. I do believe this statement. It's better not to know than to know wrongly. It's better not to move than to move in the wrong direction. You know, I went for an interview, I think that was early last year, because I do more of coding. So when we got to the interview, we got there, I think it's somewhere in mainland now. Is it mainland? Island, sorry, around Lekki axis now. We got there, we waited for about more than 2 hours. And when someone said, oh, the interview is going to start by 8, for more than 2 hours, we were just sitting there. And when the guy came, he told us, okay, let me see your CV, let me see what you can offer. We told him, and now he's telling us, software engineer, you want to pay us 80,000. And And when he said that, one of the man that came for the interview said, it's better for me not to get a job than to get this one. Because the truth is, when you sit on that kind of job now, your attention and focus, there's a place in your mind telling you that you've gotten a job, which means somehow you will not focus on applying on a better job. So he said it's better for him not to even see a job to take this one, because you'll be paying your attention here and you even lose that of looking for a better opportunity. Because sometimes, so it's better not to know than to know wrongly. Because when you don't know, mercy will even shade for you. But when you know wrongly, you go in the opposite direction. Because you know something, it's just that what you know is not the right thing. And what you know is not the right thing. And when we talk about motion, when we talk about progressive, meaningful progress, what's the difference or what's the definition? What comes to mind when you talk about motion? Motion is simply an activity or action. An activity or action without a clear means of what advancement to achieve an outcome. And when I mean an outcome, not just an outcome, but a defined outcome. So it's actually an action, that activity, without a clear means of advanced development to achieving your defined outcome. Sometimes we focus on the process and we lose sight of the products. Both are important, but you must understand the process is only a journey to a destination. So while you walk through the process, have the product in mind. Because sometimes when you don't have the product in mind, you miss the method for the mission. So when the method is coming obsolete now, you begin to see, this method is not really yielding the required mandates. Then it means the method should be changed. But a situation whereby you don't know, you pride in being busy rather than being productive. So it's important, firstly, define what's motion and what's meaningful progress. When I mean meaningful progress now, meaningful progress is measurable movements or measurable action or measurable decision with a clear steps towards advancement and a defined outcome. Not just outcome. Because, and this is just a bare truth. 30 students can sit for a certain exam now. 30 students sit for exam. And let me say the exam is scored over 100 now, over 100. Out of over 100, like, let's say 15 of them actually scored 80. 5 of them scored, let me say 50. And the remaining 10. The remaining 10 of them scored 45. The truth is, more than 50 actually pass the pass mark, right? Let's say 50 is a pass mark. More than 50 pass the pass mark, right? But not, and if they are being asked that, how many people pass? Everybody can say, I passed the exam, I passed the exam, I passed the exam. But it's clear that some people passed very well. Some people passed, but they didn't pass well. And that's why sometimes, even if the needed score for a particular course or for a particular moving to a particular class is being stated out, even if you pass the average mark, but you didn't pass the required mark. Sometimes you might say, yes, I have a level of success, or I have a level of product, or I have a level of results. But the truth is that result you're having, is it the necessary result? So that's why oftentimes I usually tell some people that when it comes to excellence, sometimes excellence is not really doing your best, it's doing the required best. Because sometimes you can do your best and your best will either be over or under. But when you understand what is required and you channel your focus, your resources, your time towards what is required, you just save yourself of wasted effort. Over time I have someone chat me up and tell me, okay, this is what is raining, I can just help you learn this and this and you're going to get this. And the person I'll just tell the person, no, I'm okay, I'm already learning a skill already and I just want to be there, it's okay by me. The person will say, but this one too will lead to income now, this is what it's going to do, this is what it's going to do, that is what it's going to do. And I remember telling a friend something. I told him that when it comes to focus, it actually helps you stay aligned with what you are doing. Because if you actually understand, investing in a skill or investing in any area of your life, it takes time, right, for the seed to actually yield the results. It takes time, and sometimes it can even remain 1 minute or remain 1 month or remain 2 months for you to actually yield results. And if you don't stay consistent long enough, you won't get that result. And at the verge of results, you just slide off. At the verge of results, you just slide off. Not because you've not really been working for so long, but because you didn't stay true to the point where the result is to the point where the result is visible or will be visible. You didn't stay true long enough. I think I said this also in one of my speech when I talk about the bamboo, right? The first 5 years of planting a bamboo, you won't see like literally anything. You won't see anything on it. But under 6 weeks, that's not even up to 2 months now, under 6 weeks, it's going to grow more than 7 to 80 feet. So just imagine the farmer just give up on in the 5th year. Just said, oh, I don't want to invest on this thing again. I don't want to do this again. Let me just zip up. So that's why sometimes whenever you're going on and embarking on a business or you want to do something, it's always important you know the content and the context. Because when you really know the content and the context, you will know how long you're to stay on that task to yield results. So you won't be confused even when everybody is complaining. You have a set out plan that okay, by so time this is where I should be, by so time this is where I shouldn't be, by so time this is the level of results I should have. So even while others are thinking, oh, you are dissipating energy, you understand that what you're actually doing is a defined energy. You're not just doing many things. You're not just doing many things. Because to actually be successful in an area of life, then you must have actually invested a level of energy, focus, resources, and time to it. I remember telling someone something in this one day. I said, to be effective, you have to be in an area. You have to be focused to be effective. And to be effective, you can't be everywhere. You can't be everywhere. It takes a level of focus, it takes a level of attention, and it takes a level of resources to actually be effective in that area. And if you've not done it long enough, you just realize you're just dissipating energy. Not because you don't have energy, but you're just wasting it on what is not necessary. And I said that to say that, a scholar who is Peter Drucker, he once distinguished the difference between efficiency and effectiveness. And sometimes we confuse those two words. Efficiency and effectiveness, they are not the same thing. They may sound similar, but they are not the same. Efficiency simply means doing what is right, or learning what is right, doing what is right, saying what is right. You're just doing what is right. But when it comes to effectiveness, it's doing the right thing. Because what is right for you may not be right for me. So whatever is right for you in your context is the right thing. Doing the right thing, that is effectiveness. While efficiency is doing what is right. Doing what is right. So at every point in time when you are having a goal, when you set a goal, or when you have a particular thing you want to achieve, you must be able to you must actually differentiate between what is right for others or what is right generally and what is right for you at that particular time. And that's why your action has to be what? Contextual. Because there are some decisions I can actually take, or some action I can actually take now that may not be right for me now. That does not mean it's not right, but it's just that it's not right in the current state. It's not right in the current situation I am now. So you have to really understand all of these things to actually achieve what? A meaningful progress. Because it's possible for me to say, oh, I'm 10 years old, I'm 15 years old. Yes, I have the quantity, but do I really have the quality? And I think that's what I said yesterday in one of my speech. I said I was interviewing a girl when I was in SS3. She was actually in GS1 because in my secondary school operates in a way that you have oral exam and you also have written exam whenever you're being admitted. And I also happened to be the head boy then, so I was the one interviewing the girl. And I remember asking the girl question about reading, and she told me that even as someone being admitted into GS1, saying that she's already reading book of over 500 pages. I actually know that if that girl should you're asking her something, or she's actually contributing to anything, she's going to speak wisdom even more than some people that are older than her. Because somehow, even at that little age, or at that certain age, she's already reading things that is what expanding her mind. So sometimes when you actually give some contribution or say some things, or you're actually embarking on a goal, what will really determine how far you really go, how far you really maximize that thing, is dependent on how far you really know. It's dependent on who you are really. Because it's always, I always say that it's always as far as your eye can see. That does not really mean that is all that can be seen. But for you, that is all that can be achieved. Because you can only bring out from the wealth of your knowledge, from the wealth of your knowing. If there's nothing there, there's nothing to bring out. If there's nothing there, there's nothing to give out to the next person. So sometimes all of these things you may not really know, but as you do them gradually, as you do them consistently, it's piling up like a compound effect. It's coming together, and as time goes on, it begins to what? Unravel. It begins to what? Unravel. But you really have to understand. You have to what? Differentiate first. As I said, there's a difference between what is right and what is right for you. That's which is what? Being effective and being efficient. Now, being effective and being efficient. Another thing you have to also understand is activity does not automatically guarantee transformation. Again, I say activity does not really guarantee transformation. As I always often say, a doctor who smokes is not lacking knowledge. He's only a fool. Why? Because he lacks the ability to what? Apply what he knows. You have to really understand there's a difference between being a fool and being ignorant. A fool is simply, you know that this thing is wrong, but you are doing it. An ignorant person is someone that does not even have the information at all. The person does not know that, is this thing right? He doesn't know at all. He doesn't know. But if it's someone you actually know that, oh, doing this thing is wrong for me, or doing this thing is not, I'm not supposed to do it, but you're doing it. That's what makes a fool a fool. And that's why being wise is different from knowing. Because you are wise because you apply what you know, not really because you know. So at the platform of knowledge, everyone is equal. Everyone acquire the knowledge. You know it, I know it. Everyone, you're actually putting for the skill. We're being taught. Yes, you have the information. That's the first thing. I just have the information. But it takes ability to apply. And for you to apply, and until you apply, you will not really benefit from what you know. Because what differentiates those who do and those who really experience the reality of what they know is what? Application. So now you know that, okay, these are the goals I want to achieve. These are the things I want to do. I've just put in for, an online class. Yes, good and fine. But beyond the certificate, you must also be what? You must also be able to what? To discharge the service that really shows that, oh, yes, this certificate this person is holding. This person is actually what? Competent. This person can actually what? Deliver. So that's why I said activity doesn't guarantee transformation. But it's what you really do with the activity that really is what determines what transformation. So whenever you're embarking on a goal, whenever you have something you really want to achieve, it's always good to differentiate between method, mission, mandate. There's method, there's mission, there's mandate. And sometimes when you don't really itemize all of these things, you just interchange them. When I mean method is just a series of steps or series of procedure you want to actually use to achieve that goal, right? When I mean mandate is just like a vision statement. This is what I want to achieve. That's it. This is what I want to achieve. One method is like taking you there. Mandate is showing you this is what you really want to do. This is what you really want to achieve. This is what you really want to achieve. So your ability to distinguish between, okay, this is method, this is mandate, then this is what? Mission. This is mission. These are the things I'm going to do to really achieve this at this stated time. Because when you can't really differentiate between those things, you will not know even when one is becoming when one is no more but effective. Because sometimes when you see someone repeating the same thing, and looking at and expecting life to give different results, that's really a disaster to happen. Because you just think that, oh, why is this thing not working? But instead of you asking why is this thing not working, why are you not checking the method you are putting? Why are you not really checking the method you are putting, the means or the individual that is actually doing that task? You have to really check all of these things to really achieve your goal, to really achieve your aim. So sometimes when you check all of these things, you realize that the mandates may actually be correct, but the mission or the method is actually wrong. And that's why sometimes your mandates may not necessarily change, but your mission or your method, can actually change just to actually achieve that mandate. And I'm going to tell you a story. That's the story of Henry Ford now. Henry Ford. You know, when he actually produced the first, he failed in his first industry. I think the first and second one actually failed, but the third one was the one that actually led to success, when he actually introduced what's that name now? I can't remember. Assembly line. Yes, when he introduced assembly line to the production of vehicle. So the first one, when he actually did the first one, the industry packed up after success. Then the second one, what did he do after the failure of the second failure? He didn't just say, oh, it means the world do not need car, or it means the world do not need a moving vehicle. But rather, he studied the failure. He studied and was like, what really happened? And while studying, he realized something, that it's not that the people don't really need my products, but the product is not accessible. Which means people want car really, but the car is too expensive. And after realizing, now realize that, it means it's not actually the mandate that is the problem, it's the method that is the problem. And what did he do? He devised another means of producing a car that is affordable, of quality, and can be readily available for everybody. And that was what led to his success in his career. Not really because he discarded his failure, not really because he just said, okay, since this thing is not successful, it means my mandate is wrong, or it means what I really want to achieve is not needed. But you realize that, although this mandate is correct, people really need this service, but the method or the approach at which actually would build the car made it too expensive, and now they can't access what they need. So sometimes when you look at yourself and you say, I've been dissipating energy, I've been moving, I've been doing many things, but really look back and really check again. Yes, I've been doing all of these things, but have I really been making progress? Because sometimes, someone can chat you up and say, how will tomorrow be like? I say, my tomorrow is occupied already, I'm very, very busy. Yes, you're very, very busy, but what are you really doing? What are you really doing? Because when you find comfort in being busy, rather than being productive, you'll be doing many things without achieving anything. You'll just be doing many things. But immediately you look down, okay, yes, I'm really busy, yes, I understand that, but what is this business really yielding results? Is it really leading me towards the goal I've actually set? Is it really leading towards what I really want to achieve, what I really want to attain? And when you're able to distill between method and mandate, you're able to distill between your mission and your method, you see yourself achieving meaningful progress. Achieving meaningful progress. Because as I said earlier, everybody can be moving, but that does not mean everybody is really moving in direction to their defined outcome or their defined result. And also there's what I call goal gradients. Goal gradients. I remember when leaving the camp, I told a friend something. I said, we're already having, out of 12 months for NYSC, it means we're having 11 months already. I said, but for many people now, some people be like, I want to learn this, or I want to learn that, or I want to save, or I want to do something, like they have a goal. Everybody have a goal while leaving camp. I want to believe that, except the person is not serious. Everybody should have a goal while leaving camp. So I told him something. I said, but having a goal and just leaving it like that will not really yield any results. Because yes, we have 11 months, but when you look at the 11 months, you will not know when 6 or 5, 8 months is out already. So I told him that instead of setting a goal within that 11 months, why don't you set your goal within the first 3 months? So when you set your goal within the first 3 months, at the end of the first 3 months, 3 things will happen to you. You analyze, did I really achieve this thing? Okay, if I achieve it, did the method I use in achieving it, was it really effective? If it's check, okay, it's check now, it's effective. Is there anything I'm not supposed to be doing, or I'm supposed to be doing, or I shouldn't even do at all? Because you know what that will do? Let me even say you're able to achieve it. For instance, you're able to really achieve your goal within that first 3 months. What it will do is, you will discover some method that can help you achieve that same goal in shorter time. I don't know if you're getting it. And you extract it, okay, let me just go through this route now, since I'll still get the results. Now, in shorter time, that will not even happen in less energy. You will not really have to do much. But in situation where you just say, okay, in 11 months, it means after 11 months, that's where you want to evaluate yourself. What if you didn't achieve the goal? Or what if you moved in the wrong direction? It's already wasted. But when you just do within 3 months, you can actually check, okay, this thing, I really achieve it, or I do achieve it, but the level of progress is not really massive, it's not really significant. Then that way you can be strategized. So instead of you just putting your ball in one basket, why don't you just break it down? So that way, when you actually do it that way, you realize something, that your first 3 months, you might make, let me say, 50 progress. The next month, you won't make 50 progress, because now you're not just working with your vision alone, but you're working with an estimated vision. You're working with an estimated vision. So that's why some people they are so certain they are going to make it, or they are so certain they are going to be successful. Why? Because success, while I think that's the second or the first speaker this morning was saying something. He said something that the mathematics of life, right? There's a way you can actually prepare. There are things you would do while you are young, and you'll be sure that your success is not in limbo. Your success is not in limbo. Why? Because you've done the due diligence. You've done due diligence. So you having your goal in that structure, you having your mission, your vision, your mission, your method, and your mandate, and strategically evaluating every one of them at the required time. You realize that way you not just set goal. You realize that way you not just have results, but you have what? Meaningful progress. You have meaningful results, because sometimes when you even have a level of success or a level of results, and you look at it that, yes, this is a level of result, or this is a level of success, but I still want something better than this. I still want something better than this. I still want something better. And this simple thing I just said, that's why even technology did not stay, did not just stand still. It keeps evolving. Now we have iPhone 17, right? Whether you like it or not, there is another thing they are already planning again behind the scene. There's another thing they are planning already behind the scene. So even while you have a standard, continue checkmating that standard. Is this standard still effective? Is this standard still, will this standard still take me to the next level or not? So have a consistent level of what? Checkmating your goal. Checkmating your goal, that, oh, this goal I've set for myself, is it really okay? Looking at the way the world is shifting, and the way so many things are actually shifting. And if you're not ready to actually go along with the time, you just be there. And which also leads me to why people get stuck in motion. Why people get stuck in motion. I started with a story initially, like 2 people leaving the house, and one is just like, I want to get something from the supermarket, while the other one just said, I just want to stroll out, right? Because sometimes when you don't have a clear goal, when you don't have a clear mandate, a clear vision, or a clear method, you would actually see things that would, let me say, profit you now, or things that will actually make you better. But because you don't know what you really want to do, you will not know that's advantage, or that offer can actually lead you to your next level. You won't know. The information will just be flying around about you, but because you've not really defined your goal, you don't really know where you are going, so you don't really know what will really take you there. So at every point in time when you want to do something, always have a set out outcome. This is what I want to achieve. This is what I want. Have it. You understand that yes, you might make plans, and the probability of life will definitely happen, but the best thing that will happen to a man is to make a plan that do not work only when everything is okay, but that even work even when things are not okay. Which means your plan should be flexible. When you have outcome that, oh, this is the outcome I really want, this is really what I want, but even at the long run, when that's what you want is not really what you're achieving, because you defined it, you'll be closer to it. You'll be close to it. So have a set out outcome of what you want to really achieve. Now, don't find comfort in busyness. Yes, I know you're busy, but really evaluate, oh, is this business, is it really yielding results? If it's yielding results, fine. But if it's not, then don't just hold on to it, because there's this price some people have. Yes, I've worked 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, it's okay, but you know some people actually work 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, and they are getting the same results. So sometimes it's not really the lengthiness of time, or you know, just really know what works for you. What works for you, you know. While in school, I was actually taking out the study on when it comes to reading and learning and the best time, and I discovered that your brain during morning period, your brain works more faster. It's actually have the ability to retain things faster and well than late in the evening, maybe like let me say 7 p.m, 8 p.m, 9 p.m, because a lot of things that happen during the day, and by that time your brain is already relaxing. So I notice that it means if you can really maximize the early hour of your morning, maybe even by 5 a.m. to something like 8 a.m, you actually learn a lot, you gain a lot. And that's one of the difference between smart student and, you know, hardworking student. That's why sometimes it's good to be hardworking, though, but beyond being hardworking, you also have to understand deep working. Because when you understand deep working, you know how to bring in value with time and the needed requirements. Value, time, and needed requirements. And you know how to bring the three together in a way you're going to get the same result that that person is also getting, but you are getting it in a more efficient way now, an effective way. Understanding the fact that you don't just want to stumble into your goal, you don't just want to start moving, but you want to work with precision. You want to work with your goal in mind. And the next reason why people get stuck in motion is, I've said that I've done some hard work. The next reason is social validation. Social validation. You know, when it comes to, because we're in this era of time whereby you make posts, you post something on your social handle and all of the likes of them. Whenever you actually post, you should actually be able to distinct, how will I put it? Now, you satisfying your goal now, and you meeting the people's need. They are two different things. Because sometimes what you actually post out there might actually benefit others, but are you really being impacted by that thing? Are you really benefiting from that thing? Because it's two-way things actually. You might be posting something out there and people are telling you, oh, thank you, this thing is useful, we really enjoy this, we really love this, but you also ask yourself deep down, and that thing really affected me? Is it really adding any value to me, or am I achieving my goal at the long run? Because there's be a reason you are doing that actually. Am I achieving my goal at the long run? Because if you're not achieving your goal, if it's not leading you towards a better version of yourself, then you're not really making meaningful progress. You're not making meaningful progress. So now, the next thing I want to talk about is, how do I have a life of meaning? Or how do I actually achieve meaningful progress? How do I achieve meaningful progress? The first step to achieving meaningful progress is what? Have a clear outcome. Have a clear outcome. Talking about your words now, the context and the content. Your where, the context and the content. Really have a different outcome of, this is what I want to achieve, this is when I want to achieve it, and this is the place I want to achieve it. And even this is how long I want to stay on that task. This is how long I want to stay on that task. And the second thing is, you track your outputs. I think I've also spoken about that earlier. You track your outputs in terms of milestone, in terms of advancement. Okay, I've achieved this. This is a milestone I've really achieved. You track it, because when you track it, you can actually check. Oh, this is the method I was actually using at first. I think I should adopt another method that will help me get the same results in shorter time. That will help me get the same results with the right words, with the right resources. Another thing is prioritizing. You have to prioritize your action. You have to prioritize your action. Yes, it's possible you want to do everything, right? But there should be a preference in terms of, okay, this is what I should do first, this is what should come afterwards, and this is what should come afterwards. And one of what this does also, it helps you reduce time and ease of stress. Because while actually evaluating and planning and looking into your plan, you realize that there are two activities that can actually be combined. There is actually an activity that will enhance the other activity. I think I also shared this in one of my speeches when I talk about link. right? Language, improve, need, and courts. That's what the word link means. And when I mean link now, there's actually a skill that you can actually achieve. There's actually a skill you can actually learn first. Let me say you want to go into what will I call it now? Let me say social media manager. You want to go into social media manager. You want to start managing people's handle. Initially, if you actually go for a skill around, let me say, copywriting or something around writing and or understanding how content really work now, that skill, that's first skill you actually go for. Now, using the link text on it now, you realize that achieving that skill, some of what you learn as a copywriter would actually enhance you when you become what? A social media manager. I don't know if you're getting that context now. So sometimes when you're setting your goal, you have to also look at it in the link direction that, oh, will this goal fit the other? With the language I use in this second goal, will it affect the other one? And when you actually check all of these things, then you know how to arrange that goal, arrange those goals in order of priority. And when you do this, you know, okay, this should come first, this should come second, this should come third, and each of them will enhance the other. Each of them would enhance the other, and that way, instead of you using maybe 5 or 6 hours, you end up spending lesser time and still get high value. With your time. So instead of, just as I started with this quote, it's better not to know than to know wrongly, and it's better not to move than just keep moving, dissipating energy without results. So at every point in time, always identify your mission, your method, your mandate, because it's key. Because when you identify that, you won't lose the products for the process. You realize that, oh yes, I'm really passing through the process, but the reason I'm passing through the process is to get what? The products. And which also takes me to when we talk about system. Over time, there's always this emphasis on build system, have system around your life, have a sustainable system around your life. It's okay, but there are two characters of system that many people might not really tell you. There are two characters or two characteristics of every system, and sometimes you can derive pride in the other and lose sight of the main goal. And when it comes to system, what I discover is every system has two things. If it doesn't have that two things, then it's not a system. A system is a consistent series of step or action or routine that is done consistently to achieve an outcome, right? Which means if I actually do this, I'm expecting I will achieve this. That's just what system is. That there's a routine and there's an outcome. But sometimes you do the routine, really, you actually do what you're supposed to do. But the question is, are you really getting the outcome? You see someone say, okay, normally I'm supposed to go to gym every day, and really you're going to the gym. But look, are you really getting the outcome? Because sometimes if you don't, you realize that yes, you're doing the normal routine, but somehow if you're not really achieving, if you don't evaluate the other side to which is outcome, you don't know when you're already missing out in the routine. You don't know when the routine has suddenly become a cliche that you just do it without thinking, and you even lose sight of the lesson you're supposed to learn in that routine. You really lose sight of the value you're supposed to get from the routine. So when you set system, when you build system, when you actually, okay, this is the system I want to start living by now, always differentiate the routine and the outcome. Because system is good, but then when you lose the routine, you miss the routine for the outcome. You just be there doing activity, doing cliche, and nothing is happening. Okay, so I'll leave you with this one word. I will leave you with this differentiation that when you read, when you study, when you attend seminar, after listening to speech and even podcast or anything online, what you are doing is moving. You are moving, right? But what really profits you is what is progressive meaning, because that's what we really enhance your life. And for you to do this, you must not, you shouldn't just go for skill, but go for the needed skill. You shouldn't not just get knowledge, but apply what you know. And you should not just take pride in being busy, but being what's impactful. And right about now, I'd love to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Ẹ káàsán, ṣé dáadáa ni mo bá yín? Okay. All right. My name is Fadiji Temitope. You can call me Aya Fadiji. I'm a Yoruba language tutor. And then I cherish and I actually understand and at the same time love my job. But this afternoon I'll be talking to us on the topic that says my first learning institution. My very first learning institution. Whether you like it or not, everyone seated here, we actually pass through that word that we call home. You can call it house. And that is why that Yoruba adage says that ilé ni a ti ń kó ẹ̀ṣọ́ ròde. For people in the diaspora, you might not really know the meaning, but I'm going to translate it for us. It's saying that your charity actually begins from home. Home is not just a shelter. Maybe you don't know. Maybe at the back of our mind we thought, okay, right from our mother's womb we are giving birth to, we are cherished from a particular building. You grow up to know that you have a father, a mother, siblings, and people who are talking to you. Home is more than that. Home is the original classroom. You hear some people, they say that, after all, I didn't go to school, I'm not that really educated, I'm not that, I didn't go to school. But they actually passed through the first learning institution, where your father, your mother happen to be your very first teacher. You acquire some knowledge at home. And up till now, whether you are still under them, whether you already have freedom, you're on your own, whether you are now a father or a mother, there is one thing or the other that you can still remember as touching your home. Is it the growing up? Is it the discipline? Is it the joy and everything that you share together? Is it how your mother talks to you at times and you feel like, are you sure you are my mom? You know, at times when they talk and then you are like, I'm not sure whether this woman actually is the one that gave birth to me. And then the thought of leaving the house, the thought of going to go and stay somewhere. But at the end of the day, you will discover that the love and the way they cherish you and everything you acquire in your house is not the same way from where you are. You actually said that you want to go and have your holiday. Let me just put it that way. Because at times when some situation happens to you in the house, you're like, I'm leaving this house for you people. Who are the you people? And then you will now discover that you want to go and stay with one uncle or one aunt or one sibling. And then you like, I'm going back to our house. The same house that you said that I'm leaving. When I was with my parents then, I was like, because my mom was a disciplinarian, and at times, the way she will talk to you, you will be wondering as if God did not even open his eyes when he said, yeah, take this girl or take this boy. So you will not be wondering whether she's actually our biological mother. So when I got to the university, I thought that was a narrow escape for me. But after the first semester, second semester, I carried my bag. Home. Because I've actually missed home. Because at times you feel like, mommy, they were for fuwa. For people in the diaspora, I'm saying, my mom, prepare that your delicacy, that your vegetable for us. But you know, in the university, there's nobody to do that. You have to fend for yourself, you have to cater for yourself, you have to take care of yourself. And my mom is the type that she will tell you that, how many of us always hear that statement? Thank you, ma. Thank you, sir. You'll be wondering as if they are telling, she's saying a poem to you. Meaning, remember the child of who you are. And you'll be wondering. I got more understanding of that statement nowadays when I started having my own children. Because when an incident happened anywhere and people were running to go and get their children, you would say, this is how she'll be clapping. They could know that they don't have anybody. I know their father will not get there. Because my dad will be telling you that I don't have a case to answer at the police station. So what he's simply saying is that be careful that you did not get there. Those are the lessons we acquire from home. And my mom will be saying, Mo ni teta. Meaning, I will not leave my house as if they can do it. But what they are simply saying to you is that they are giving you a warning that don't misbehave when you get outside. And the only way you cannot do that is because you have actually acquired some knowledge at home. And if you are not properly trained, there's no way you can train your own children. Because you want to pass the same knowledge that you acquire to them. What are the things that we enjoy? I call home your first laboratory. The very first laboratory of life, where you perform so many experiments. Where if the outcome is going to be good, you have actually practicalized it at home. You need to take your precautions, and you need to know, this is what I want to do, this is what is not good, this is what is really good for me. It's a great institution, well structured. Before you have your formal education, just name it. Our parents happen to be our very first teacher. Ask people that their parents are no more, they're like, I miss my father, I miss my mother. But while they were still under the same roof with them, they were like, is daddy back? He's not back. I think I need to go upstairs. I'm going to my room. And you'll be wondering, especially the girls, when they want to sneak in, they'll say, is mommy at home? And your sibling will be saying, maybe somebody has helped you to lie to mommy that, she went to go and collect her textbook from her. And the moment you are back, the first thing she will attack you with is, so where is the textbook? Baga, if you are not holding any, if you have smart siblings, they will have helped you pass the textbook to you. What are they trying to do? They want to protect you from mommies. And because they are very wise, they understood what we are doing. Excuse me. They were like, okay. My mom will say, "What about paro?" Meaning they've helped you to lie, Abi. Oh yeah, tell me the name of that your friend. What was this textbook all about? What did they ask you to do there? You know, at initial stage, when I was in primary school, let's say age 6, 7, I thought my mom was not actually educated. Because she was a trader, she sells so many things. So she would say, go and carry your book. Go and take your book and read your book. In my house, you don't tell them that you are done reading. Should I tell you what they will ask you to do? My dad will say, we are going to take, all then we have exercise book. And as you are opening your exercise book, the tip of the exercise book are folding. My dad will say, start straightening it. Is that not a punishment? After you must have asked, okay, what did you read? Yeah, tell me. What's this? You were able to answer the question. I said, okay, can't you see your notebook? They are folding, start straightening the edges. And at times we ask you to go and take old calendar. And he has all the stationaries at home anyway. Don't bother to ask for sellotape or anything. He will provide everything. I said, this wrapping paper is old. We have wrapped it. You are not supposed to be, as if there is a special price for that. So that very day, my mom said, go and take your book. I remember, I think around age 6, 7. And I carry there's this book that we call Alawiye. Some of us, if you know Alawiye very well. Yes, ma. And I started flipping the book, opening the book, got to the picture. There's a particular place, I think, you have a woman standing and they put some things that Yoruba people they use for Aroko. And we're actually singing with it. Yeah, boss say, I'm Kashifu, we are just doing that. And at the end of the day, she said, oh yeah, tell me, Kiloka, meaning, what did you read? And I was looking like this because I didn't read anything. I was just looking through the people, checking the picture. Until she carried the book and she read the first paragraph, and I was like, hey? Thank God I didn't even say what was not there. Those are the lessons we receive from home. You have the training of how to talk to people, how to behave in the society. The very first thing is they will show you how to greet. You learn that from home because no teacher is going to teach you that when you get to school. How to sweep, how to clean the house, and then you will get etiquette. When you are eating and you are doing, what's the other person in the other house here that know that we are eating in our house? There's a way they will scold you. If you are a girl, you are sitting down, you are not sitting down properly. You get a training for that. Oh, is it how to regard, how to show respect to our senior siblings? At this particular age, you dare not call them by their name. And that's why you see our parents now, they say, Auntie me, Brother me. Those are the training they will see you. You start saying that to your older siblings. You regard the person. It's a training from home. Or is it when you have a fight with your siblings and then you receive the reward that, okay, when it happened, why can't you come and report to? When you are angry, they are telling you to come and. Those are the training you receive. So that by the time you get to a particular stage in life, when you get angry outside, there's a way you will control yourself. We don't know that those are the things that they were making us to pass through then. The earliest lesson began from home. You're taught how to hold your cutleries. If you want to eat your swallow, how you to do it. How to do house chores, how to go about things in the house. They are our very first teacher. I said home is the original classroom, whether you like it or not. Even though there is no e-board, no blackboard, no chalkboard, nothing is pasted on the wall. But you perform your experiments every day with your parents. Your brain gets developed at home. Because every day it's as if somebody is a pastor or an imam in your house. He kept on preaching to you every day. Don't do this, don't do that. So if you do this, this is the consequence. If you do this, this is the reward. If you do this. If you remember the lesson very well, in some home, you know the routine. When you wake up in the morning, the very first thing to do, whether you like it or not, whether it is palatable, whether it is enjoyable, you will do it with them. My mom will say, oh yeah, did, meaning wake up, wake up. And for the Christian among us, you know, immediately once they tell that they have, if it's a home where they have their bell, they just start doing good morning, you start singing morning devotion song. You don't like it, so whether you like it, so you shout, mama, you must say it. If God wants to be at your back that day, they will not ask you to that you should be the one to lead them in prayer. Bagan. You will not be wondering of what to say. So after you finish praying, your dad will not say, is that how to pray? That's another training. You will not receive another talk. Every day you say, our Father, that has been the prayer you have been saying to. Can't you asked me to pray. I did that. You are not satisfied with it again. Those are the things you receive from home. I grew up among 6 boys. I was the only girl. My own siblings, there are 3 boys, but we have 3 other uncles living with us. So the only female in the house happened to be myself and my mom. So do you know what it takes to cook for how many people in the family? Six boys, myself 7, my dad 8, my mom 9. And if God will have it, we have now have a visitor that day. And another lesson about that is that she will make sure that I cook, and none of the boys are coming to the kitchen to come and help me to do the cleaning. So if I make amala, I'm leaving the pot inside this, you say, when you get to your husband's house, nobody will do it for you. And let me get there now. I finished making the soup. I cook and I made them. I can't even come and clear the kitchen. Do you know what she said? They are boys. She will say it in Yoruba. I'm going to explain for people in the diaspora. They are going to get married. As if their wife is going to be asleep. So what she's still saying is telling me that they are boys. They are going to have a wife. So you get the adequate training. By the time you get to your own husband's house, you will not finish cooking in the kitchen and you will mess up everywhere, and you are now waiting for somebody to come and clean it up. And to that point, I have 2 siblings behind me. I'm the second born. So if I cannot call my brother, my immediate senior brother, I should be able to call the junior ones now. Until when I started giving order in the house. Okay, you go and clean that, you go and do that. And that was when I got to university anyway. And then up till now, there is nothing that you want to do in the kitchen that is stressful to me. I do my stuff. I make sure that everywhere is sparkling clean. That's a training. It was in home that you get the mother's touch, a mother's voice, and your father's touch. Because you must equally have a bond with both of them. In a situation where you have a bond, you are very close to your father, then you will see the lapses in your mother as well. So you balance it, they make sure that you balance it in a very good home. How many of us remember that? I said it before. I said my mom happened to be a disciplinarian. She will discipline you before your dad is back, and she will at the same time, once your dad is back again, is another discipline. Because she's going to report you. She's not the kind of person that will say, once your dad is back. The husband already knew that the wife was there with you, but he's coming to do his own too. What do they call that thing? They will say that lomu sigaobo. I don't know if you know what they call it. You will put your hand under your leg, and then you bend down, and then you will be sucking the finger. What are you deriving from it? And you will be sweating. If they now want to make the situation worse, they will now draw a circle, and they will now say you stay inside it. Can you do that for any child these days? Or is it true that they ask you to hold your heads with your two hands? Up, down, up, down. And you'll be sweating. They don't use cane. My mom doesn't really do that. And when you finish that point, you should not say you should go to the bathroom and have your bath. It is from home that you get your very first bedtime story, all the folk tales, everything. They will narrate all the story about the tortoise and the rest to you. Up till now. I still remember my mom will now say, okay, so what happened then? They shall tell you something happened. It is now that I discovered that there are even some of the story, they are the one putting it together. Not that it really happened. And you can't actually tell them that they are lying, because you too, you don't even know anything. Some nursery rhymes in Yoruba, I got to know them right from age 6, age 5. Naming, if it's the naming of objects, you acquire all those training. They will tell you, this is what we call it bucket. This is spoon. This is how you handle it. This is how you hold broom to sweep. This is how you clean the table. You will tell you. Naming of objects, you will know what we call each one. All those training, all those lessons, they are from home. Oh, is it the way they monitor your movement? It is not that many of us that we have the freedom to go outside, to stay outside, to spend some hour with our friend, too. But then at home, when you have the, now that you have the freedom, when you are under them, no. They send you an errand, they split on the floor. And they were like, by the time you will come back, you see this split on the floor must not get dry. How are you going to do it? And you must be at the highest speed to go and deliver whatsoever thing that they ask you to do. Then you come back. Or is it the one they send you an errand and then you got there, you didn't remember what they asked you to get. You came back home and you say, okay, take this and be singing with it. Sugar 100 naira, milk 5 naira, so 20 naira. Sugar 100 naira, milk 5 naira, so, and you'll be singing till when you go to the person that you want to get the stuff from. Because you did not go back home and say that you didn't remember what they asked you to buy. You dare not. So you will be serious, you will be focused in that your song. If anybody wants to distract your attention on the road, you will not answer. Because you are on an assignment. They will ask you to draw your 2 years, get me sugar 100 naira. Osigbo, buy milk 5 naira. Milo 20 naira. Oya start singing. Sugar 100 naira. Milk 5, and then you will, till when you will get to the store where you want to get the stuff. Is it the girls that will follow their mother to the market in pricing stuff? The very first time I followed my mom to the market, I have to step aside because the way she was pricing, I was just like, when they call meat 30 naira and my mom said 12 naira, can you see, from 30 naira, and she has not even reached where she was going. She's still going to price down. Then in the 80s, eventually the meat of 30 naira, we bought the 7 naira. And then as you are going, she will be telling you, Mosheman Rajaniya, that's how you buy stuff. Not that they will call you 30 naira and you now open your bag, you give them 30 naira. That's the word. What she's training you, she's teaching is that when they call it a certain amount, when you did not enter supermarket, it's not a supermarket, so you can price. That's the training she's telling you. Bring it down until when the person almost wants to abuse you. That's when you will now know that let me buy. And at times she will say, I'm padabo. Have you ever, has your parent ever tried that with you? They will tell the people that they say, we're coming back. She still wants to confirm from another person the actual price if she was not sure of the price of that stuff. And she will not say, okay, our price is reasonable, let's go and buy from her. Those are the training you acquired. Not that you will get there, they will call it 250,000. You say, 250,000 naira. And what of, let me pay 247. Are you pricing? You are not. My mom says, they say 250,000, tell them 120. And the person will say, even me too, I did not see. He said, they will tell you, they will surely come to that. How much did I buy it? He said, when you are hearing how much did I buy it, you are already dicing. The person will not say, come and take it 200,000. She will say, I cannot pay more than 180. That's pricing. She's teaching you, are getting a training. And at times she will now turn as if she's going. You are leaving the store. He said, right, the person, they will call you back. If you have not reached the... But the moment they don't call you back, that means you have priced them. So you now be the one telling them, so how much do you want to sell it? Exactly, tell me how much do you want to sell it. So many things, the meaning of our name were given to us. We learned it from home. I was telling somebody this morning that because of my online tutoring job, I have a learner in my class. And I said, for the very first lesson, and I introduced myself. My name is Ayafadi G. I am your Yoruba language tutor. Okay, tell me your name. And she was looking at me like this. Camera to camera. For like going to 20 minutes in the classroom, she didn't say anything. And there's nothing I can do to her. I'm here in Nigeria. She's in UK. So when I now threatened, I said, that means I'm going to send a message across to your mom that you are not responding in class. And the first thing she said was like, they named me Tamilore. Do you know Tamilore? Asking me that question. Call me Tamilore. I mean, my name is Tamilore. So I was now wondering, for the past 20 minutes in class that I've introduced myself, what stop you from talking? And then you can imagine if that child is standing in front of me, assuming that we are not having online lessons, not a virtual lesson, you could imagine the way I'm going to handle her. Those are the lessons from home then. They don't talk to you and then you remain quiet. And then the one that you decided to talk back, they say you are talking back at them. Have you encountered that before? They were like, I'm talking, you are talking. And you want to express yourself. And they will be telling you that, how dare you talk back at me? In today's learning, is it the same thing like that? Your dad is talking and you want to explain. He said, you keep quiet. Who asked you to talk? And it is on rare and few occasions that they will tell you sorry. But even when they are at fault, they are still right. As in, home are the first and most powerful learning institution. What are the lessons that you are able to learn at home? Number one, you learn language and communication. You are being trained how to interact with people. If you are from the East, right from your cradle, they will start telling you, speaking your language to you. If I'm from the southern part of the country, right from the cradle, they will start speaking your language to you. If you are from the north, they will start telling you one or two things about your language. You will learn songs in your dialect. If you stay with your parents and they are very, very comfortable with the home, you travel home to go and see your grandparents. They will travel to your place. You will have a bond with them. They will settle conflict between you and your siblings. They will resolve it. Because one way or the other, you will step on each other's toe. And there's a way they will settle that. If God is now at your back, then you now be the youngest in the family. You don't have a say. They will like you are disrespecting your elders, your siblings that are older than you. Another thing we learn at home is values and characters. You will observe your parents, how an adult deal with an adult. Adults do an adult, the way they communicate, the way they handle issues. And what are the values expected of you? honesty, you have to be respectful, you have to be kind, you have to be truthful. You have to be hardworking. Oh, generosity, you learn it at home. You see all this around the house. The way you appreciate people whenever you have a visitor. How you take care of them. All this lesson you acquire them from home. Another lesson is emotional intelligence. You have it from home. Your reaction when you are happy, when you're sad, the comfort that you enjoy. When you are afraid, there's a way they talk to you. Don't entertain fear in you. Go for this, you can do it. The encouragement, you get it from home. The way your brains develop intelligence is from home. Then you start building on that. Another lesson that you learn is your cultural identity and then where you actually belong. You discover your identity. Sorry. Your state of origin. What do they eat there? Your mode of dressing. What are the resources that you have? What are the things that you enjoy from your place? All these you acquire them from home. They will tell you, this is our source, this is our hometown, this is the kind of food that we eat, this is the way we dress. And if your parents, if they are intra-tribal marriage, they will tell you everything about both your father and your mother's side. Oh, this is from your mother's side. You will get to know cousins, siblings, your niece, your nephew, everybody. It is from home you discover your real identity. Oh, a very first learning institution. You will acquire a lot from there. So every child, once they are, where are you from? You'll be able to say, I'm from River State. I'm from Mundo. I'm from Ogun State. That is when you'll be able to identify with your culture. Another lesson that we learn from home is routine and discipline. I said it before. I remember then when you misbehave and people are coming to the house to say, please, don't discipline her. My mom will be nodding her head like this. It's okay. Nothing. Go inside. Go and sit down. It's a lie. When it is dark, she will not ask you to go and eat your food. You will finish eating. That is when you will now. There's this. I don't know whether you know this long scarf. She called it scarf. She if for big going they go travel to whether Kutono, that's when they always get those scarves. They are always long scarf like this. And we don't have all this modern day bed. Then you have all the bed that are made with iron. She will tie your first leg here, another leg, your hand. She will not beat you in your hand, she will not beat you, but she will target your bum. Your buttock, that's where you will not be turning on the bed like this. And she will knock the door. And she will tell you that what you did, if police are beating you outside, nobody will ask the police to stop. And you remember that lesson. Another thing that we do that means that I said you learn the routine and the discipline. You are being sent an errand, you misbehave, the first time you get the money. I remember a day I pour away a pot of soup. She did like this. We will find something to eat. We ate bread and tea that night. For like almost a week, she kept on saying it. Now, for the people in the Australia, that was what she did. She poured away a pot of soup last week. It was as if I did something that is going to end the war. My dad came back and said, you had bread and tea, what did you do? The very last one is relationship and development. Children relate and develop way of life from home. When they are asking us to go and take our book, go and read your book there, you think it's what? A punishment. They will say, oh yeah, go to your room, lock away. For the people that don't understand you, they say, go and take your book, go and read. So when you get to an institution on your own, when you are looking at your CGPA, nobody will ask you to go because your mom is not there, your dad is not there. You will surely go to the reading room. You must read. Mother is the primary caregiver, the very primary caregiver, while your father is your second caregiver. The primary giver is your mother. The second caregiver is your father. Your sibling, your grandparents, you experience them at home. And I'm going to leave us with this. Home is not just for learning institution, but most important one, everyone must experience. The wonderful place called home. As a popular saying that they will say that no place like home. Thank you. I'm going to hand over the mic to the next speaker, my wonderful friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Father G. It's a privilege to be here again, and today I will be talking about becoming the self-made millionaire entrepreneur in Nigeria, in such an uncertain country. So thank you for having me. I'm going to begin with this song. It's a Yoruba song, and I'm then going to go into storytelling mode. It's a Yoruba song, and I hope I can interpret it well, because I mean that's not my language. It says, is it Yoruba? I started on the streets, I know. I remember back in the days, I know. One jeans, one shirt, and that same shoe. Every day say we dey hustle, we just tryna make a living. Cause bad man say them no like, oh. I kept on believing. What you see sometimes can be deceiving. Suffer doesn't kill you but makes you stronger. Some things I see, sometimes I wonder. Say them no. This is the Yoruba part. Shoboluwa lo ni mariba ti se. Shoboluwa lo ni ma fayo shayo. Say them got to know, oh. Say bad man got to know, oh. This line is in the song, but Shoboluwa lo ni ma kole mole. I am. So this God that says we are going to build house on top house. It's a Wizkid song, so you have to sing it to fit yourself. All right. So the topic is becoming the self-made millionaire in Nigeria. I'm going to tell you true stories of different people. You're just going to try and figure out who is who. All right. In this generation, I mean, there's so many young people here. People look at me and say, oh, you're a young man. I'm a young man, I thank God I look young, but don't be deceived. But for the younger people here, they always aspire to be entrepreneurs. But there are principles, there are lots of principles
a lot of people don't follow. They may know it. You read these things in books. You hear people talk to you about these things in webinars. If you listen today, I can guarantee you that you're going to be walking away with experience and knowledge from tested sources. Before you become an entrepreneur, you should be able to answer certain questions. Questions that people don't get to ask you these days, but you have to ask yourself. I remember this particular guy. He had just finished NYC some time ago, and I mean, he served in a school, and he wanted to venture. I mean, you're just serving in a school. Nobody wants to be in a school, trust me. So you're talking to the parents and you want them to, oh, this person is a CEO, this person works at Chevron, this person this. How can they help you get into so profession? And you enter an elevator with one of them. In an elevator, you have to have an elevator pitch, like literally, because it takes an elevator like 20 to 15 seconds or to a minute to get to whatever floor, depending on how many floors. And this person just asks, this is a question you have to ask yourself, and you have to be able to answer. Oh, you're talking to the man, please, I would like to give you my CV and everything, this, that, and the person asks, who are you? And what can you do? The majority of us here, that's just the question that just floats in your head. You're like, oh, I should be able to answer this question. But when it comes down to it, what can you do? That's when a lot of us start saying, I can do this, I can, and then you realize that you really don't know how to answer that question because it's just bubbling here and there. But until you can answer that question of who you are and what you can do, you cannot be a successful entrepreneur, most especially in an uncertain country. If you're in a country that enables people, if you're in a country where there are just infinite amount of resources, it's fine. But in an uncertain country, you have to be able to answer that question. Find yourself as a young person. They say in your 20s, you should make mistakes. In your 30s, you can do this. For somebody who didn't enter school early and had to spend his or her 20s in the university, there was really no time to make mistakes. The person had to find themselves in the university. So find yourself early, know who you are. When you know who you are, your principles will be built upon who you are. Integrity will be built upon who you are, and you won't be able to sway easily to temptations. It is when you don't know yourself that you can be pulled here and there. Okay, now, finding yourself means finding something you're good at. This person was a teacher, but realized early, and the only reason this person found out this characteristic of the person's self was because the person immersed themselves in the experience. Sometimes we find ourselves in a profession we don't like, so we just detach ourselves from it. We cannot leave. Oh, once we are there, we can't wait to leave the environment. We can't. But this teacher, at some point, they are giving him duties like, oh, you're the one who had drama today. You're the one who would supervise the children when they go for public debate. And this person is a maths teacher. You're the one who will do this, you're the one who will do that. You're the one who will MC the occasion. That one happens a lot, and teachers don't like that. I'm going to try and give you talks, not just based on teaching. I will touch on various professions. I will try to just guide your mind. But anyways, MC and all that. And the person realizes that, okay, this MC thing, I'm talking and people are feeling the boy. Sometimes some people will say, oh, it's charisma. They will say, that guy, if he's just there, the children are happy, blah, blah, blah. But the person starts to hone, H-O-N-E, hone these skills. It doesn't mean the person has to be an MC. But the main ingredient is knowing how to talk, knowing how to carry a crowd. Sometimes even knowing how to persuade people to do things they don't want to do. Like come and participate in a game, come and do this, come and do that. And you realize that these skills can be translated into other things. You're also discovering your interpersonal skills. As a teacher, you're doing it for cheap, you're doing it for free. At this point in your life, if you're in your 20s, you're very lucky. You are very lucky because there is a foundation that is being built. develop these skills. Now, the example I'm going to give you is outside teaching. We all know Young John, musician. Young John, the producer. We know Fields, Mr. Producer. Those people are musicians today. They didn't just enter musical. They were not singing at all. They were producing in the studio for years, while people like Wizkid and Olamide were shining. They had blown. Remember in my last talk, I talked about premature promotion. I said it's one of the things that kills educators the most. They enter a position that they are not ready for. Fields and Young John, those people have been there since. Just the only thing they will say in your song is Young John the producer and Fields Mr. Producer. But they were biding their time, they were honing their skills. Today we know their songs. Fields even has a song with Usher. Some of the people we produced for in the past have not done song with Usher. But they were there, they were educating themselves, they were producing, they were seeing musicians singing, they were learning what it took to be a musician. I'm sure that there was a point they didn't think they had voice to sing. But they were there, they got music coaches, they got people who would teach them. They would look at the video and say, if the video can sing with this voice, I should be able to do something. And today, they are big musicians. They are big, as in Fields is a big boy. I look, every time I'm following Fields, people look and say, what do you do with your social media? I get a lot of inspiration from social media, even from the people who are younger than me, because young people are doing things. A lot of people in this generation are doing things. I see the people Fields is rolling with, and I'm like, this guy gave himself like 10 years to learn the art. That is why they came out and their first hits. It's Fields and Buju that sang Finesse. And that song was a hit, instant hit. So you come out, you have honed these skills, and you come out and you are big. Entrepreneurship, when you have studied, remember I told you guys in that last story that I taught myself biochemistry because I had no time in the house. I stayed at home for 6 years before entering university, so I taught myself the course. And I came out, and then the first class GPs were just flying because I made ample time. I made ample opportunity of the time I was given. As a teacher, I don't know if I have any teachers here. Are there any teachers here? Okay, so as a teacher, you intend to climb and someday become head of school. It's usually the dream of teachers. And sometimes when you're doing good things, they say, oh, we want to make you deputy head, we want to do this, we want to do that. At a point, I always used to wait for people who were promoted to deputy head position or head of school. When they go for the interviews, I'll call them and say, what questions did they ask? What kind of questions did they ask there? And this girl was my counterpart. She was like, maybe we entered the system together. So she had just become deputy head. I knew it was getting to my turn because I was doing big things too. So I was like, man, Adeye, you have to tell me what it is they asked you. And what was the answer she gave me? And I always give people that answer today. I asked her, I said, what kind of questions did they ask you in the interview? I mean, I need to start. And she told me, she said, look, when you are ready for the position, you don't need anybody to tell you the answer because you have lived the life and you have the experience. So as they are telling you, you already know how you're going to solve problems and you're going to. I thought she didn't just want to tell me the answers. But today, if they ask me the question, let me stay with English. If they ask me the questions, I give them paragraphs and paragraphs of answers. See how I'm talking to you people. It's life experience. When you've lived it, you don't need to read a book. You don't need to read a book to even teach people how to correct themselves. As long as you immersed yourself in the situation. I'm a living testament that it doesn't matter where you find yourself or where you start or when you start. People look at me and say, this guy, you started early. You're lucky. You start. I did NYSC at 28. A lot of people do NYSC 21, 22. My NYSC was 28. By the time I came out, the jobs were saying, oh, if you're not 26, don't apply. if you are not this, and I did NYC at 28. They look me, say I start early. Sometimes I used to cry myself to sleep during NYC that, oh more, this cold world that we are going into, how are we going to do it at 29? I had a good GPA. I remember one time they said there's this company, McKinsey. I told you people about some friends I had in the university, some girls who taught me chemistry. All of them finished with first class. So they sent us this document, email. I don't know if they still do it at Unilag. If you finish with first class, some companies will send you email. I mean, it was still looking good. Like if you finish with first class, job is waiting. So McKinsey sent them first class email, and said, if you are so age, don't come. Oh, no, you're not telling me. So, I'm coming, and I went with them. Yes, I got there, did the interview, did well and everything. But ultimately, the age thing came back to bite me because they knew why they were looking for people of that age. So imagine having your morals or your expectations blown, and then you have to find yourself in the classroom marking, understanding maths textbook, and Chike goes to school and all that, and your people are in McKinsey. You have to look and tell yourself, what else can I do? You have to create, you have to be innovative as an entrepreneur. So what did I do? I had honed my skills. Luckily for me, I found myself in a system where we had technological tools in the classroom and things like that. And I had to start asking myself from day one, you have to know what it is you want. And the best time to start, another mistake that people make is, you just come out of school, you want to be an entrepreneur. It's not impossible, but if you're not a rich person's son, you don't have a safety net, you don't have everything, try and build capital. You have to build capital, you have to build character. There are so many things you have to build that you can learn in a 9 to 5. Discipline. The discipline, you can see experiences. The younger people are still looking at this guy does, I beg. But experience is telling you that this guy is here. And in fact, now you have to build discipline. 9 to 5. I told you people how much I was earning when I started my job. 80K. But I was waking up at 4 a.m. to catch the staff bus and go to work and come back at 10 p.m. Many young people will say, for what now? They will say, and for what? Why would I kill myself? For how much? 80K. I was waking up for, my colleagues were entering one chance bus and they will still come back tomorrow morning because they know that they have signed a contract that says, I am going to be doing this job. Now, what am I saying? In that 9 to 5, you're building character, you're building discipline. But also what you should be doing, if you know you want to diversify and move, is to be saving capital. Be saving some portion that will go into this thing. You can't just come out and start and expect, look, nobody's coming to save you. Again, if you don't have rich parents, you don't have a safety net or anything, nobody is coming to save you. You're going to have to save yourself. So that 9 to 5 is going to be there. You're making mistakes. If you make a mistake in this new venture you want to go to, your 9 to 5 will still pay you monthly salary. You're not just there when you started the entrepreneurship, once it fails the first time, you're finished. No. At this point, don't leave the entrepreneurship and don't just leave the 9 to 5. When you finish 9 to 5, channel some of your energy into your new venture that you want to start. For me, what was my new venture? I was a teacher in the classroom. If there's anything I've always wanted or I've always loved is, no matter the multiple streams of income I'm making, I want it to be around education, which is my core intelligence, what I know the most. You can go and be selling shoes, I'm not criticizing that, but I always value when I see people who their multiple streams of income are coming around what they're doing. So I told myself, what can I be doing? I started speaking publicly. I started, before teaching online became a thing, I started speaking publicly. How do you get these skills? I was an MC. Even in the classroom, talking in the classroom, you are developing the skill. You are knowing how to ask rhetorical questions, you're knowing storytelling, you're learning these things. What can I use that for? What are you doing today in your 9 to 5? There are other tiny things that can come out of that will put money in your pocket. If a teacher in the classroom can do it, trust me, you can. So, another mistake people make is they don't find this thing and then develop themselves. So I found out that I could speak. I found out I could do that. What did I do? I started enrolling in courses that would make me know about this business I want to go into. We live in a generation that is rife with envy, jealousy, gossiping, and just talking nonsense. You see somebody who is doing something you like to do. What are they doing in this generation mostly? They start bad-mouthing them. They start looking. You go to someone's content, someone's page. The person has posted something that is educative. Go to the comments. You will find them saying the things that the person didn't do. Oh, you didn't do this. Oh, why are you doing this? Oh, her hair, her wig, her this. And then just distract everybody from the message that is being sent. But when you know who you are, you would know the message that is for you. It's not content, it's not comments you will be looking at. You see some people, they say, I just rushed to the comments. Some people actually don't watch the video to the end. You hear other commentators telling them that it is so apparent that you didn't watch the video to the end, because those ones, their life is to read comments, and then they miss the message. Look for someone who you aspire to be like. Follow the person, befriend the person if you can. You know how many DMs I have sent? For someone like me, I've sent like let's say 100 DMs. 95% of DMs I sent were responded to. I'm not even going to be in the category to say, oh, the most. No, because when they look at my message, they go to my page. What is this guy delivering? Who is this type of person? There are some people who come back a year later and say, I'm so sorry I didn't see your message. I'm so this, I'm so that. Because you have content. And now, some of you look at me and say, oh, you have 20k followers, you are verified. Nobody starts from there. I was a teacher in the classroom. I had 253 followers at some point. My first public speaking webinar, public speaking physical seminar I ever had, I was in Spain when I started planning it. I was like on 400 followers. No, everybody doesn't start on 10k followers or something. But because we are distracted, because we are looking for validation, the majority of people are looking for validation in the wrong place. They believe that, oh, if I start this thing now, people will laugh at me. Or I don't have followers. The people who want what you have are not looking at your followers. They are not looking at the likes. They are listening to your video. They are looking at what you're doing. So what was I doing at that point? I had resources in my classroom. A flat board, I had this, I had that. I was showcasing what I was doing. I told you people, I was inviting people, educators from abroad, from Spain, from Italy, into my classroom via Skype. Now, I told you the difference between a creator and an innovator. Creator, innovator. You're creative, you're innovative. A lot of people interchange those things to mean the same thing. A creator is somebody who brings something out of thin air that didn't exist before. But an innovator takes something that exists and uses it in a way that has never been done before. Now, I would have you people know that what you people have on your online tools now, many of them didn't exist. We were part of the people that saw the first share your screen feature on online platforms. You couldn't share screen before. So 4 or 6 people could be in the same room having an online meeting. You are in the same, what's the essence of having online meeting if you are in the same room? But because the tools had not been developed back then, we will be in the same room having, and we say, okay, is that what you're looking at? Oh, all right. That's how it's going to be. It is now these people in this room, because I was a technology integration specialist. I mean, after I've been in the system for a while, my stock began to rise. I grew. So I was in tech in school then as a teacher, technology integration specialist, we'll sit down and be like, what can we do better? Some of us will write emails to companies and say, we think this feature should be on online platforms. We think, I told you I became a brand ambassador for an online platform back then, Class Dojo. Because I'm teaching in the classroom and I'm imagining things that could make the tool better. And if there's anything abroad companies appreciate, is feedback. It's not here that we can't take criticism. Yankee would see your feedback and think about it. Do you know what it means to be chilling in the house on a Sunday and an app? That was the first day I ever did live on Instagram. They had to teach me how to do live because they said we want to talk to you. I was posting my stuff on social media, all the things I was doing in the classroom. I was posting and I will be talking to my children. I'm saying, don't you think if this app had this thing, it would be better? Don't you? These people saw my videos. They saw my videos and reached out to me on a Sunday. I was chilling, chicks man and all that, and with my females and everything. And somebody calls me and says, we are calling you from so company, that we are talking about you right now. Like, we're actually talking about you. I was in a Facebook community for that particular app, by the way. So they said we're actually talking about you now, that we would like to do a live stream. And I'm like, what's that? Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to press. They said, don't worry, that you will just see an invite. So they taught me how to do a live. And I talked to them and they said, please, we want you to be our global. I was the first global ambassador. You see the things they call, thank you. You see the things they call influencing today. I was already doing it and I did not know. So I'm talking to ambassadors from various countries. I have to start telling the ladies I'm with, like, man, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be back and I'll talk to you later from the classroom. Because they had found a brilliant mind. A lot of us have dulled our thinking capacity because of what we consume. Look, you can consume content and laugh and enjoy yourself in the moment. But don't forget the innovative and creative people to listen to, most especially in your profession. That particular app, I told you people, I'm a DSTV person. I'm hardly, if you notice here, you don't see me pressing my phone. Hello? Where's my phone? Hello? Okay, so you don't push up in all ways. So you don't leave the innovative part of your thinking capacity. Now, this particular app, I told you people, I watch TV. I'm not if you see me, okay, it was when I said, if you see me, when I'm sitting here, I'm not pressing phone. I'm listening to people talking. Why am I here? Although, I'm not going to take it away from anybody. A lot of people are exhausted here. You people have been here for a long time, and I give you kudos for that. But when I'm in a place, I'm trying to listen. So I was watching DSTV that day, CNN, it was a CNN advert, and this app just comes up in the classroom. This is 2016, way before pandemic. This app just comes up, and I look at it, Class Dojo, what's this app? This is Sunday. On Monday, I go to school, and I'm already using that thing. I'm not a procrastinator. A lot of people, when I used that app, and I became big, I became an ambassador, I became everything. There's a guy in my school who always used to say, come, David, I actually knew this app before you. I had actually used this app before you. But what did he do? He saw the app and was using it for himself. What did I do? I saw the app, learned how to use the app. I started educating others about it. So when I was going around schools teaching people, this guy would just be looking. He wasn't criticizing me, he wasn't bad-mouthing, but it just wasn't his thing. He was just using it in his classroom. So when I became the ambassador, you know, life, they say it's not necessarily the person who discovered light bulb that is the person we give credit to. It's the person who took action, who put himself out there. that was a typical example of me and that app. Because when they made me ambassador, they said, oh, this is the first Nigerian, this is the this is the that. And I'll tell them that I wasn't the first person to use it, but they say you were the first person we saw using it. You were the first person who was also educating others. As an entrepreneur, you can't have knowledge and just keep it to yourself. You won't grow. But it's an African mentality that we have, that if I put my knowledge out there, somebody's going to steal it, somebody's going to do this, somebody's going to do that. That's an African thing. We live in a world now that collaboration is big. I've told myself that if I get to the point where I'm head of school, there will be some form of infusion of collaboration in my curriculum. Not every exam is going to be do it on your own. Not every, because I also want to learn and know the children who have collaborative skills from primary, not secondary and not university, because I know we do group things, group this in university, but in primary, I want to discover that, because collaboration is a skill that can put money in your pocket today. It's a soft skill. A lot of us look at that person and look at somebody and say, what does he even know? I'm better than him. It's the people he knows. It's the people she collaborates with that have taken her to where she is. And not everybody plays well with others. Not everyone plays well with others. Now, when you have learned something, another mistake that entrepreneurs do is you just come out of nowhere. Maybe you have 200 followers, you have one post on your social media, but you've told yourself now that I want to start selling this product, or I want to start selling this service. And then you start posting on your page. You have just one post there. Your next post is you talking about how people should come and pay you 50,000 or 100,000 for your course. It doesn't work like that. Nobody knows you. Again, it's not about followership. There is no track record. I had started posting things from 2016 when I had not started teaching, or I had not started doing free webinars or seminars. But I had a track record of things that were showing who I am and what it is I can do. When you look at artists like them, Wizkid, every single Nigerian artist from maybe the 90s to 2000, it is today you can just post one video on TikTok and just blow. When you look at back then, when we had to still go to concerts, go to shows, Rhythm Unplugged, this, that. Why I'm still using that example is because that is relevant in the market you are still in today. Those ones, once they put their things on music platforms now, it can change. But what did they have to do? They did a lot of free shows. They will go to the universities, go to different places and do free show. You as an entrepreneur that has a service or you have knowledge to give, you have to start doing some free shows, because this also tests your brand. It tests the demand of what it is you think you want to sell. That is how people will know that, or that's how you will know that, okay, this particular thing, people actually want it and people are attending. I remember my first free seminar I did, first free one. I had like 200 people, and I'm like, even if I charge these people 100k and 1k, that's like 200,000. I did another one and there was crowd. It doesn't mean that if you put money on that thing, you will see 200 people. You might see 10, you might see 15, depending on your marketing. But when I did a free one, I knew that this was a relevant product. So when you have something like that, even if people are telling you, oh, don't go into it, you have tested it and you know that there is a demand for it. That is what free show does. But many of us will just come out and your first post is that people should come and pay 50,000. Oh, your first holiday that people should come for summer camp. You are doing, we don't know you. We don't know you. There is no track record. Today that everything is on social media, how do I know that if I pay so this person won't disappear. There is a track record. Very important. Now, don't be small-minded. Don't be small-minded. Think big about yourself and your brand and what you can achieve. Today, you're looking at somebody who has already been involved in a previous Guinness World Record with my brand. If you've gone to my page, you see me with the plaque. This is not new to me. Again, track record. This is not the first Guinness World Record that my name has been put on. So when I'm in your clique, you know you're in a winning team. Yeah. I am. Okay. So you see this I am I'm saying is part of branding. You have to have a signature, but let me not digress first. Don't be small-minded. Put yourself out there. I typed my profile for AI recently, as in, if you know how to use AI and everything, I mean, it's just basic, but I'll talk to the AI first of all and say, I want you to be my assistant. I want to put a profile here. I want you to assess it in case I was applying for so. How would this profile hold? But I'm like, don't start immediately. Hold on until I tell you, use the word go. And the AI will reply and I'm like, don't worry, I'm standing by until I hear the word go. I'm not going to do anything. I said, what can I call you? He said, call me Gem, Gem. I said, Gem. At some point, I'll be saying, Gem, darling, Gem, darling. And the thing replied and said, you talk to me like I'm female, though. And I said, yes, Gem. He said, no, I'm not gender one thing. I'm gender non whatever. I said, okay, no wahala. And I said, I was posting bits of my profile, things I've done over time. Guinness World Record, Microsoft, this, and then the thing just started writing. And I said, I did not say go yet. He said, oh God, your profile blew my mind. Like, it's so incredible. This, that. And I'm like, I'm not even halfway done. A lot of things that the younger generation don't know because people are not telling them is, many things that you are doing, it counts. What you're doing here now is a big part of volunteering. That in the future, if you're trying to get into Harvard or something, you put it down and how many days you dedicated yourself. Luckily for you, there's AI. If AI should write that thing for you, this thing that you're doing now, if AI should write what you are doing now, you'll be like, is it me that did this thing? That I just came here to sit down and no, it will add adjectives. Like, man, no AI and its particular adjective. Add those adjectives to your profile, you'll be like, wow, and it will ginger you to do more. So, for me, like I was saying, you're looking at somebody who was considered top 30 young, how do they call that thing? Young outstanding Nigerians. Young outstanding Nigerian in Nigerian for 2025. They've already reached out to me again for 2026. He's a teacher. Don't be small-minded. Put yourself out. There are so many awards in your profession. There are so many awards that exist in your profession right now that you can nominate yourself for awards. That you can nominate yourself for awards. When you get these awards or even the nomination, they brand you. You become global. You have global companies that are affixed or affiliated with your name. You can't just be local. Don't think small. It is things like this that when Microsoft reaches out to me and say we want you to be in the loop for people who will do seminar, send us your profile. They want to know if you have any experience with international communities, if you know how to behave, if you are disciplined enough. I would leave you just for now. I probably will come back some other time to finish because if I continue this talk, it no go finish. But there's something I want to tell the others, those who listened to me the last time when I was talking about the art of financial literacy and climbing. I said, no matter what, when you're saving and you're investing, you should always look for something that motivates you, that you spend money on, so that thing would always make you hustle hard. I told you mine was gold. People may look at it, oh, it's a fashion statement or anything. It's still an investment. Because I bought gold at 47,000 naira per gram. Today gold is 186,000 naira per gram. If I wanted to sell this gold, I am still making money while looking good. Investment is an art. On that note, I will be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jummai Mariam Mohammed. I'm a civil servant. I've worked for over 20-something years in the Federal Civil Service. Moral decadence. You all know what moral decadence is. For you to look different and stand out against the crowd, you have to behave yourself. You have to know what is required of you at all time, at a particular place you are. Moral decadence has to do with ethical value that have decayed. The system within the moral value has gone down. Lack of respect, the way people dress, no security, because we have sold our conscience when it comes to security. We have to buy ourselves to be able to be secured, because we have our security collecting 20 naira at checkpoints. Years back, I used to say, the effect of collecting 20,000, we are going to see it in front. It looks like, is it not 20 naira? Let me just give them and go. You give them 20 naira, but the person who wants to destroy the system, who wants to destroy a country, will come around, will survey your country. Oh, they even have their security collecting amount of money at checkpoints. They will survey you, they will sample you, then they will come back. They will not give them 20 naira, they will give them millions of naira. Take, maybe the first time, we've made money today. Really? The policeman will say, yes, let's go back to that same point. Another time, the same people might disappear. They are sampling you, you don't know, as a security officer. They come around again. This time around, maybe they are giving you top of what they gave you the other time. They change position, maybe this time around is Lagos State, tomorrow they go to Kwara State, next tomorrow they are in the north. They are sampling what is your security architecture like. A lot of us, we don't even know our terrain, but they will go around, they will study your terrain, know what it is about. Then you feel, you are making money. You don't know that these are people that are studying your architects or whatever you have. That is what we have reached today. When I was in the university in those days, we read the book called The Interpreters by Wole Soyinka. As we are reading that book, it was talking about moral decadence, the society, harassment, sexual harassment, indiscipline. And when we're asking questions, I said, but that is not what is obtainable, sir. We don't have it, sir. So how come Wole Soyinka wrote this book and he is saying that this is what they said? No. This book, you will not see the effect. It's in the next 10-20 years. And that is exactly what is happening in the book, in the society today. So you see some writers writing today, but this thing will not happen until in the next 20 years. You'll be asking yourself, because they are studying the society. I just talked to you about when it came about collecting. It was 5 naira, I think. Then 20 naira became. That the effect of the 20 naira is what we are seeing today in society. The killing, especially in the north. When Boko Haram started, it started like a small outlet of group of people that were preaching. Before you know it, somebody in the government felt that we can get support of these people because they are crowd. Let us bring them. They didn't look at the implication, moral decadence in the society. Because if you have morals, you follow the rules, you'll be able to know what is wrong and right, and you'll be able to apply it. But when you are selfish, you put yourself first in doing what you want, not what you feel is right, it results to a lot of consequence that we're facing. To kill somebody today is something, but in those days, when you touch a life, you will face the law, you go to prison, they'll deal with it. But today, killing has become like a moral thing. It's an immoral behavior, but today we have accepted it as a moral thing. The issue of corruption in our workplace, in the school system, is so normalized. People do bad things, they see it as a normal phenomenon. Indiscipline in the system, children don't have respect. You have opportunity, some of you, and I want you to use that opportunity as you are going out there on the street. There are lots of characters that wish to be here to have the opportunity, but they are being misled. You that have the opportunity, you have the knowledge, talk to them, use your emotional intelligence, and see how you can change the generation. Statistically, the moral decadence, it's really growing beyond our imagination. There is no respect in the system anymore. People behave and feel behavior is just a normal thing. They talk to people anyhow, they see it as normal. If you are within the civil service setup, if you don't engage in maybe stealing government money, they will say you are doing the wrong thing. You even step aside and begin to ask yourself, where have I gone wrong? What is it? But I'm doing the right thing. Drug addict, let us keep. We have cases of unknowingly children have been, it has become like a cult thing, whereby they are being engaged into the issue of drug addiction, unknowing to them. We have cases of workers. If you are working, or maybe your father, they just the name of the title of the name of your father, they will go after you. Now they are all everywhere going after people. You don't know, unknowingly, they will come after you. Once you are able to group yourself into that team, the wrong team, before you know it, it starts from, now before it was university, now it's from primary school. This issue of drug addiction. Secondary school is beyond it. The university, you have already, you're already a master. Just yesterday, I was talking to a staff. We are asking him, how did you get into drug addiction? He said from his university. He went to South Africa. Were you influenced into, he said yes, because within that group he found himself, they were all taking it. He said, try. There's no harm in it, just try. And from there, that was how he joined the group. And When you see them, they are so calm, they are so quiet, very respectful, but already they are into it. And sometimes if the family knows this thing, they hide it. When you know as a family you have a child who is not behaving well, you don't keep quiet. You should talk, because when you don't talk, they go into it. They go into it, they go deeper, deeper, deeper. And sometimes before you know it is late. Whether as a student, whether as a staff working in an organization, it all depends of the group you meet. So knowing the group you work with, the group you mingle with is very important, because the issue of moral decadence is so bad, very, very bad. Money and material well-being has become, the norm. Change in our culture. We have accepted violence as a means of survival now. Killing. There's a case of a very prominent woman in the society today. Her son carried a knife and wanted to kill her. They had to, thank God people were there with her, they rushed her. What was the cause of the quarrel? That she must share the property their father left behind. The father have amassed so much wealth, so they feel it's their right. That is the effect of acquiring what does not belong to you. The societies are meant to share this property among the society, equal distribution of wealth from the local to the state government, but you find one person is carrying the whole of the wealth into his own personal, as his own personal property. That is the effect. When your children sees these things, it's so much. There's what you say, what goes round, turn around. A lot of them are not happy. Children are giving them problems. One story to the other. There is a case also of somebody today that has left his house. A man married with children, and he's currently staying in a hotel as a drug addict because drugs has finished him. The family don't know where he is. From a very wealthy family. They are able to just grab him. I think it started during the university. He's working still. They followed him because they are group all over the place. You have them, I can tell you categorically, like in Lagos, somewhere around Marine Beach, somewhere around Oshodi, somewhere around Ojuele. They don't not allow you to see them, because once they see you, before you know it, they will influence you, you become their friends, they will entice you, and at some point, this person will telling you staff, they collected his ATM. I'm telling you real life stories, it's not just stories. Your ATM card will be with them. As soon as they pay you the salary, they go up, they drop. And what are they doing? Drugs. Then when the money is not there, the next thing they will tell you, go and start looking for you. Start calling so person. Please, we need money. We need, come and borrow me money. So the society is so bad today. We have to be very, very careful. And those of us that have the opportunity, we have created ourselves useful, and also extend a helping hand to maybe some family members that you know are into this situation that need help. Talk to people because we need this moral vigilance to be down. Right now, is the level we are talking about. But if we are able to reduce it, let us go back. That's why today, as in some universities, they even have dress code, Abby, because of the way of dressing has become something else. One of my lecturers was telling me, he said, since you left university, like 3 years after your set, the discipline level has been reduced. I said, why, sir? He said, because before you hardly see students coming into our office, but these days they'll just bang the office door and enter. Sir, we're here to greet you. Is there anything? Can we sit down? They'll just be looking at them. So they had to now impose certain rules and regulations within the school system to be able to see how they can improve on the issue of moral decadence within the society. I know our religious bodies are helping a lot too, from teaching and doing a lot of entrepreneurial and mentoring. So, what are the solutions? We have to introduce moral education back from our primary school. Moral education of how to teach children. If you go to the, if you watch on the social media how the Chinese used to train their children, even from sitting position, everything they do, you know, they are inculcating at each stage of the children. They are this level of education they are giving them. I think we need to imbibe. I think even the Japanese, at some age, they teach you how to even open account. You know, here they will say no, but at that, even the Arabs, you know, they will tell you that we don't believe in bad days, spending money on bad days. That the money the money we spend on bad days, we rather use that money to invest in the children. So we start teaching the children from age 5 on how to make money, so that by the time the child is age 14, he already knows the value of money. By the time he's 25, he knows how to start looking and making money. But here in our country, you see some parents, there's a case of the one that was in social media some months back. They did a wedding cake of 1 billion. I don't know how true it is. I saw it on the social media. They said that cake was made 1 billion. I said how? Because it was like the size of a room. From one side, you see it like a house. So you just keep cutting the cake. They say it was worth 1 billion. So, but what's the value of that cake after that day? If you keep the cake within 3 days, what happens to it? It will start going bad. Or if the parents have invested that 1 billion on the children, because I saw the children, they were like 8, 6, 7. If they have invested that 1 billion on the 3 children, in the next 5 years, definitely the children will have some money to fall back on in case something happens. So, those of us that have opportunity on investing, just like the last speaker talked about entrepreneurship, it's a very good concept, creativity. It will help us when we engage ourselves, we do the right thing, focus on what is right, so that the moral decadence today we're talking about will help us. And saying waiting for Godot, we will not be waiting for Godot, as we have some people, from morning to night, and the next day they are at the bus stop, they are waiting for Godot, and Godot never came, because it's just artificial thing. Thank you. I'll be passing the mantle of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajia. Honestly, our topics actually weave into one another. How many of us grew up with mothers who would say, sit properly? What's wrong with you? Close your mouth, you are eating. Nobody wants to see what is in your mouth. What else do they say? Don't interject. Adults are talking. Give me more now. Don't interject. Adults are talking. They even tell you to leave the room, don't they? When the conversation gets to my own parents, lived in Kano in my early years, and they understood Hausa so well that when they don't want you to follow, you just see that once they change that language to Hausa language, you know that they're saying something they don't want you to be a part of. So this is why I'm saying that etiquette is not old school. It is everyday respect. Before etiquette got the name etiquette, we were already practicing it in Africa. Because I do not know of any home where the mother doesn't wield the big stick. I've had quite a number of speakers who mentioned the fact that when you're doing something wrong, what does your mom do? She starts rolling her eyes. In fact, if you say something out of tune, when we were young, when you go and visit a family and they say, do you want, let's just say, a chilled drink? I don't want to advertise for anybody. What is the first thing you do? You go and look at your parents' faces. If your mother does this, just know that if they born you, take that drink. You will meet her at home. I remembered once, my mom actually told them they will share it. Ah, can you imagine? They had brought like one bottle for each person. Then my mom said, no, there are too many. There are 4 of them, leave 2. They will share it. Everybody just goes, how mean can this woman be? But guess what? They knew what they were doing. You know? Because we felt that they were controlling us. But she was probably thinking of your sugar level. And felt, if you visit 4 houses and each house offers you a bottle of drink, that means that by the time you get home, you are what? Your sugar level is pretty high. This is why today I'm going to share with us that our parents already practiced etiquette. These days, most of us will say, oh, it's an Oyibo thing. No, it had always been with us. Why is it that in the villages, when you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing every compound? You find somebody doing what? Sweeping. Every compound, they start sweeping. But what do we have now? Environmental Sanitation Day. A government had to impose Environmental Sanitation Day because we've lost it. Somebody would drive past in a car, what do you see? And guess what? The one that embarrasses me the most is when they are very flashy cars. Because to me, I already have that perception that why ride such a big car if you have no manners? You have to litter the streets of Lagos with whether your chocolate or sweet wrapper, or it tears my heart when I see those kind of things. Because I tell myself, where were they? Or is it that they were taught that etiquette but they threw it away because they started riding a big car? Or what happened? Let me tell you the history of etiquette. Etiquette is actually a French word. There was a king then, I think it was King Louis. He used to love hosting big parties. But gaily dressed people attend his parties were for the nouveau riche. But guess what? When they leave after the party, the whole place is littered. The whole place is littered. And they will spend days cleaning after them. So, you know what he did? They created little cards, like if you share this into like 8, and they will put them, please do not litter. this is the dustbin, put the paper there. You know, they had instructions. They even had, do not step on the lawn. You know how many people don't like it when they've spent money on their lawn and people just keep walking over it or litter it? They would. This was how it became something that people attached to the noble rich, the rich, that, oh, that is etiquette. How to do many things, or how not to do it. Another one that is quite common among us in Africa is when you are a guest in a home. When we used to go and spend, we had cousins who will alternate going to stay in each other's homes. Before you leave home, my mom will read you the Riot Act. Do not let mama somebody call me and say you did something. Is it not true? Because at that point in time, you are the ambassador of that your home in the one you are going to. So they go things like Mrs. So-and-so's children. They know those ones. They don't have manners. But guess what? They will come round and be happy when they tell them, oh, their children were very well behaved. I remembered very many years ago when my first daughter, who is almost 40 now, was in secondary school, and she needed to go on a half-term break. So one of my aunties in the UK said, oh, please let her come. I need companionship. I just would like to have somebody else in the house with me. The first day my daughter got there, she ate, washed her plates, went to bed. My auntie at that time used to be the matron of a top hospital in the UK. She left home and left her at home. By the time she came back, I didn't even know all of this until my daughter called when she was leaving. She said, Mommy, auntie gave me 400 pounds. Why? And I called my auntie, don't spoil her. Which one is 400 pounds? How much is her pocket money? My auntie said, my cleaner earns 400 pounds. The one that comes to do this earns 100 pounds. She did everything in the 5 days she was in my house. So she deserved their pay. I'm like, wow. She said, you raised a fine lady. For me, that was the greatest compliment ever. And I started thinking of how our parents wanted to be proud of us, because they felt if they have invested in us, the least we can do is to be a good ambassador wherever we find ourselves. I always tell people, every time you are named, that name, you carry it everywhere. If you abuse it there, they're going to ask. I think one of the speakers said it earlier. Whose child is that? Where is he coming from? Your parents need to know everything. Because they're beginning to feel, if this girl is this badly behaved, I don't want my daughter to be her friend, because she would pick up her bad ways. I remembered one of my sons when he was in school. They had a particular place where they had some tanks. So behind the tank was a fence. Some of his friends would climb that fence, go over to the other side, go and buy suya, and come back into the school. So one day they called him. He was a class captain. Capone, follow us now. Cause some trouble. Be a guy. My son looked at them and said, hey, you don't know my mother. He said, the kind of discipline she has instilled in me will not allow me go. Because if I am caught, my mom will just ask me one question. But you were supposed to be our ambassador in that school. What happened? He said, that will cause me more shame than her getting a cane or anything else. Because I will have felt that name, I dragged it in the mud. All of this is etiquette. Where you find yourself, I have been to parties where when it is over, I start picking things from, because if I host a meeting here, sometimes Dean will start laughing at me and people drop their bottles and things, without any, I'll just start picking it up. Because I do not want it to be said that I was part of the people who left that room the way we didn't meet it.
So I would always make sure that the bottles go somewhere and the place is as clean as possible. All of this is the home training. At that time, we thought, this woman very overbearing, very pushy, very this, very that. What happens today? We had environmental sanitation days before. People went to court. I'm not saying they were right or wrong, but yes, it is tough to restrict people's movement because you want the place to be clean. What has happened? Lagos State has brought it back again. Why do you think they brought it back? Because the streets are as dirty. In a normal society where we all adapt ourselves to being the best that we can, should they need to bring it back? Now they've brought it back, but you can move around. What do you think people will do? The last one, what were people doing? That is when neighbors hold their streets. Yeah, thank you. The young ones will play ball. Even the homeowners, tenants, landlord, that's when they host their meeting. Meanwhile, the reason for it, the purpose for it, was thrown out of the window. And it is really very sad. Another one is time management. You know, here we talk of African time. It's wrong. It erodes us of something. You want to go to a party and they tell you it starts at 4 p.m. When do you start getting ready? 4 p.m. Because you are likely to get there at 4 p.m. and nobody else is there. My husband and I were stickler for time. If you tell me, meet me somewhere at 4 o'clock, you can be sure that by 3:45, I'm just around somewhere because I don't want to be late. So what we do, when we're about leaving home, we tell ourselves, whether they serve their rice or they don't. In fact, my husband will eat from home. No, he will eat from home. He said, no. I can't get to a party and say, Ace, they've not served us here. No, I cannot do that. But guess what? We would have agreed. We're going to leave at 7. I'm telling you, if by that 7, there is no food, there is no drink, we will get up and leave. That's the kind of discipline except if I am a speaker there and they don't start on time, then I know that I don't have a choice but to wait. Every time we respect time, we are giving of ourselves. And for those who choose to be late, they are robbing others of their own personal value. I've been to an event before where they told me I'll be speaking for 45 minutes. I said, okay, I'll speak for 30 minutes and then 10 minutes 35 minutes and 10 minutes for questions and answers. They came, sorry, the keynote speaker is running late, so we'll reduce it to 20 minutes. They came back to 10 minutes. Guess what? I spoke for 5 minutes, but I made sure that it was valuable 5 minutes that made up for even the keynote speaker who spoke for about 20 minutes. Because I wanted them to remember me. It was almost, I could call it indiscipline. And then they come with all the excuses. How do you feel when they're giving you the excuses? No, because you left home. I remember I interviewed someone recently as an executive assistant. And at 10 o'clock, he said, I'm on the way. I said, on the way to where? He said, to our meeting place. I said, our meeting is at 12. He said, ma, I would rather sit down for 1 hour for you than to arrive late. That is discipline. How do you think I already feel without interviewing him? No chop. Because time, he respected time to a point where he was now the one waiting for me. Let's take another one, dressing. You know the event. There's sometimes people don't give dress code. It's quite common in Nigeria not to give dress code. But it is important to know that, okay, this is a formal event. I need to appear, even if it is not formal, let it be close to it. It is not I remembered once we had a speaking engagement somewhere. Guess what? The school told a particular lady that they were sorry she couldn't appear before their students, because those students, they learn from very young. They would look at her and say, she's fashionable. Meanwhile, that is not the kind of fashion their school wants for them. Not at that point in time. Later on, when you leave school, do whatever you like. But the schools, where I'm happy we had a teacher here who spoke. The school, they have the moral right to say this is what they want. I remember Hajia too talking about universities now having dress code whereby you just have to wear some particular things, almost uniforms. The law school is compulsory that you're in black and white. And the law school, no cleavage, no nothing. Wherever, you go to your party, go and dress like that. But what they feel is that they are grooming you to become a successful lawyer. I remembered when we were doing one of our internships, the late Chief Shofola SAN, we had trooped into the place. And as we were going past him, he just stopped a particular lady. What's your name? She proudly mentioned her name because, of course, she thought the outfit was stunning. Guess what Baba said? Well, to a night party, you look gorgeous. But in the courts of law, we don't accept this. Her legs were wobbling. Her legs were wobbling. He said, your color is wrong, your outfit is wrong, the style is wrong. He says very, very little about you. That was the last time she tried that nonsense. Because you do not want to be a center of attraction for something that is not good enough. You want to be better. You want people to see you. How many of us do it? We tell ourselves, don't judge a book by the cover. Don't we all say it? Or do we all practice that? When you're going to pick a book on the shelf, you are going to ask yourself, is this a book I will read? See, the book, Speak with Power. When you see it, what jumps at you? Speaking. But if you see the book and they just wrote the words tiny somewhere, what do? Start wondering, do I want to waste my money on this? And it's the same thing with us human beings. You enter an office, you want to go and make inquiries. Who do you go to? The person that smiles at you or the one that frowns at you? Of course. No matter how many there are in that room, that one that is smiling, that's the one I head for. I've been to an office before. I wanted to see a top officer. And when I passed by the men at the gate, I greeted all of them. You know, the Yoruba, oh, hello, sir, well done, this, I went past. Then within about 5 minutes, I was leaving. And the man called me, Madam, so early, who did you come to see? And I mentioned the person's name. He said, I will tell you something. She knows people are always looking for her. So go to room 234 and open the door like as if you made a mistake. She will be there. Imagine, that was priceless. And why? Because I greeted them. That was all. I had built a bridge. And true, I too, an actress, I opened the door and said, oh, excuse me. Madam, how are you? You know, I was looking for the toilet. And that was it. It made all the difference. I got what I wanted from her. And it was worth my Of course, when I was leaving, I went to say thank you. This was not bribe, as Agia would say. No, this one was to assure them that I valued what they did for me, because it made all the difference. These days, we're all going, social media, phone, internet, Facebook, and all of that. You will find out that some no longer have restraint. Why is it that embassies are now asking for your social media handle? I know a gentleman, I would not mention his name. The day they announced him as he's now in charge of something, that night, everything he had on social media went down. because he had always opposed the government. He's always talked about different people anyhow. And out of the blues, he was appointed to head a project. That night, maybe he had social media strategists, I don't know. But that night, everything went down. Recently, last year, I was appointed a board member of the ACGSF of the CBN. And while we're talking, a gentleman, he just passed, you know, how when you start talking and you all enjoy, he said, ah, madam, man, we searched for you. We looked for you on every social media. I didn't have to remove anything. Number one, I don't have anything private. I don't have anything private that you come and tell me unlock, we want to see what is there. It shows that some of the things we're doing today can catch up with us tomorrow. And that's what I always tell people. Ensure that social media, let it be what anybody can see. Let it be what anybody can hear. Nobody is going to come and say, oh, one day you were abusing somebody and then it rubs off on you. So, when we take care of how we appear in public, it is etiquette. It is only now that we say, so that's etiquette. Yes. Why? Consideration for others. When you write a post, ask yourself, is it true? My man here mentioned it, that some people, the kind of comments they make on social media, you even want to patronize them. Because you just feel, this one that can write like this, if we cross path, it's likely that she would just drench me in abuses. So for social media, let's ask ourselves, is it true? Is it necessary? Do you understand? Those are all the things. And that's why some people, I will always ignore whatever they post. Because, number one, I don't want to pollute my own brain. You know, I just don't, and then I don't like to have misconception about others. If I don't experience you negatively, nobody can come and gossip to me that you're a bad person. I remembered I worked in a place where I used to be in charge of young cadets going to colleges abroad, and then eventually we put them on our vessels. When they come back, I debrief them. And I hear things like, the captain didn't like me. The engineer said this. I said, okay, come back tomorrow. We're going to make a call so that we can ask the engineer and both of them, oh, ma, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Guess what? By the time I'm talking to the engineer, I'm not now reporting, I'm just asking the engineer, how has it been? I want to run the boys through you. One of the engineers told me something that I've never forgotten. He said, I always tell your boys, their color, their tribe, their anything would never matter to me. Because your company invests billions of dollars in these vessels. If anything goes wrong with it, my whole reputation of maybe 30-something years goes down with it. So tell those boys they should just be the best they can. I don't care about color. I just want smart, intelligent, hard-working boys. Has that not answered the whole thing? But you go, it's my color. The man doesn't like black people. I said, don't give me that sentiment. Let's call a meeting and talk about it all together. And this is why it takes us back to our home training. When our parents said all those, sit well, eat properly, don't disgrace me and all, they were not controlling us. They were not. They were trying to shape us for the future. Today, we look at some people and we want to be like them. I think you mentioned it. Do you know the grind? Do you know what was behind it? Those things that you see now and think, mine, this is wonderful, this is exclusive. Guess what? It was because they went through their mothers and their fathers' grill to be the best that they want to be. And this is why a nation is built daily. So all our small acts have big meaning, because society weakens through those small daily disrespect. Every time somebody throws a piece of paper on the street, it then amounts to what blocks the drainage. And then we also have to now impose sanitation days to get those gutters cleaned because we were not mindful in the first place. So, before etiquette had a name, it already had a purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, etiquette is not to impress, is not to intimidate, is not to intimidate. It is not to separate us. It's not to say, oh, the rich, the poor, the nice, the bad. No. It's to remind us that we do not live alone. We do not do what? We do not live alone. We must have consideration for others in everything we say, in everything that we do. So I'm going to leave you here this evening with this. Every little act, what we do, what we don't do, they matter. Because in everything we do, we communicate. Please, let's all say it. In everything we do what? We communicate. How you dress, how you eat, how you look, whatever. In everything you do, you communicate. Thank you very much. I'll be handing over the baton to the next speaker. A. Obada, my pleasure.
Amazing. As you can see, I'm in uniform, and so I'll be talking about security. Security is a very wide range, and here in Nigeria we have several security organizations. You have the Nigerian police, you have the armed forces, that is the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Air Force. We also have paramilitary organizations where civil defense is one of them, the Federal Fire Service, the immigrations, the correctional service, several organizations come together to form the security agency in Nigeria. And that's limiting myself to federal government organizations, because we also have state security agencies, and I left out the state security services, the DSS. And so I say that because it's important to know that all of these security organizations play one role or the other. Some of the roles are interwoven, but each agency has its own core mandates. And I will limit myself, for the purpose of this discourse, to critical national assets. And when you hear the word critical national assets, which is one of our core mandates, we are the lead agency for that. When we talk about that, what comes to mind? What are the critical national assets? Critical national assets cannot be one person's duty. Critical national assets are rail system. We have oil pipelines. We have the power sector. We have the seaports. You know, it's a wide range, and there are several agencies who partner. You see, in Nigeria, for instance, I will take recourse to Nigeria. If an arrest is done on the sea, for instance, and you find out that you have Nigerian Navy, but when they go into the ship and they find maybe drugs, they find young ladies, they find petroleum produce that has not passed through the right channel, you'll find that several agents will come to play. Because the young ones are probably being trafficked, nasty people, because they are hard drugs, NDLEA will come in. So I use them as an example because core NSCDC has gone for an operation where some and drugs. So you will still arrest, but then you will call in the relevant agency, everybody will say what is the mandate, so that there is that energy. So in talking about critical national assets, I've given certain examples, and you see that it becomes our collective responsibility, because if you see something and you don't say something, then our nation will continue to go down in the drain. I take an example with power. You think it's okay for someone to be on a pole and probably gets it destroyed. If the transformer is bad, it won't be one house that is involved. And that is even local. If we go national, we'll be talking about power grid. If a set of individuals decide that they are going to sabotage the power grid, as a nation we'll be in darkness for 2 days, for 3 days, for 1 week, and it is taxpayers' money that will be used to try to fix the issue back. And so my admonition would be that as a nation, the critical national assets of our nation is all in our hands. You find somebody that is doing markets, women are involved, maybe they are closer to the grassroots, they are able to see these things firsthand. And there's a way that we must all see ourselves. If we decide not to look the other way, to say, I can't stop. You're on Third Mainland Bridge, you're on a bridge, and some people, I'm talking about real life experiences, the things that we see in the course of our work. We find that there are people under that bridge trying to get some metal, and they are going to sell this metal as scrap. They are going to sell it for cheap money. But when that bridge becomes very feeble, all of us as a nation will not be able to go cross from the mainland to the island. I know that we have several other modes of transportation and several other routes that we can take, but a shutdown of a particular one will set us back. So when I talk about Nigeria's wealth belonging to all of us as Nigerians, we mean it in every sense of the word. Somebody removing a rail track and thinking that I want to sell this as scrap. If you are on board a train and it causes a derailment, there will be loss of lives. So these little things are things that are major. We really cannot call them little things. The critical national assets of our nation, Nigeria, is something that all of us must wake up to. It's a reality that we must all be ready to get our hands involved in. What are the threats? For oil pipeline, for instance, when there is vandalism, you find that they sabotage or spoil the pipeline, siphon, probably put it in their own trucks and sell it at cheaper rates. But you see that the cost of fixing that pipeline far outweighs the gains of a certain few. So oil pipeline vandalism is one thing that we should discourage. For the youth, for instance, no matter how hard you think it is to get a job, that is not an option. Vandalism is not an option because the gains of now cannot be compared to what happens as a nation. There are figures of how much we lose as a nation in Nigeria when we have oil pipeline vandalism. Trillions in dollars are lost to pipeline vandalism. You can imagine what that would do if we had that revenue in Nigeria. There are certain developmental structures that we see now. Everybody is happy. They go on the coastal road. They're like, it took me from so place to so place at such short notice or distance. But you realize that with more money, we are able to do more. The government is able to do more. And so even when government transition, it is not going to be one person's, nobody is going to take it home. So the more we have infrastructure as a nation in Nigeria, the more our nation will begin to thrive, and we are able to attract foreign investors. Safety is key. Nobody wants to live in a very unsafe environment. So it's important that we do all that is within our power to ensure that these structures that have been put in place are all our communal responsibility. Talking about telecommunications, for instance, it's easy to assume that, oh, telecoms are the big names. You have the Glo network, you have the MTN, you have Etisalat, and you think that, oh, it is somebody's business or a group of people. But you see that our former NITEL was fully owned by Nigeria, and a part of all of this telecoms is still part of, they are still regulated by NCC and Nigerians, and I'm sure that our nation as a whole has a particular percentage. So it is ours. We must embrace the careful as ours. When there's an attack to a mast, we are the ones that can suffer the downtime of the network. So I say all of this because it's important for us to see a broader view of how the involvement of you and I, or the common Nigerian, can help. And you see, security agencies, they rely, let me say we, because I'm part of the security agency. We rely on information from informants, from well-meaning persons, because you don't have your eyes everywhere. You know, we are in here now. We cannot fully assess what is going on right in front of the gates. But there might be someone in the building, opposite this particular building, that is just sitting by his window and can see what is happening at the front of our gates. So if there's any issue whatsoever, if we come out and he's able to say, oh, I saw someone in a particular color of shirt, and the person is this height, it helps with information gathering. And when you have the right information, you gain speed. There's more speed, there's accuracy, and you are able to make progress at a faster rate. You see, the cost of inaction of what Nigeria loses every day cannot be quantified. Whether in all aspects. When I had the privilege of visiting the correctional center 2 weeks ago, and I realized that we want to empower people. The people that are in the prison custody, for instance, they are being fed. They eat daily, and they eat on taxpayers' money. So either way, our monies are everywhere. So let us protect it. Let us own all of this. Let us do something when we see it, because it's very important. Don't tell yourself that you don't want to meddle in the right places. This is not one aspect that you want to stay silent. You want to be involved. I, for instance, there are times that from the window of my house, I see people climbing a pole. I have some numbers at my beck and call. I just call someone that on this particular street something is happening. Oh, I've done my own. If they're able to respond in good time, fantastic. If they're able to come afterwards, fantastic. But it's important that we see all of these things as our collective responsibility, and we are able to take action. NSCDC as an organization, for instance, is saddled with protection of critical national assets. So we find that we have units. There's Sinai, there's units that deal directly We have a railway command, for instance. I'm sure you know that the Nigerian police also has a railway command. So I know as at now in Lagos that if there are any incidences at the railway station and there are any arrests, there are times that those that are arrested are brought to the Lagos State Command and then they are profiled, and most times there are no what's the word? There are no misplaced persons in those arrests, because most times they are caught in the act. And when you interview these people, you ask them why. They say they just wanted to eat. For me, I think that we should sound the alarm. We know that there is lack of jobs, but there's dignity in hard work. Washing a vehicle, washing a car, even those in the market. I grew up seeing people they call alabaru. They carry your luggage in the market. But nowadays, you find that nobody wants to get involved in all such duties. Everybody wants to be on the fast lane. My admonition to the youth as well will be that there's always an alternative, a better alternative. Vandalism can never be the way out. Destruction of lives and property can never be the way out. There's a particular scenario that comes to mind, and it's quite sensitive. But let me, for the sake of driving home my points, I would use it. The NSAS. The NSAS is something I really do not like to talk about. But the reality of NSAS was that I know of very symbolic, significant structures that were destroyed during NSAS. They were government property. One of it was a high court. The high court that had the probate registry was touched down. And you cannot imagine the volume of documents that was lost in that singular act. Another one is the only forensic laboratory in West Africa, the Lagos State Forensic and DNA Center. It was completely brought down. I look back at NSAS and I tell myself that we lost so much. We lost lives, we lost properties. But you see, those structures, they were our own. The BRT buses that were touched down, they were our own. There are several people that have not had the privilege of entering BRT buses. Some of our bosses, some of the people you think are high up there, they don't have any business entering BRT buses. The BRT buses were for the masses, they were for the middle class, they were for the, but the number of buses that we lost, that were touched down, by who? By ourselves. So Nigerians, critical national assets are our property. They are ours. They are ours. They are not for any government. It doesn't belong to civil defense. It doesn't belong to any political party whatsoever. And so we should protect these things, because, like I said before, it's taxpayers' money that we'll use to rebuild those structures that have been torn down. Protection can never be overemphasized. We have legislation. Nigeria has fantastic legislations, but that's a longer route. And even our legislations must be upheld. And when the rule of law is enforced, we shouldn't be the ones to raise eyebrow. We should support our governments and ensure that indeed our nation, Nigeria, becomes a better place. We have no other place to call home but Nigeria. As a security personnel, I wake up every day with that joy and gladness that I'm able to contribute my quota to the development of Nigeria. I was one person that worked every day of COVID. It was a traumatic time for me, but I look back and I know that I did great. So when you see security personnel on the road, please accord them some level of respect. I know respect is reciprocal, but please don't be on the aggressive side. We are all human beings. I can be your sister, your niece, your nephew, your daughter. I am just a Nigerian like you are. And so we need your partnership to be able to give our work the very best of it. The nation will not protect itself. It is we, its people, that will protect it. My admonition will be that we should report when we see something, we should resist when we see something, and we should defend when we see something. Together, we will make a difference. It's been a pleasure being here, and I pass on the mic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So much. Please, let's give it up for her. Wasn't she eloquent? She eloquently put the message across. Now you can see that these assets belong to us. And we're really thankful for what the NSCDC is doing. And we're also grateful that companies share this message.
Pleasure is ours.
Thank you very much. This is just the first half of the equation. What I want to do is deliver a few remarks and to say to you that you have the privilege of bringing us into 10.
Congratulations.
So we struck 10 days of eloquence while you were telling us about perhaps the most important thing we need to pay attention to, security, and being responsible for the assets that belong to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much.
So what I want to do so that we do not flout the Guinness World Record rules is to reflect for the next 5 minutes, then we'll invite our next speaker. But more than that, I think we will have this as a Q&A session. I never realized that so much was destroyed during the NSAS. I'm not sure most of us would have understood the enormity of the destruction of the courts that was destroyed with all of the evidence in the vault of that court. Then the forensic lab. Those things, especially forensic labs, those sort of infrastructure are usually very expensive to establish, to set up. And to think that we lost that as well, clearly is a reminder that in the end, there are no losers in anarchy. Sorry, there are no winners in anarchy. In fact, we all lose. We all lose. When the dust settles, nobody walks away unscathed. And that's why when we were planning this 20-day program, which by the way, the 20 days of eloquence is going to be an annual event. Absolutely. It's going to be an annual event. We've committed ourselves to it that every 1st of April, by God's grace, only that by next year, we shall have it, we may not likely do 24/7. Unless, of course, that record is threatened. Then we roll up our sleeves and go back to round the clock. But each day, we want to take on thematic issues. From security to the blue economy, to health and wellness, to education. We've had speakers on education, to business, on entrepreneurship, to youthful living, the entire gamut of our lives as a nation. We need to develop a culture of consistent conversations, consistent debating. Let us articulate these into thoughts. Just listening to you, I will tell you that my point of view has shifted, especially with the 2 examples that you gave. Because it was so easy to watch on television and form a narrative. A true narrative, but not necessarily a complete narrative. we could have sections or options or fragments of the truth without having the entire picture. I never knew. In fact, as you were mentioning it, Mrs. Shuemimo was practically crying. She practically pinched me and said, my husband is still fuming till this very day that the High Court, was it the High Court now, was brought down, that the amount of evidence in that place, he is a senior silk. So in the end, we all suffer. We all pay dearly for these things. And so, as young people, I know there are so many young people here whose views about NSAS is totally different. We understand that because they were at the center of it. But I believe that the understanding of how to engage becomes all the more instructive, because who are the people that use the BRT buses? They are the ones, especially the younger ones. How many of them are mobile? They are the ones who use the BRT buses. And to think that a sizable number of those buses were burnt down. So clearly, my view is that we must see ourselves as stakeholders, all of us. We are stakeholders, and sometimes you're not going to always like what state actors do. Let's be clear about that. And it's the same everywhere in the world. Governments are not naturally popular. State institutions are not designed to be popular entities. Why? Because institutions cater to a variety of interests and the need to attend to and balance. And so you could have an institution or an individual who is popular today, and they get into office tomorrow, they become the most unpopular because there are responsibilities at the state level. Being a state actor is a totally different kettle of fish. I've had my own experience for 3 years, so I can understand. There are responsibilities. But having that balanced view, and that's what civic education is about. We are all responsible for what we own, for what we have. If we destroy it, we all get to pay for it, and we all get back to the starting blocks afresh. So we set ourselves back. So the conversation about security concerns us all of us. So I want to thank A.O. Bada. Thank you very much for such an insightful expose of what the NSCDC does. And I believe that it guides us, it gives us a proper, sensible perspective. So before I introduce our next speaker, I hope someone is timing me. To be sure that I don't drop below 5 minutes. Guinness World Record, if you're hearing, know that I'm working to not underperform. I don't know how to do 5 minutes. It's not possible. Okay. So with that said, I just want us to be sure so that we continue. If I have to extend the conversation a little bit, I can extend the conversation beyond 5 minutes, because the title of my speech is Bridging the Security Conversation. I've just come here to bridge and to reflect on the discourse around security. So let me ask a few of the young people here. Do you now have at least an added perspective with regards to the fallout from NSAS? Yes. You do. And what is that? Tell me. Yes? There are plenty, yes? Just one. Say one. Okay. Yes. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Somebody else wants to weigh in. Yes, that's true. Okay. Mahatma Gandhi. Okay. Okay, so I guess some of the destruction that took place was an attempt to implement an eye for an eye. And as Gandhi would say, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. In the end, we all suffer for this. We all pay dearly for this. So, please, you still want to say something about security? Do you have any other point you want to contribute? All right. So in the end, ladies and gentlemen, we are responsible. Let us take this matter seriously. So on that note of continuing the conversations on national security and personal safety, because linking the issue of security to your own personal safety is also important. I think that sometimes we are aloof to security issues on a larger scale because we don't pay significant attention to our own safety. So linking that, understanding that it affects you at your own level, what should you do to be safe? I mentioned the other time, ladies, make sure in that your lovely handbag, you can buy a pepper spray. Yes. Trust me, it will save your iPhone 25 in the long run. Yes, for self-defense. So with that said, someone confirmed that I have spoken for more than 5 minutes? Yes, I have. With that said, I have the singular honor and pleasure to pass on the microphone to our next speaker. Continue the conversation on national security and personal safety. Thank you very much, sir. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, the beautiful arrays of audience. Oluwaseun Aboluri. I'd like to inform us that this is actually fantastic, like my senior colleague has said, and it's also not only fantastic but very informative and educative. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps is one of the leading security agencies in Nigeria, saddled with several responsibilities, functions, statutory duties. The core of my discussion and conversation today has to do with 4 items. We're going to be looking at Safe School Initiative of the federal government and how the NSCDC drives it. Also, we'll be looking at disaster and crisis management. Thirdly, we'll look at intelligence gathering and community engagement and the role of the people, the role of our people. Then we also look at what the NSCDC does in the area of private guard company security, or what we can also mean to be private security industry in Nigeria. For example, if you look at some of the cases around our schools, our host communities, such as bullying, kidnapping, abduction of school children, sexual molestation and harassment, we discover that the role the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps plays as directed by the federal government of Nigeria to coordinate and collaborate and cooperate with host communities and other security agencies of the country in a bid to fight cases of bullying, cases of sexual molestation, harassment of school children, kidnapping and abduction, as we have seen it in several states, majorly across the north, and some that we have also seen in the south. We discovered that we don't have any better time than to fight this menace head on. And the NSCDC has proactively initiated a very wonderful, organized system to fit in the vision of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What has the NSCDC done? Because it's a global space, it's a digital village, you need everybody to have this information. So the NSCDC drove and is still driving this process through technology and digitization by creating a website that coordinates all security agencies together, schools and host communities, so that we can have a reporting line where security agencies at their own end, when they pick up some of these intelligence regarding what happens in our schools or around the school, they can report accordingly and take proactive action. You don't have to wait for the NSCDC to act, so that we won't be caught up with the issue of response. Because one of the gaps in security or in the security architecture for us to nip crimes in the bud has always been response time. You call a help desk, you call a helpline, and you are not even helped, or you don't even get the help. So what is now the essence of creating help desks and helpline in a 2026? So the NSCDC, under the leadership of our dear Commandant General, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Aldi, MNI OFR DFCSS, understands how technology drives institutions and drives systems. And from the top echelon, this system is driven. The center is also located in the national headquarters of the NSCDC in Abuja. And this process is driven across the state and across different formations of our service. We have sub-unit commanders of the safe school that respond to school cases across lines, across the federation. Not only that, several cases are also itemized on the website, looking at the vulnerability of schools, whether they have perimeter fencing, which is one of the major gaps that has made several insurgents to run into several schools, as we have seen across the Niger. All of these are also reported. The issue of logistics, whether there are also mobilities, that can assist these school children from being moved away so that they can escape before they are caught up by some of these unscrupulous elements as they were. Now, the NSCDC knows that no security agency all over the world can do security business alone. As a matter of fact, all of us listening to me here, you are all security personnel. You might not have all the training that I have, or my colleagues have, or our senior colleagues have. But for being a human being, your security is you. You are first security before any security agency is created. As a matter of fact, security agencies are created by individuals, by human beings, by people, by nation. So the agencies that you are seeing are created by you. How on earth would you not know about security? So you need to know about your personal security, your family security, before you now talk about your nation's security. You must be able to call your children in school. There must be reporting line, there must be communication channel to know how your children are faring. You must be able to get across to your tutors to your teachers in school. They must be able to get across to you in case there's a medical breakdown, there's a health challenge, or there's even a crime that you don't even know would have occurred. So when all of these are galvanized together, we discover that we can have a serious school safety. Now, what is the role of NSCDC in all of this? The NSCDC wants our children, regardless of where they are, whether the primary, the secondary, or the tertiary, to be mini security individuals, meaning on their own beck and call, they know how to galvanize themselves and be secured at any given time. Several tips are important. When they hear sounds that are ugly, that are gory, that they don't know where it's coming from, they should know how to just lay low on the ground. They should know when to take cover. They should know when to report the things that they see. You've heard of the slogan, see something, say something. You must say the things you see. To who? To the agencies of government that can actually cover you as a weakness, so that you won't fall into the issue of crime witness protection issues. The NSCDC has a way of protecting our weaknesses by ensuring that we don't blow your cover and we don't allow your identity to be known by the enemy. So when you have a system that does all of these and also work hand in glove with other security agencies in the country, and we are also not designed to be local organization. The NSCDC Commandant General Professor Ahmed Abakar, the MNIOFR DSS, has also designed a vision, a mission, and a core value to make the NSCDC to be amongst the best security agencies in Africa and in the world. The cases of bullying, kidnapping, and abduction are also the NSCDC through engagement. We don't wait for the schools to come to us, we go to the schools ourselves. We don't wait for invitations. We take the roles, the core mandates as very critical and serious, the way the government has seen it. Don't forget that the first funding on Safe School also came from the World Bank, showing that the world is also against, the insecurity in our schools, the insecurity faced by school children and their tutors. We don't want to see these crimes, and that's why we take the bull by the horn to ensure that we do all we can do. Now, beyond just talking, what are the things that we have done in the area of protecting school children? In the FCT, for example, the NSCDC has ensured that we have averted so many kidnapping and abduction cases that would have happened. Now, the truth is this: most of the operations that security agencies such as ours do, and we have sources, you don't see from the media. People don't want to report them because bad news is what sells. Unfortunately, we already know that institutions of government are neutral. What we do is we do our job, and it's a thankless job, and we don't even wait for praises. So long people are secured, lives are safe, property are not destroyed. Now, we want to ensure that these children have security education to the fault that they can use that knowledge to also complement the roles that the NSCDC plays and other security agencies. Moving forward, intelligence gathering, information gathering is very germane. No security agency all over the world can succeed 100% without a robust technology-driven intelligence. We talk about the use of drones, we talk about the use of body cameras, and a lot of that gives you raw intelligence, soft intelligence that you can use to prosecute your case in court with evidences and also get some of these criminals convicted. As a matter of fact, the NSCDC's Intelligence and Investigation Directorate from the national headquarters is also spreaded across the zonal commands, the state commands, including Lagos State Command. We have a very robust intelligence and investigation department in Lagos State Command. As a matter of fact, the Commandant General of the NSCDC, which I've mentioned the name twice today, has also distributed technologically driven gadgets to all the zonal commands and state commands and other formations, tactical, operational formations of the NSCDC about a few weeks ago. part of which many of us got, many head of department and units and other head of formations got incident report devices, where we can report incidences instantly, immediately, and we don't have to run up and down. We don't have to depend on some of these phones or gadgets that are not inclined with 21st century operational versions. And as a result of that, you discover that we are way ahead of lots of these criminals, these shenanigans that would not want the progress of our country, because we need intelligence gathering and information gathering to really protect critical national assets and infrastructure in our country. There are several terrains that you cannot go to. Humanly possible, it's not possible for you to get to those places. You need technology to drive the process, to gather information for you, so that you can be able to harness such intelligence and information and also arrest the situations that are around these enclaves. Now, it is important for us to understand that the process is not all about kinetic approach. When I mean kinetic, what do I mean? Kinetic means being forceful, operational, combative. The NSCDC Commandant General has seen it from research that people need to be engaged. Who are the people? People who live in the communities. People need to know that there is consequence for any crime that they commit. If you vandalize government property, if you vandalize telecommunication cables, fiber optic cables that are often under some of these construction lines that gives us the network that we are using right now, that can destroy most of the communication that we're already getting right now, the consequences are just so viral. The consequences are so hazardous and painful. They can cost millions and billions of naira, even in dollars, to be able to put them up again. As a matter of fact, the NSCDC in Lagos State Command alone, under the directive of the National Security Advisor, and that directive given to the Commandant General of the NSCDC to engage people in the communities, we have done over 74 community engagements under the Lagos State Commandant, Mr. Adedosun Keshiro. I can say it categorically that Lagos State Command, if not the only command that has gotten to the point of engaging communities across all the 57 local governments in Lagos State. There are no local government in Lagos State that have not witnessed community engagement of the NSCDC. There is no security agency in Nigeria resident in Lagos, domiciled in Lagos, that we have not invited to all our community engagement. So it's not something that we do alone. Traditional institutions in Lagos State have been invited. We've invited the Oba Palace, we've invited the Serikis, the Igbos, so long they are traditional institutions in the state. All of these people have come not only to hear from the NSCDC, but to also contribute to the NSCDC on the way forward. NOA is there to also drive the information across different places. Also, the Scrap Dealers Association of Nigeria, who also involved in selling scraps of things that are destroyed or vandalized, are also, because if there's no seller, there won't be any buyer. If there's nobody to sell, there won't be anybody to buy. So we understand these gaps, and most of these scrap dealers have been fingered in most of our engagements, and they have always been invited for us to relate, to communicate, to debate some of the problems, to debate some of the challenges, so that in the end we can find a common ground peculiar to Lagos, because crime is peculiar. Crime can be general, but it's peculiar. The solution to some of the crimes that happen in some states may not be the solution in Lagos. You must look at the peculiarity of the crimes in your state. Not only that, the crime that is up in Muslim might not be the crime that is up in Ajegunle. So in Ajegunle it might be bullying. In Muslim it might be drugs. It might be all kind of things. So as a result, you must know the security agencies to coordinate together to have your formidable collaboration to be able to nip these crimes in the bud. And that is one of the key essence of this community engagement. What are the results that we have achieved through community engagement? We have been able to see that even us, with all the engagements, we need to still get closer to the people. We have been able to also see that one of the gaps that people complain about is that they don't often have access to security agencies, maybe their offices, at certain times of the day. maybe late in night, I mean late at night, and the very night hours of the day. Now, what do we now do? The NSCDC went further to partner with telecoms organizations in Lagos and some other states of the Federation to engage communication so that we can have dedicated phone lines, toll free, that is, that people can call us on. Also, you can also reach us through the state emergency numbers, because we also have our desk officers at the center in Lagos, the 112 and the 767. And the mails and the sites of the NSCDC is now upgraded to ensure that we can get feedback, because feedback mechanism is very important and key, very pivotal in crime fighting, in crime busting. Be that as the mail on intelligence and community engagement. I'd like to also share with us that the NSCDC, not only the NSCDC, but civil defense organizations all over the world, when they started up as disaster managers. Let me give you a story. You all remember, or if you were not even born then, you all must have read or come across the story of the Nigerian Civil War, or what is also called the Biafra War. The Biafra War between 1967 and 1970, that was the time that the word civil defense ever came up in Nigeria. It started off as Lagos Civil Defense Committee in 1967, May 1967. And what was the NSCDC doing as at then, as it were? They were to help the civil populace. They were to help to guide them with information, with knowledge, you know, so that they can be guided against some of the consequences and the challenges of the war. They were also to assist, you know, those who are affected by the war, and also to ensure that they help in sharing relief materials, you know, to people and all of that. So this disaster management and crisis management began the process of the NSCDC, that is a world-class organization today. It also began the process of an agency of government that has now been trusted with a lot of functions, duties, even roles, even beyond just saying. A lot of roles have been given to the NSCDC, including the protection of the mining industry of Nigeria, where we now have the mining marshal. The Power Rangers are also there in the pipeline. Also, we are also given the role, starting with the role to protect the VIPs in this country, the very important personalities protection. We want to thank the Commander-in-Chief, our President, for that great feat. That's to let you know that from disaster management and crisis management, as a responder, from 1967 to 1970, the NSCDC has now gone beyond a voluntary organization to a reputable world-class security organization that responds to serious security issues. Now, let me tell you for free, there is no part of this country that the NSCDC is not in the front line with the Nigerian military. There's no joint operation today under this able and amiable Commandant General, Professor Ahmed Abaka Odi, MNI OFR GFCSS, that the NSCDC is not in the front line. Our men are in the front line. They face the same battle that any security agency faces in Nigeria today. Our men are also victims of some of these challenges that are faced in the front line. Name it. Is it Adekai? Is just name it. All of these operations, you see the NSCDC there. And the NSCDC has something for one. We are a very compassionate, passionate and resilient driven organization. We are very resilient. We are strong in battle. And we are a first responder. Among the first responders when it comes to emergency response, the NSCDC also takes the lead. We have our role when disaster occurs. We also ensure that crowd is being controlled. We do the crowd controlling. We give people tips to ensure that they are removed away from disaster points and disaster scenes. You remember the Gerard building collapse. You remember the Gerard building collapse that occurred. The response time of NSCDC in Ikoyi was less than 5 minutes. I'm not just saying it, I was also part of the team that was sent from Ikeja. But before we move from Ikeja to Gerard, we also, like you know, we have units and sub-units, divisions and area commands across the length and breadth of Lagos State. We have 10 area commands, we have 50 divisions. Part of the division offices that are close to the collapse building scene, we already sent ahead. Then the other backup team were coming from the command in Ikeja. And as a result, though lives were lost, there were casualties, but we were able to reduce the casualties. We were able to, make the environment a bit subtle so that there won't be more casualties. Because, a lot of people in this part of the world, they might not have anything to do other than to just create more havoc. By the time they don't have the necessary information that they need, they go in, they block access of security agencies or responders who are supposed to come as a result of emotion, as a result of sensation. So these are parts of the, non-kinetic approach. We educate people, we bring the tension down, we remove the blockages, against our access, and we ensure that we're moving, and we try to collaborate with other security agencies to do the job and bring them out of this menace. Some of these rescue operations, evacuation operations, recovery operations even last for 3, 4, 5 days. And you want to ask me, will the NSCDC personnel remain there perpetually? Yes, we don't have any other job. We are saddled to be there 24/7 to ensure that criminal elements don't take advantage of collapsed buildings. They don't take advantage of accident scenes to do what? Perpetrate their evil. Many times too, when certain things happen, such as disaster, while you that have the good mind to protect, to rescue, to recover are there are some elements who might infiltrate your midst and take advantage to rob. They also take advantage, to see what they can do and vandalize things that they can sell easily. So these are the things that we are always alerted on. We are poised to ensure that we don't leave any stone unturned when we are going for rescue missions, recovery, and also evacuation, and a lot of that. It is very important and pertinent to let you know that one of the very major areas the NSCDC dwell in is also private security industry in Nigeria. The private security industry in Nigeria is very wide. We have private guard companies in this country. These private guard companies are licensed by the NSCDC. These private guard companies are trained. Their guards are trained by the NSCDC. The private guard companies are regulated by the NSCDC. Their licenses, whenever they want to also renew their licenses, they also get their renewals from the NSCDC. So it's a process before somebody says he has a private guard company in Nigeria. You must go through the NSCDC, you must come to the state command and get the necessary information that is needed. And when those information are also gotten, you will go through a process that you'll be guided by on necessary documents that you need to provide, such as your memorandum of understanding, your personal history form, the names of your directors and pictures, and what have you. The list is endless for you to have a proper and adequate administration of your private guard company. Now, the reason for all of this that the country has put together and entrust the NSCDC with is because we must move away from an 80-year-old man coming to be our guard. We must move away from a 70-year-old man, somebody that should be resting somewhere or doing very simple jobs and just taking care of kids and all of that at that age, now coming to be a guard. Those things are obsolete. When we travel out of this country in developed climes, you won't see that. So we must bring back dignity to our private guard company regulation. We must bring back dignity to our private security regulation. And now, what does the NSCDC does in that regard? The NSCDC fights quackery. Quackery is a menace because you have yourself to blame at the end of the day. When you go for the professionals, they give you good results. But I don't want to use the word. A megad, like it is used here, can abandon everything and travel home. You know what I mean by home? Abandon your children, abandon your wife, abandon your husband, open the gate and travel home. These are untrained, unqualified people to access your gate, to guard your residents, but we allow them many a times, maybe because they are cheap labor. And we feel that if I just pay the person a token and the person has an abode in my compound or in my estate, and that is all. We are moving away from there. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Lubu Mitunji Ojo, has said that the laws, that was enacted to establish the private security bill is obsolete and is not in tandem with modern security laws for private security industry regulation. And as a result, he has set up committee to look into it so that the private security industry of Nigeria will be re-regularized and the guards can see them as opportunity to climb the ladder in their career. He wants to make that sector a career progressive sector where somebody can come in to become a guard and rise to become a manager, rise in that ladder to become the peak of his career in the private security industry. All of these are very germane, are very important to the NSCDC, and the Commandant General is ready and he has continued to drive home the vision and the mission of the Minister of Interior regarding private security industry in Nigeria. And that is why it is also germane to mention here that biometric arrangements is also made for the private security industry in Nigeria to ensure that we have a complete, accurate data of private guard companies in Nigeria. Also the number of guards that we have. We ensure that we have a complete statistical data analysis of these guards in Nigeria, of these companies, so that governments can be duly informed and well informed on how to make policies regarding this area. The issue of training, you are as good as the trainings that you have. Talent is not enough. So the NSCDC ensures that these guards are also well trained. We organize trainings for them through the private guard company departments in each of these commands. The trainings are both operational, they are parades, and also lecture driven, so that they can know how to talk to people, they can know how to do business, they can know how to relate to people, and they can know how to manage their access. It is so important that some of the guards that we have trained, we are beginning to see results. Now, the results include that people give us feedback. People give us feedback that the way they talk to them, the way they communicate to them has improved. We want to see guards who are not abusive. Sometimes when you get to a gate and you want to come in, like I want to appreciate some of the guards that are put in front of the estate phase 2 here. They approach us when we're coming very simply, very modestly, and they directed us very well. Even when a bit we missed our way, they still came back to meet us and say, oh, this is your way, that's not your way, that's the place you are going. So those are the things that we want to see. Not just talk. We want to see changes in the lives of these guards, in their modus operandi. How do they relate to people? How do they talk to people? Okay. Also their dressing. The NSCDC is poised, looking at dressing. Dressing is important. If you look at us the way we came in, you'll be forced to join the NSCDC. It's not just to brandish the core. It's not just to brandish the core, but it's to let you know that it is one of the important place in the heart of the Commandant General of the NSCDC. If you go to the internet and check out the Commandant General, you know that he is really made from Nigeria, and that's what we are talking about. We want to see the guards in Nigeria look very neat, look very smart, and look very good, just as us who are their regulators. And we want to ensure that the roles that they are given, they carry those roles to the latter. And not only that, they also work hand in glove with us security agency regulating them. I must leave you with one major point. And the point that I want to leave you with is to let you know that the NSCDC is now renewed with the reappointment of our dear Commandant General for another 5-year term, one tenure. Commandant General Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI OFR DFCSS. He has come with the vision to regenerate the NSCDC through technology-driven approaches. And that was why I made in my remark that one of the first major actions that he took was to distribute technologically driven and powered equipment to all the zones and all the states of state commands of the NSCDC across Nigeria, because he's one man who is very intentional. He's one man who believes in intellectualism. He's one commandant general, one security boss and helmsman in this country, who understands that security is a collective approach of not only kinetic but non-kinetic, coupled with technology. Because all over the world where security has advanced, for example, in countries in the east or in the west, you discover that you can't talk about great powers in the world without security. The physical the physical artillery is not enough. They can only do better with advanced technology, because if you don't want to be overridden by enemies, you must ensure that you have a backup plan apart from the men, and the backup plan is technology. Nigeria must begin to look into advancing technology for security, and not only advancing it, making it available. You see what is happening in US, Israel and Iran. If not for technology and intelligence, what do you think would have become of Israel and also US, that we also know as superpowers of the world? So Nigeria at this point cannot be behind. For us to fight the enemies who are bandits, who are insurgents, for us to fight the enemies who don't want the progress of the economy of this state, who don't want the commerce of this state to continue to blossom, who want to continue to inflict hardship and hurt and grief on unsuspecting Nigerians by stealing, by vandalizing, by ensuring that government policies do not fulfill their aims. We must ensure that we smoke them out with technology, so that the security agencies can have the pressures on them relieved and reduced, and we'll get the results that we need in the head. I also say a very big thank you to these attempts, and God bless you. So, permit me with this great honor and privilege to pass on the mic to my next great speaker.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen. To begin with the word of Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world." So now, the topic of my speech is basic security awareness. Basic security awareness. So now, why did I cite Mahatma Gandhi's quotes at first? When I said you must be the change you wish to see in the world, I mean, if you want to live in a secured world, you must take that security action first. You understand? So now, to be secured is to live in peace. To be secured is to work freely, to live freely, to be in peace and harmony. So now, what are the basic security tips? First and foremost, be aware of your surroundings. In one of my speeches, I said something. I said the reasons why Lagos State remains one of the most secure states is because individuals who are occupants of Lagos State are very, very observant. So if they see you moving around unscrupulously, they will begin to ask you, "Hello, where are you from?" I remember a few weeks ago when I went to a street to pick up my dress from the dry cleaner. So he hasn't opened, so I was in the next building. So I had to wait for him to come. Then this man came to me. He said, "Hello, I have not seen you before. What are you doing here?" And I said, "I'm waiting for the dry cleaner." I said, "Which dry cleaner?" I said, "The dry cleaner is at the other side." He said, "Go to the front of the dry cleaner shop and wait for him." He did what? He was aware of his surrounding. He knew I am not a resident. So he has every reason to ask what I am doing around. So now, for us to assist our security agencies, we must not just leave the work to them alone. We must be active. We must participate actively in the duty of security. Moving on, avoid unfamiliar environment. One of the basic security tips is that you avoid unfamiliar environment. Imagine going to the northern parts of Nigeria, then you decide to go at night. Then you get, not just that you decide to go at night, you decide to pass a route where you could barely find a bus passing that route. If anything happened to you at that point, you brought that upon yourself. Of course, we can't have our security agencies at every street. It's not possible. So you should always avoid unfamiliar environments. Also, don't display valuables openly in public. This is very common now. You see persons who would wear gold chain of 15 to 30 million walking around on the streets. Even if you sell gold, you should take it to where you sell it. So later you come and tell us that you were attacked on the streets, you were robbed on the streets, you had to call the security agencies, they did not respond to you quickly. But why? Why are you carrying expressing valuables like that on the road? It is very, very irresponsible of a good citizen. Also, protecting your personal information. Okay, about 6 days ago, I paid for my X subscription, that's Twitter. So when I wanted to pay, I had to use my MasterCard for Zenith Bank. Then I realized that after I had imputed the required numbers on my card, it did not even ask me to put a PIN. The moment I put the digits on my card, they deducted the X subscription fee. I was expecting them to ask me for my bank PIN before deducting the money, but they didn't ask. They just deducted the money immediately. Then because of that, what did? I moved all my NY salary in that bank to another bank. Because why didn't you ask me? You don't ask for my password. I just imputed those things and you removed it. So that is to say, if someone have access to your ATM card, automated teller machine card, the person can remove your money. So you should protect your personal information. It's not just restricted to that. We have persons who would be making confidential calls in public. Hello sir, the business we are talking about, okay, it's 20 million. Okay, tomorrow meet me at the bar next to you at Ikoyi Club. You don't do that in public. This is personal information. There are informations like your land documents and the likes. You have to guide your becoming if you live a secured life. You have to guide your becoming. You have to protect personal information. Also, another security awareness tips is stay safe and stay safe online. His Excellency, our scholarly mother and motherly scholar, said something earlier. She said someone was given a political appointment, then in less than probably 24 hours, we could realize that the person had taken down all his previous social media information. So now, this is it. The things you know would dent your image. Don't display them on the internet. You have to just stay safe online. Another thing that is common nowadays is you will see people sharing links of MTN is giving people 30,000 naira, share the link to 10 groups, and then they start clicking on it, then they become victim of scam. So at the end of the day, you would now run to the police saying, hello sir, I clicked on the link, I was scammed, this and that happened. Then you were expecting the police to start performing magic. They are not magicians. They are humans like you. They are humans like you who decide to take responsibilities that you can't take. So to make their job easier for them, you should be security aware and avoid things that would affect your peace as Nigerians and humans across the globe. Another thing I'll be talking about security consciousness is what we know as what we promote within ourselves. I said something that I said the damage we face now within ourselves is as a result of the moral contradictions within the society. It is not just the government. You have to tell the person next to you that when you see someone doing wrong thing, you have to correct them that please, this thing you are doing will affect us. Distinguished guest, this thing you are doing is going to affect us. So by all possible means, you have to tell them that this decision you are about to take will affect all you are doing. Then secure your environment. When you want to sleep at night, close your door. Make sure you have good burglaries. At times, you might not be in your house for like 2-3 days. So now imagine it's just your glass door that is there. Then you have your laptops close to your bed. So someone from outside can just eat, a criminal from outside can just eat the glass, then remove your laptop from outside. So that's more reason why you should secure your environment. Get good doors. Don't manage your door. Get good padlock. Sometimes there was a day this man was complaining that his door was broken, then his valuables were stolen. Then I asked him later, after I had noticed that I had gotten over the whole incident, then I asked him that, excuse me, that the things that were missing in your house was around how much? He said it was around 500,000. Then I said, what was the reason why they were able to access your house? Like I said, because the door was bad. So now, because you could not fix a door of 20,000 naira, you lost something of over 500,000 naira. So he was constantly going to the police station. He was expecting the police to do magic. Hello, police. There was a time he called me, he said, please, can you follow me to the police station? I said, if I get to the police station, what will I tell them happened? There was nobody in the house when this incident took place. So you have to secure your environment. Protect, don't forget where I started from. Be aware of your surroundings. That's the first. When you see someone who doesn't belong to your environment, make sure you ask them where they are from so as to protect yourself. Also, avoid unsafe and unfamiliar environments. Also, don't display valuables open in public. Don't carry gold chains of 100 million, 10 million. You don't need to do that. So you don't need to at times you don't need to show the whole world that you have got this amount of wealth for them to know you are wealthy. You don't need to do that. Also, and another thing I will talk about is the rural area. There was a time then before the former governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babatunde Fashola, became a governor. Before he became a governor, there was a place in Lagos then called Bariga. So at Bariga we have what we call Odusi, Agowu, Ososa and the likes. At that time, almost every week you would hear of a crime scene within this jurisdiction until Babatunde Fashola became a governor. Then he did something. Do you know what he did? Once it is 6 p.m. on each day, once it is 6 p.m., you would see mobile police come to Bariga at that time. So you would find at least 3 mobile police at each bus stop at Bariga. From Odusi up to Ikobayo, you will find 3 mobile police. From Ikobayo to Oreshegun, you will find 3 mobile police. From Oreshegun to Agowu Junction, you will find 3 mobile police. From Agowu Junction to Adewale Adenaya, you will find 3 mobile police. From Adewale Adenaya to Ifeoludu, you find 3 mobile police. That was how His Excellency Babatunde Fashola then was able to overcome the crime scene at Bariga at that time. Ever since then, he was able to solve the whole problem. Then His Excellency Akinwumi Ambode did something. What did he do? I was complaining to someone. I said, one of the reasons why these criminals are able to survive in this area is because of the bad roads. Because at that time, when the police come for them, they would have to park their van outside, then use their leg to enter the street because of the road were bad at that time. But when His Excellency Akinwumi Ambode became the governor, that was the first thing he worked on. You know, Fashola at first, he had provided enough security that at each bus stop you will find 3 mobile police. So even you that want to commit the crime, you will start to feel like, if I move anyhow here, and those mobile police at that time, they are used to doing one thing. At the time they resume office at 6 p.m. in the evening, they would first blow the rifle up, so you know that they are around. So if you want to commit crime, you do what? You will stay far away. So from that moment, you start experiencing lesser crime. Then not just that, at that time, we have what we called landlord association. So in landlord association then, they had meeting with the police forum at Bariga then. So if they observe anything, they will call the divisional police officer at that time, the DPO. I as well had the phone number of the DPO at that time. So there was one time that something happened. We noticed one person came around. Then the person was trying to cause some atrocities. I was the one that picked the phone then. And then I was in secondary school. When I picked the phone and called, I was like, hello sir, there is crime here. Then in less than 5 minutes on that day, the police came and they picked up that person. Then after interrogation and some investigation, they realized that this was what this person came for, and he was arrested. So if we would have a better society, we have to work with the security agencies. We have to work with the security agencies. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, the work of security is not to be left to the security agencies alone, but it's our duty as Nigerians, as humans at large. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
So hi everybody, and to all those that have spoken way before me, you did a very great job, and doing this after all of you seems like alright, but we're gonna be fine. So I'm here to speak about the art, that's A-R-T, the art of fine penmanship. What is penmanship? Penmanship is basically handwriting. It's just English language, apparently. So the art of fine handwriting. I know somebody in this world where there is phone, there is this one, there is that one. Why is somebody talking about penmanship? Okay. Penmanship is how we express ourselves on paper, and even psychology says that a man who can express himself very well on paper is actually going to be a great leader and an eloquent speaker. If you see, most of the speakers here come up with their triggers or come up with something, they have to write it down, because in writing it down they actually also take in some thoughts, and you don't have to look at what they are holding on to from time to time. Fine penmanship is very, very core in everything that we do, because apparently it's even the basis of our life as kids, as adults, or as anything. Because when we are coming up as toddlers, we always start off with scribbling. When you are in the cradle class, they'll tell parents, make sure your child scribble on paper, because that's the only way he gets to learn the grip of pencil, also in organizing thoughts. And when they get to KG1, you start hearing things like, call it cough and one, cough and dash, cough and this. Basically, why they not do it on the tab and say this is cough and this is dash? No, because there is beauty and there is learning in the art of writing. So writing is expression, writing is discipline, and writing is identity. See, just the way the marks on our hands are never the same. It's the same way our handwriting are never the same. If all of us here write on a piece of paper, we can actually tell who is whom. In a class where, let's go back to secondary school a bit, where we were all in class and probably we were sweeping, because in my school, one of the things we were taught in secondary school is how to clean up. Yes, so sometimes we sweep our classes. There are specific days where students take up the responsibility of sweeping their classes. So while we are sweeping, probably we just come across a note that does not have a back cover. Just from the handwriting, we know who owns the note. You can just tell, it's Tony that owns this note. That gets careless. It's Toyibo that owns this note, and she's not careless. So probably something happened, or somebody lent the note and did not return. So the art of penmanship is actually one called in that we can never ever underestimate. And one thing we never take note of is the fact that our handwriting is our silent voice. Yes, whether we like it or not, because it speaks way before we do. So why does this still matter? Because apparently we still live in this world, we still live in speed, we still live in noise. Is why if you go for therapy, one of the core things they'll ask you to get is your journal. Why did they not tell us to get probably an online journal or something? Because there is therapy that comes with writing. Once I'm angry like that, just get my journal, I'll start writing. A gratitude journal, you just keep writing things you're grateful for. There is therapy that comes with writing, and in all of the speed and everything that is happening, one thing that you can never go wrong with is writing, is expressing yourself. One core way you can express yourself anywhere and anytime. The other day, I was going somewhere, so I decided to try to just offload a bit. So while I was going, I was just thinking about stuff that I didn't want to forget, right? And I just picked up my pen and my book. On the road though, I just went to one side and started penning down my thoughts, and from there it kept flowing and flowing. I was not like, bro, I'm on the road. I'm on the road. But that's one thing that never goes wrong with penmanship. Having a good handwriting. So why should we have fine penmanship? Because once your handwriting is actually very fine, first, it becomes very easy for you to express your thoughts. Imagine you wanting to learn the notes from a classmate and just see how bad the handwriting is. You would gingerly and rurally return the notes. That means you would, with all calmness, return the notes, because you know that first, you can either write nonsense, or second, you will just waste more time in writing, because you're trying to decode what the person had written already. That what this person write here now. But a person with fine handwriting and you learn the person notes, you just keep writing on and on and on and on and on. Right? So that's one reason why you should have fine. I'm heading somewhere. One reason why you should have fine penmanship. Another reason why you should have a very fine penmanship is because it helps you with easy thinking and better memory. Okay, so the other day I was scrolling through my, WhatsApp now has this feature where you can send message to yourself, right? So I sent a message to myself, and then I was scrolling through all the things I had written for me to just, things I have not done, or things that I've done, or probably a message I just wrote that I was going to go back to it, and then I saw this particular one. I think I just wrote a title or something. I was going to work on it, but at the end of the day, I was not able to get the whole grasp of it, because I did not understand what I wrote at the end of the day. But one thing about me is that when I'm writing on a piece of paper or in my journal, I am very expressive. So assuming I did not write that on my phone, I felt like writing on my phone was the quickest way to function. So I wrote on my phone, and I wrote it as short as my phone will have me do it. As soon as I had written into my journal, first it should have been way more expressive, yes, because one way or the other, there's a way I write in my journal where I'll put branches and I'll put the dashes and all. So why am I talking about the art of fine penmanship? Now, I've seen that everybody that has been coming up one way or the other have been talking about security. Yes, most people that have come up, they have been talking about security. So how is the art of fine penmanship in relation? How does it relate with security? One thing fine penmanship does is that it gives clarity. And one thing security will have us do is that we are clear with all of our thoughts. We are clear in expressing ourselves, because anything that is unclear becomes vulnerable. Like a child that is not able to express his or herself, I work very well with kids, and if they are not able to express themselves when they are right, they start crying. You become very vulnerable. Okay, you have to go to the police station now. they will ask you to write statements. Imagine you don't have a fine handwriting. You just go and write maybe a word that could be translated to something else because it was not well written. That's one of the core reasons why you have to have a very fine handwriting, because I think we have underestimated it a lot, but I've seen a couple of schools putting effort in making sure their students have very, very fine handwriting, because it's one of the most underestimated thing in the world. Like, it's one of the reasons why you have to practice it intentionally. I remember when I wanted to write junior WAEC, there was junior WAEC. I love to explore handwritings actually. While growing up, I explore handwritings a lot. So there's a way I used to write my E there, and I'll put dash up and I write C under, dash and C. That's capital letter E. When I wanted to write WAEC at school, I started learning how to write E properly because I had gotten very accustomed to it. Same for capital letter M. You know, even if you write capital letter M like this, cough up, it's still small letter M no matter how big it is. It also has the sharp end up, because that is how to write it according to English alphabet. I had to start learning how to do the sharp ends. Same for W. I don't know how to write them because I love styling. There are some styles, like there are some alphabets, or there are some ways you can write, and that curve ends is correct even as capital letter. But according to our syllabus or what we use right from primary school, they are not correct. So imagine you're writing a statement and probably that capital letter M was supposed to represent something in a way. Even if police, I don't think it matters to some people in that sector. But let's just take for an example that really matters. First, is to give another meaning to your sentence. It's just like you want to write this Albert Macaulay. You now write the M, small letter C, small letter C. That's another person entirely. It is not the same Albert Macaulay you meant. Fine penmanship, and that in the world of security means a lot, because already you are passing another information. Then another reason why fine penmanship comes with security is that it helps with your stamina. Like I was saying, you having a fine penmanship helps with your confidence level, because first you're not going to be vulnerable, so you're going to be very, very expressive. Because like now in the court of law, they will hold you by what you say, what you do, and in fact what you write, because statements will also matter. I think statements also matter when they're what you've written in your statements. It does not make you vulnerable at all, not in any way, because you are very sure of what you have written. But if you have a very fine handwriting, please let me look at what I think you're not reading properly. That's not what I meant. Maybe you want to always explain yourself. You want to always be, oh no, I think you have read it wrongly. Even if that's what it is, it's not even if that's what they're saying actually. But assuming you have a very fine handwriting, that will not be a problem. Or imagine you sending reporting something. Okay, the other day, because I'm studying sociology, and one of the courses we did last semester was sociology of crime and delinquency. So we had to state certain crimes and all. So that was when I got to know that there is grape and there is rape. So imagine you wrote, and maybe you wanted to say making rape a bad attitude, or making rape something, but because you have a very bad handwriting, you now wrote making, like the G was connecting with the rape. That's grape. You have reported something else. Yes. And they say what you see. What were they saying the other time? That always report what you see, what you hear. And so imagine you're reporting like that. The person can outrightly deny it because he did not do graping. Yes, he did rape. So the act of fine penmanship can never ever be underestimated when it comes to security. For children, when it comes to security, children believe their teachers a lot. They will tell you, that's not what my teacher wrote on the board. This is what my teacher wrote on the board. See, if a child, that's why teachers, we always make it a thing to always check the children's notes when they are bringing assignments home. Because once they write something that they feel they saw on the board, that thing can cause trouble. Imagine a teacher wrote on the board and the child copied the exact thing he or she saw on the board and took it home. And the mother is like, no, this thing is not correct. Children will never listen that's my teacher, no, don't change it, they will stand on their word. My teacher said this, my teacher said that. That's what my teacher wrote. I copied it correctly. And the mother will be like, no, that's in a way. The child is all about, no, don't allow my teacher scold me, so don't correct it. Just leave it like that. To the parent is saying, if this is what your teacher wrote, then your teacher is not doing the right thing. Are they even teaching my child well? A lot of insecurity setting why either a bad penmanship or thereabouts. I've checked most of the speakers here subconsciously actually. Most of them have very fine penmanships. Like if you check their handwriting, why? Because when they come here, they need to read it from their triggers sometimes. Imagine they had written just to start looking for it. It's not missing, but definitely is not what they expect that they had written is what they're seeing. So we actually need fine penmanship. Like it's not something you should, if as a mother you have a child that we're just handwriting. The age is a digital age, Jerry. We don't need it. So we actually need this because fine penmanship matters, insecurity matters. If they are saying see what you see. Some people are not expressive with talking. They prefer to write it down. I know of one of my babies. She's like a younger sister to me. Once the daddy flogs her for something that she did not do, she'll just write a letter and drop it on his bed because she cannot face her daddy. So her daddy you say, I'll just come back from bed and I'll just see from Oluwani Femi, she has dropped a letter. So imagine she's saying something like, Daddy, I'm really sorry. And when you're learning the act of penmanship, punctuation also matters. Yes, just in case you don't know. So there is a way punctuation gives more meaning to what you're writing. So, Daddy, I'm very sorry for what I have done, and I'll not do it again. I'll be a good girl from now on. But there is a way to write that thing, and it's just, what is all this rubbish? This is looking like nonsense, and he will even get more angry than he was already because of the handwriting is not good. But once the handwriting, there's a way you even say fine handwriting. Actually, I don't know for every other person. No, having fine handwriting is actually a very big green flag for me. Yes, it is. There's a way you see fine handwriting. Then that love letters were still raining. Sorry, I'm old small. I met love letters. And then they write love letter to you. Or not that the guy's address is never fine. Like what is this yama that he just wrote to me? Like I cannot even read your. You want to express love to me, yet the love is not loving from the letter. It's not. It cannot work. But there's a way somebody will write it. Not even to design on the paper. If you feel loved from the paper, like the person has not said it to you, like face to face. So there is a lot of things fine penmanship can actually do. When they want to tell us here that our food will be ready in the next 1 hour, they will not use somebody with nonsense handwriting. Have you seen that paper before? The handwriting is very, very fine, like top notch. Yourself, even if the hunger is there, you just feel very assured. Or if it's just one handwriting, you don't be like, whoa, when the food comes, it come. But the assurance that comes with fine handwriting, is just top notch. So if you are going to underestimate anything, don't underestimate fine handwriting. Yes, that's the meaning of penmanship. So how well can you express yourself on paper? How well can you, because if you want to say journaling is a therapy for you, it's because you can express properly. Why don't we like reading personally for me, I have daddies that are in the medicine space. Once they write drug, I didn't need to look at it twice. Just fold it. Take it to the pharmacy where you need to get, because I cannot be giving myself headache because I want to try to understand the drug that was written. No, I don't want to. Doctors' handwriting are one of the most annoying handwritings ever, and they'll tell you that it's because maybe they don't want you to know the drug so that you not stop coming to their hospital or something like that. If that's their secret code, they should keep with it. They should just keep with it. But for us here, we don't like the handwriting. Or do you like the handwriting? No. Yes, exactly. No, nobody likes the handwriting. And everybody, doctors should do better. Or somebody can even read these drugs. But they cannot do do better, right? So there is a lot of beauty that comes with fine handwriting. You will see lawyers. Have you ever checked a lawyer handwriting before? It's always very, very neat, like always properly outlined. Like they will take their time to outline their. So by the time they are doing objection, my lord, objection overruled, objection, it is clearly stated. They know the next point that they want to write. They want to say rather. They know the next, because it is properly aligned. That is what fine penmanship will do to you. Or is it accountants? Accountants will tell you, no, will they tell you that no, they cannot have fine handwriting? Go and ask from them. They have to learn it, because any small mistake in their handwriting can cost them a lot as accountants, or maybe bank. I don't know the difference between a banker and an accountant in a way, somehow, but I shall know that they are in the banking space and they need to write money and they need to write. So imagine somebody that wants to write million mistakenly wrote millionaire or something. The person can just know it. No, that's not what I meant to, and it can cause somebody to land in the prison. So if you check most of these core professions, most of people that are always in charge of most of theirs, they're always having fine penmanship. So the art of fine penmanship can never ever be underestimated. Be it security, be it in the banking world, be it even architects. Their handwritings are always neat and very, very outlined, because by the time they are detailing their structures, they are writing this one 8 centimeter or they are writing 9, because any small mistake can cause a flop in that building. Yes, so the art of fine penmanship can never ever be underestimated in any sector. Or are we talking about speakers? We speakers, I already said before, we write out our triggers, we write out this word, we have to outline it. If you check anybody here, if you check most of their notes for maybe where they write down their thoughts, or they're just thinking out loud, even in the midst of the chaos in their notes, you can still read and understand what they're writing. So if you check every sector, or teachers, you want to go to a class and just write nonsense on the board, like just want to write J, it's now go like this. No, their handwritings are always one of the best. Teachers, yes, because the art of fine penmanship can never ever be underestimated. So on this note, I'm just trying to tell you that first, never underestimate the power of fine handwriting. Secondly, every sector needs people with fine handwriting. And thirdly, you have to have a very fine handwriting. So I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I say good day, distinguished audience, respected listeners, and all who will hear me this message across the globe. I'm Dr. Omawumi Oyepeju Olatunji. Let me begin with a story. A highly accomplished woman, professional indeed, once said, I am succeeding everywhere except at home. She has built a thriving career, earned recognition in her chosen endeavor, commanded respect, but her children are growing without her presence, her guidance, even her voice. On the other hand, I have another woman that has given up all she has or she had in that course, in that period of time, entirely for her home, particularly her children. No career path, no calling, no hobby, all for the children. A complete full housewife just for the children and her home front. Years after, she discovered that she has given up all for their sake, her dreams to her children, and eventually they had to leave her to start their own homes. She became idle. She now said to herself, I've given up all her dreams, my dream for these children. I no longer have anything to fall back at. She doesn't even know where to start from. You will see that these two women have different life paths. They have two different choices, yet they both carry different sense of imbalance, even almost the same sense of imbalance. And that brings me to a question that so many people will like to avoid. And that question is it possible to balance truly career, calling, and children? 3C. Career, calling, and the children. Or you say parenting or caring for the children. Is it true? I want you to answer that question within you. Or if anyone can answer out there among the audience, can just shout it out. But believe me honestly, today I stand to tell you, yes, it is possible. You can even say to yourself, it is possible to balance all. You need to know that what you required or the requirements is number one, intentionality. Intentionality. Discipline. You need to discipline yourself. And you need something that is very genuine. That is divine guidance. You can't rule out that. You can't rule it out. I'll be speaking on balancing career, calling, and caring for your children or children. You will agree with me that it's not a topic. It is a reality many of us are living with. And so many of you have mastered it. Let me quickly remind us some various techniques we need to understand. I call them techniques. You can also call it or call them measures. Number one, you cannot succeed by a chance or by accident. You cannot succeed by accident. Balancing does not what happen by chance. As a minister of God, of the gospel, it is something you need to understand very well as a personality, as a person. It is not something you stumble into. It is something that you design intentionally. The word of God says in the book of Ecclesiastes 3 verse 1. Ecclesiastes chapter 3 verse 1. It says it is important as a child of God to note, to everything there is a season, and every time to every purpose under heaven. You need to have this understanding that there is time for your family, there is time for your work, there is time for your career, and there is time for everything under the heart. The problem is not the time. 24 hours remain 24 hours. 7 days make a week. You can't expand it. I can't elongate it. It's the lack of structure that is the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not intentional or intentionally allocate your time, believe me honestly, your career, I stand to tell you from experience as a managing director, CEO of an engineering and HSC consulting firm for more than 2 decades now, to the glory of God, that it will take everything. Your career will take all the time. and your children or your calling will have to do with whatever is left. Will you allow that to happen to you? You take out of the 24 hours, maybe your career path take chunk of it, like 18 hours out of it. You know, you still have to sleep. But I want to let you know that it's having proper allocation. You structure it. You structure your time. You must have to-do list. I don't know how many of us do list every day or every week. In our organization, you must submit your report every Saturday before 12 o'clock, 12 noon. What you did last week, what you intend doing the following week. You say performance driven, isn't it? You need to do it as an habit. You cultivate it and let it be part and parcel of you. I want us to note that your calling too. I need to let us know this. It must not allow you to destroy. It must not allow you to destroy your first ministry. What is your first ministry, ladies and gentlemen? It's your home. It must not allow you to destroy your first ministry. Very important. What is your calling? It could be your assignments. It could be your passion. It could be your commitments in your religion setting. Yes, a minister of God, good. A chief imam or an imam or a sheikh of the world, you must at every point in time note that this must not jeopardize your first ministry. Thank God for the word of God in the Bible that says, that's 1 Timothy 5 verse 8. 1 Timothy 5 verse 8. It says, if anyone does not provide for his own, it denies the what? The faith. It denies the faith. Provision does not mean financial. It does not mean N and K. Does not mean your dollar only. Does not mean that only. Does not mean your euro or your pound sterling. It involves or includes your emotional presence. Emotional presence. Emotional presence. Number one, emotional presence. I know of a man, having retired from a wonderful position in the public sector. He thought he has fulfilled all range and he has balanced all, not knowing that the children are not satisfied with him. He has provided them with all the possible money, send them to, highly paid school, from primary school to secondary school to university, anywhere in the whole wide world. Just mention it, he will send the children. And now behold, his firstborn approached him and said, Daddy, you failed in this role. It was like, fail which role? In parenting. We didn't have you emotionally present in all our occasions. We see families, we see parents, their fathers come for their inter-house sports. They do come for their graduation. They come for this and that. Why in the school? But we see you in absentia. You are there, not emotionally. Even when you are there physically, you might be pressing phone, go to this place to receive that call, even to snap pictures with us becomes, what's the problem? He wasn't there with them emotionally. So he failed in that role. Was like, but I did this for you. Even your car, your first car, your lecturers could not even do that. They said, Daddy, forget it. Don't forget the children. They don't really believe love is shown by parents only by giving, by give of gifts, giving them gifts. They'll believe more in love and emotional presence with them. I believe that we can do better. We can do more. Another thing that includes the provision is the moral guidance. Moral guidance. You need to tell your children. Moral. teach, enforce. Whatever you need to do as a parent, as the teacher, the first teacher or tutor, to inculcate moral values. We've heard a lot about, yes, discipline, etiquette. Whatever you need to do. I know when my children were growing up, they are now adults. They are not, there are some things they can't do. In the area of dressing and all the rest, they just have to comply. And that made them, they said, train up a child the way he should go. And when he's old, for me, thank you so much for that. Not only that, what about your spiritual leadership? They need to see you. The children don't longer believe, do what I say, don't do what I do. Spiritual leadership. Leadership, they want to see the way you act, the way you carry yourself, the way you discipline, your way you communicate with your God, your maker. Not only you, they want to see the environment. If you mimic it, if you pretend outside, can you pretend at home? Can you be consistent? Can you be always? They are watching you. You see the way you pray, you reference God, you did this and that. They will, one way or the other, I will not say imitate. They will copy you. They will emulate it. They will not go out of it. Even wherever they go, within your ambience, outside your ambience, they will do likewise. I want us to note that you cannot be celebrated in the public, and while at home you are absent. They don't feel you. Permit me to say this in Yoruba. Chubule Jerede, that you are good outside. People can hear you outside. You are a good man, you are a good father, you are a good professional. You are this and that. But while at home, they see you as a bad person. We have to check it. All of us are working in progress. No one is a finished product. Please, let's watch it. I'll take us to the next point. Believe me honestly, career is important. It's very important. Career is very, very important, but it must be properly positioned. What does career do? It has a lot of privileges, a lot of benefits accruable to being a career person. It gives financial stability. You have the capability, to buy many things, even for the children. You have other things to do with your earnings, your income. You are not dependable on people. You are, reliable. People are dependent on you. People are depending on you. But you must learn something. Career must not be your identity. It must not be my identity. Yes, it must not be your identity. It's a career person, and that's all. Your identity should be in your purpose. It should be in my purpose. The Bible says in the book of Matthew chapter 16, verse 26. The book of Matthew chapter 16, verse 26. Well, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and loses his soul? Is it even possible to gain the whole wide world? No. It's not possible. But permit me to adopt this question, because it has a question mark. What does it take? What shall it profit a career success that loses his connection with his children, with his or her children? I would like you to note that while growing up, and I'm still growing, I have an organogram. And my organogram is simple, I can share with us. Is that first, after God, is my family. After God is my family. And when I say my family, my spouse, my children. Then other things can come. Yes. That is my career, then other things. My calling. and so many other things. You must note that your identity should be your children. I must know that it should be my children, because our disconnection with them will speak volume. It will take us to a lot of places that people will not recognize us. We need to watch it and note. But I need to share quickly with us, what are these things that we can in real life? Life balancing. We need to balance it all in real life, real experience. You need to note that your children needs you as much as possible. Another point I would like us to take note of is discipline is the bridge between all three. Discipline. If you are not disciplined, you know you cannot achieve success. You must be disciplined. For us to be here today, I know some of us have discipline as their sacrificial, measures put in place before we could get here today, or could be here up to now. Don't fail to do the needful. Discipline means knowing what to stop work, when to stop work. Your work must have a time limit. It must have a time band. Knowing when to say no, even to your children. You need to note that there is a vitamin no, vitamin N. Are you still with me?
Yes, sir.
Vitamin N means that no to your children. When to say no, not all the time. Yes, daddy, yes, children, yes, this. No. It's not, no, I'm not giving you this. And you stand by it. And you don't do. Because you give reasons, of course. But know when to say this. Know when to fully present. Even at home. When to be fully present in the office. This, to achieve this work balances, there are some measures I would like to share with us. It's endless. I can't say it all. Balancing is very important that we achieve as a person, as a personality. Set clear priorities. You need to set, I need to set clear priorities. Knowing what matters most. Not all things matters. You will agree with me. Are we still together? Yes. You must set clear priorities. Prioritize them. According to level of importance, we have plan due. Yes, we need to note and ensure that these are well balanced. To balance the equation, you must know what are the important ones. Importance, urgent. Not important, not urgent. Not urgent, not, you must know and you let them flow. Avoid fire brigade approach at all times. Very important to do this. I want us to know that scheduling your life intentionally matters a lot. We must schedule our lives intentionally. We must be fully present in all our roles or in each roles. Each roles must you be what? Present. Yourself be present. Tell yourself, I want to be present in all my roles. Present in all my roles. Each role, you must be present. Fully present. It matters a lot. When you are at work, be focused. When you are at home, be purposeful. When at your calling place, be impactful. You must be intentional. I must be intentional. When you are at home, let the children know that you are available for them. Let your spouse know that you are there. Don't bring jobs home. Some of us are guilty of that. You can do it maybe when they are asleep. When they are not available. Not that you are home, you are supposed to give them the due time allocated or allotted to your role at home. And now, don't disturb me. Mommy have this. Mommy, you still have this, overflow or carry over from work. No. Be available. Be available at home. Fully, not partially. Let it be that the time allotted to the office, utilize. The one allotted for your home, given to it. The one for your calling, in the ministry, maybe your hobby, your vocational, yes, training, your NGO, let it be, yes, utilize. It matters a lot. The fourth point I want to leave with us is that let God guide your decision. It matters a lot. Let God be the guidance to your path. It's very important to note that balance is not strategy. It will shock you to know that we have a lot of strategies or strategic. Some of us will go for strategic planning session. The beginning of the year, you have a lot of strategic plans. You're going to do this like an organization, even as a person. Not all of them skate through or pass or take you to your hot dorado without the divine intervention of the Almighty God. It takes us to this book. Yes, in the Bible. Proverbs 3 verse 6. Proverbs 3 verse 6. It says, in all your ways acknowledge him, and that is God Almighty, and he will direct your paths. We continue to direct our paths as we acknowledge him. Commit your ways unto his hands. Your plans, even your to-do list, let it direct your path. Believe me honestly, some of us have a lot of lists for today. For one thing or the other, we could not attain all. But based on the directive that, why don't you wait and complete this? We have to wait. And here we are. I want to close with this. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget what we are saying. I'm just talking about is balancing your career, your calling, and your children. 3C, the caring for your children. You can build a successful career or successful career. You can fulfill your calling. You can also raise responsible children, but you cannot do it casually. You must be intentional, because at the end of the day, your career, your calling might be a temporary one. You can be highly recognized all over the world. You can do all this. It's what you give your children fulfillment that matters, because they're the one that will give you your legacy. They're the one that will give you legacy. Career can give you fulfillment. Yes, your career paths can give you fulfillment. Your calling can give you promise well kept. But they are all temporary. It's the children that will give you what we call legacy. The legacy you leave behind. I leave you with this. What's the legacy you want to leave behind? Who do you want to pass on the legacy to? Is it your career? Is it your calling? Or your children? The choice is yours. The choice is mine. I know you will choose the best. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I now pass on the mic to the next wonderful speaker behind me.
Thank you so much, Ma, for a wonderful, wonderful speech on how to literally draw the line, the underline invisible line between calling, career, and then, of course, children. And I hope that was very instructive to every one of us, both the ones, all of us with children and all of us without children, maybe biological children in quotes at the moment. I truly appreciate that very intense and very instructive section that we have had. All right. Thank you so much once more, every one of us who are seated here to listen to me. Today, I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Samson Faith. And, well, people call me Digital Prof. Other people call me Mommy G of Tech. Yeah, so I literally work in the tech ecosystem. And while we have been talking about the need for security today and have had different organization or parastatals, experts, and then even military personnel or armed force persons speak to us today on the need to stay secured and how security is very pivotal to us. One of the persons mentioned cybersecurity, and that was very, very focal as one of the threshold or one of the focal points of concerns when you talk about security. So cybersecurity is like a sublet of security. Of course, the name shows the relevance of it. And so today I'll be talking about cybersecurity in Nigeria, the invisible front line for national security. I'll be talking about cybersecurity in Nigeria, the invisible front line of national security. And as most of us are aware, there are over 200 million Nigerians. And the very funny statistics that shows is that there are over 100 million Nigerians who have access to the internet. And so if this is the situation of things, that most people in Nigeria are connected into the digital economy or connected virtually or connected to the internet. Aside from physical security, which is a very focal point that we should all look out to, one of the silent, under-taught, under-emphasized, under-regulated, under-enforced security aspects in Nigeria is what we call the cybersecurity. And for a couple of us, we know what cybersecurity is as a term, but we do not understand the integrity of how it operates and how it actually cuts across ourselves and how we should protect ourselves ongoing from these issues. A couple of months or a couple of years down the line, I worked with a cybersecurity consulting firm on a project, and in as much as I thought cybersecurity was not a thing for me, I think that's prepared me for what I'm going to speak about today, or what I'm going to re-emphasize on today again. I never thought that would be very beneficial in any way in the closest future, but thankfully I worked in a cybersecurity consulting firm for a couple of months to actually get some projects running. And so I think to some extent I am very well privy to be speaking about cybersecurity in Nigeria and how we all can collectively see the downsides or the growing edges in the industry as an industry, and also looking at the loopholes that we find in the cybersecurity ecosystem in Nigeria, and also finally look towards closing up the gap for the cybersecurity engagement for national security. Yeah, so cybersecurity is no longer an IT issue. It's no longer an issue for only IT persons or people who are professionals in the cybersecurity ecosystem, but cybersecurity is everyone's issue. And why I say everyone's issue is that every one of us today use a mobile phone. Every one of us use the internet. Every one of us have gone to places where we saw a Wi-Fi opened, and the next possible thing we think about is, what's the password to the Wi-Fi? How many of us walked into here and then we thought about that first? Yeah, so we're all people that should be concerned about security. I'll just give us a couple of tips on how to, of course, stay relevant, and on the larger course, how we all can demand for what's very obtainable in our government. Unfortunately, there are several, for many organizations or for many countries around the world, they have agencies that are in charge of making sure that the infrastructure or the cybersecurity or the online engagement or the internet penetration of each country have a regulatory body that protects or guides the engagement of cybersecurity. But unfortunately, in Nigeria or in this part, we do not have a viable agency that is in charge of cybersecurity or the issues around cybersecurity. I think a couple of years back, one institution was created which is in charge of the NDPA, right? And NDPA is Nigeria Data Protection Act. But aside that, there is need for a collage of other agencies who are in the core cybersecurity space to be able to regulate how the engagement on the online space is, and many of the issues that we find, trolling, stalking, dragging people, putting hate speech out on the internet, and how things are literally regulated in those spaces. So we often say that Nigeria is the giant of Africa, and of course we have rising innovation. The reality of the Nigerian expanding in the digital ecosystem or infrastructure is laudable. The internet's penetration or the usage of the system of internet, as I said earlier, I have well over 100 million internet users, 120 to be precise, according to data so far. And so we see that we literally are people who do no longer go online, we live online. True or true? Do we go online again these days? We sleep online, we wake up online. So if the online space, if we sleep and wake up online, the same way we are able to look towards securing our houses, where we stay, the places we go to, making sure our gates are constantly locked, making sure our houses have the right systems of security, maybe employing a gateman, owning a dog, and all of that to secure our physical location. It is of much priority to also look towards seeing how exactly to make sure that our online space, which is our new house or our new home, as we all have agreed that we do not go online again, we live online. So if the issue is that we live online these days, we no longer go online, the question is, do you have a gateman in your online house? Do you have a dog as a system, maybe in case the gateman falls asleep, to make sure that you protect yourself online? I know the obvious answer to this. Maybe 10% or 20% of us are inclined with that knowledge base, but often it's found out that through many research and data that not up to 20% of internet users have the right knowledge to protect themselves online. And so the big question comes, how do we protect ourselves online? I know that's right. That's about one of the most important questions that come to mind. But essentially, I'm going to be looking at some of the issues that we all face on a day-to-day aspect. And so one of us, as was said earlier, got into a theft. I'm sorry, he didn't steal, but they stole from him a couple of days back. And then when he came in and he said his phone was stolen, guess what? What we do not realize is most of the fraudulent activities that happen in the nation are almost partly tied to digital devices, because of course these young people who actually are perpetrators of these acts look towards getting this asset or getting these products that they could not buy with their money, or they want to find a way to make sure that they have that same gadget, or of course to flout, or to either for their personal reasons, which of course some of us know, and I may not be able to mention all of the details of it. But something profound happened after we asked about his well-being physically, and to make sure that he, even though he had wounds, we're able to take care of it. The next big question is, your phone that was taken, was there a SIM in it? That was the next big question we asked. Was there a phone in the SIM? And then he said he had, luckily enough, his phone was not connected to his SIM. The next big question that was asked was, your bank account, was it on the phone? And then he said, yes, he had that. Of course, we know the next reality of things. It is one of two things. That now that the perpetrators have access to his phones, how will he protect himself against being robbed or being stripped off of his hard-earned money? That's the next big question that comes to mind. And so everyone was trying to say, how do we protect each other? Was there password on your phone and all of that? But guess what? I've realized that sometimes with some devices, even with your password and all the security that you put, your fingerprints and all, some of these hackers have learnt the act over time on how to get access to your information even with your phone. There happens to be some phones that you cannot get access to it, but there are phones where you can get access to the information at a snapshot, at just a beck and call. And so, if you are not aware that the phone they are currently carrying, anytime it misses, they can actually get everything wiped off your phone. You might not know the next possible thing to do, except, of course, you get into, God forbid, but it's a reality. So, even though we say, God forbid, it cannot be me, it's a reality that can happen to the finest of us who are even over security conscious. And so we see financial fraud as one of the issues in the cybersecurity ecosystem. We see identity theft, we see ransomware attack, and the phishing scheme. I'll explain all of these integrities so that you can have a little bit of knowledge on it, so that when you see those things, you can actually act against them or know how to navigate them without getting your legs into those cobwebs that would tangle you or entangle you. So a couple of, while I was working at the cybersecurity consulting firm, something happened. Remember, we're all cybersecurity consultants, or we worked in the cybersecurity ecosystem. But something profound happened which made me realize that the finest of us could actually get scammed or actually get into cyber cobwebs. For lack of better word, that's the word I had to coin out. The finest of us, if we do not find a way to re-educate ourselves and talk to ourselves about these issues. And so what happened is an email was sent to every employee by the cybersecurity a team in the cybersecurity department, that's the ethical hacking department. And so a link was sent, a phishing link. A phishing link is a link that actually is not true. It's not real. Like, it's a link to, as the word phishing means, is like something to hook you. Fish. It's coined up from the fish word, something to hook you and to make sure that you, like a clickbait kind of, something that you have to click to and then you fall into their trap. So if phishing link was sent across, and then you won't believe that more than 60% of the consultants clicked the link thinking it was a salary upgrade document that was sent. And that was just done to just test run to see if the viability or the porosity of the people who work in the organization, before an outsider comes to do that and then clears up the database or clears up the accounts of the institution. Recently, I don't know how many of us saw the Remita issue that happened. How many of us saw it? Remita was hacked. Did we know? Oh, we're not aware. Okay. Remita was hacked few days back, and then over $100 million was like siphoned somewhere, just by little phishing activities here and there on the accounts. And so the perpetrators they did dirty to the ecosystem or to the fintech as it stands. And this is not the first time. that this is happening. Maybe not to Remita, but many other fintechs around Nigeria. I don't want to mention names of some of them. Some of them I probably have even worked with them and the cybersecurity ecosystem, right? But the reality remains that since we are a relatively tender set of people who do not understand the nitty-gritties, and then there is no policy, no institution, no agency to regulate the affairs or the systems of how things operate, there is every tendency, when they say that there is no, how does the Holy Book put it? Where there is no law, there is no, can anyone remind me? When there's no law, there's no sin. Yes, that's how it's put, rightly put. So when there's no law about a certain thing, there is no sin. Nobody sees it as a sin. Everyone can go on and literally just walk past anything without being held or without being kept accountable. So financial fraud is one of the biggest problems. Of course, we know our beautiful, in cliche, system of the Yahoo that has eaten deep. Well, that's a conversation I literally almost wanted to avoid, but it's our reality, and so we cannot avoid, we cannot act as though we do not know better. But I usually will say, and I'm almost not sorry I'm going to say this, I love Yahoo boys. And every time I've said that, a couple of persons will say, what is that? Or are you in your right frame of mind? Please, don't take this to EFCC. If they see it, I will justify why I said so. Before you take it there, I will justify it just right here. Is that why I said so, that I actually love Yahoo boys. I love the people and not the acts, by the way, for clarity. And this is why I say so. Because they sit down to understand the systems of how human operates and are able to think through faster than yourself. You who are against them have not sat down to do that work to protect yourself. And so you complain, oh, they did this, oh, they did that, oh, they did this and that and that. But have you sat down half of the time to see how to put yourself in check? Well, I don't have to blame you alone. Maybe not you alone, not blaming you alone, but if you know better, you'll be guided once. I'm tempted to use a musical term, one semitone higher. Sorry, I'm also a music person. You'll be protected 1 inch. One semitone is one tone away from the distance of where you're going to. So you'll be protected one semitone ahead of where you're going to. And so what they sit down to do is they sit down to understand the human psychology, and they understand the wiring of how things work and how you're able to talk to a human and get your best out of them. But on the flip side, the citizens are not willing to educate themselves. People who complain about them morning, afternoon, night. Remember I said I love them as a people, right? And not the acts. Please and please, I do not love the act of unethical hacking. I only think that sometimes, every time we look into a system of things and think, and we call it bad without looking objectively at the situation, without being biased or overreactive about a situation, we tend to just think that those things are bad and good, and then we do not find a way to keep a middle ground to say, if these people are bad, how are they eating deep to be this bad? Or if these people are good, how are they eating deep to be this good? And to say, how can we put the middle ground of saying, how can we bring these bad guys to here, to this position, and how do we bring these good guys to the middle position? And how do we progress together as a nation, together as a people, together as a system, together as institutions and personal endeavors as well, in our bid to go online in the internet? We say they are greedy But how many of us have clicked on links where they say MTN was giving 20,000 naira? How many of us have clicked? Please, let's be truthful. Please, don't worry. Olopa will not come and carry you. Sorry, Olopa, for the global audience, Olopa is the police system in Yoruba language. So, if you have ever clicked on a link that took you somewhere, you knew that, it was greed that took me there. So lies in every one of us is that subtle greed. If we do not acknowledge that we have it, if we do not acknowledge that it is there, it can rise up in the funniest of acts. And we're blaming the Yahoo boys. It's just that they decided to do that as a livelihood, right? To make sure that they are earning at least, some of them maybe $1,000 daily by being fraudulent to people who can pay. Because of course, maybe $100 for someone in the US to send to a Yahoo boy on a daily basis in Nigeria wouldn't be so hard. But you are selling your details for a program or a project that they told you they were going to give 10,000 naira, or a politician or something was giving 10,000 naira to everybody, and you quickly click the link. You did not verify. You just sold yourself to the other person for 10,000 naira. And so you're not any different from the Yahoo boy. You are almost at par with him. It's just that he is doing it on a larger scale. He is selling more to people who can pay the larger money. But you are selling your data because you do not understand how things work. You're selling your data for way less and way cheaper. Who's to be blamed? I'm not here to throw shades or to blame every one of us, but unfortunately, as I said, there's no institution to actually regulate a couple of these things. The police try, all the systems, the systems put in place to be able to hold them on the highway and all of that, when they see them on dreads and all of that, they've tried their best. But in developed systems of engagement, we see that there are specific institutions that are laid with any cybersecurity, any digital crime whatsoever. The normal police in the America will not meddle with the affairs of a fintech, bankruptcy and all of that. They will take it to an agency that deals specifically with it, but we do not have it here. So the Olopa would probably hold your trouser when you are on a dread, and he's asking you to probably give that more, open your phone to access it, which is not supposed to be. The same way for different aside from the police, in Lagos State we have the what's it called? Is it LASMA? The ones in road safety. Yeah, they're in charge of road safety, and so there are certain things that you will do. If a police holds you, you know that he's not supposed to hold you. If you know the law, that's if you know the law. Remember again, where there's no law, there's no sin. If you know the law and a policeman holds you when you are driving at a certain kind of speed, you are liable to tell him that, Oga, it's LASMA that should hold me. It's not your work to hold me, and all of that. So essentially, there are a lot of issues in the cybersecurity ecosystem and the gap in the national risk. One of it is the limited cybersecurity infrastructure. A lot of young people today want to get into cybersecurity. Every time I talk about anything relating to cybersecurity, I'm almost sure there's one young person who has said, I want to get into cybersecurity. I want to be a cybersecurity professional. Is there any in the room? Oh, I'm almost sure. I'm almost sure. That always happens. But you see, that is one or two in a room of 13, 15 who is interested in cybersecurity. That's not bad as it stands. But the truth remains that there are lack of jobs, even as the space, the gap of the need for cybersecurity is widening on a daily basis, and there's so much what's it called? There's so much crimes, there's so much lost money on the cybersecurity ecosystem, monthly, yearly. I mentioned the issue with the Vermeter just a couple of minutes ago, and how much they've lost in just this period of just a cybersecurity breach that happened. How many more happens on a monthly base, yearly base, that do not make it to the headlines, but people lose money to cybersecurity crimes, right? So we see here that there are many private and public institutions. There are limited private and public institutions. As I mentioned, the only institution, public institution, that is close to addressing the cybersecurity issues in Nigeria is the NDPA, which is Nigeria Data Protection Act. Data protection is a pin of a whole lump, right, in the cybersecurity ecosystem. So there is the Nigeria Data Protection Act, and so we see that there is only one that's notable, one public institution. But guess what? Even as we have a lot of cybersecurity organizations springing up here and there around the nation, there's still not sufficient cybersecurity organizations that that can serve the ecosystem or can serve the data. I'm a very data-driven person. Every single time when I look into problems, the first thing I look at the problem is the data of that problem, so that you know that you think there are many institutions or there are many cybersecurity companies, but when you see who is serving 200 million people, you know that it is still not enough to make sure that things progress or things work out. And so you will not find up to 500 cybersecurity companies at the moment in Nigeria. Maybe less than 200 operational cybersecurity companies. And then we have a lot of young people, over 10,000 young people who have taken cybersecurity courses on different aspects. So if there are less 200 companies who run cybersecurity operationally in Nigeria, and you have over 10,000 young people who are certified, Cisco is a body, CISA, and all of that in cybersecurity, who now absorbs the 10,000 people who are getting these certifications. It's a large problem, a very large problem that is found in the ecosystem. And so if you are starting a cybersecurity company today, I think you are going to be one of the geniuses in the coming years, if you are ready to do serious work, by the way. So we see that there are shortage of skilled cybersecurity professionals. I mentioned that, and weak enforcement of cyber laws. Remember I said where there is no law, there is no crime. So essentially there are less cyber laws. I think it's just of recent that there are many laws that CBN has brought for just fintechs. There are a lot of laws in fintechs currently. Organization, if you run a fintech and you don't have a compliance person, you are running into a serious problem. So every fintech needs a cybersecurity person. But it should not be just a fintech that needs the cybersecurity person. Every institution needs cybersecurity. Every parastatal, every industry needs to be regulated as well. Compliance should not be only finance related or money related. Compliance should be a general language. So the next thing is low public awareness. One of the problems, of course, is low public awareness. Imagine a couple of persons here do not know some of the things I'm talking about, or some of the ways to protect themselves, which I'll be speaking about, right? So literally people are clicking on save link. You see a link with just HTTP. Well, let me just give that pro tip. If you see a link with HTTP :::, blah 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 blah, and you click on it, you're exposing yourself. The links you should actually look to clicking that are verified is a link with HTTPS. That S there is the security. If someone sends me a link and then I'm just saying HTTP without the S on it, it shows that I'm not secured. That already tells me I'm not secured. Right? So if I click that link and it takes me anywhere, on a first thought, you don't even need to tell me 2 times. I know that you are giving me a phishing link that will lead me to destruction, so I'm not going to click it in the first place. And when I click it, I have tendency to give my data to people, which is our greatest asset in cybersecurity. Data is one of the biggest assets. It's just in this part of the world, we don't take data as a very serious thing. But most technology organizations or even normal institutions around the world know the power of data, and they don't use data to joke. So if you walk into a place like this, usually what would have been asked for, if every one of us writes our name, every one of us wrote our name when we came in here, right? In developed countries, you would have had to be sure that this organization is compliant to an agency or a law, that by giving them your data, they are not going to use your data against you. They are not going to take your data and then send it to another place to say, this person was here on so dates. How many of us have been in NYC and then you put your details on NYC, and then at the last day, it happened to me, and the last day of NYC, you got a message that you got an interview into so. How many of us got that message? Maybe it's just in the north where I served the Igbo States, by the way. And so I got a mail 2 days after leaving the camp, and they said you have a job interview in Port Harcourt. And while I was just talking about it, I was telling my friend, she was like, they sent her the mail to the text message. So I was like, I asked the third person, they said they sent me the message. So I was like, okay, 3 is proof that something is happening somewhere here, right? And that just showed the clear issue that there was a data breach somewhere. Somebody in the ecosystem of the NYSC officials had leaked the details of the database of the core members, and is going to potentially put the core members into risk. The core members who are going to be attending the interview, that is fake, by the way. It was verified that it was fake, finally. It was a fake, and it was just a scam text message I was sent. But do you know, in a civilized system of things, or in a developed country, NYSC probably would have been sued, or they would find the person who gave the database of that organization, and they will be sued, and they will pay heavily for it, for disbursing the database of the core members. But in this part of the world, anything works, in quotes. But then, this is a call for every one of us to ask for better, to know better, and of course to do better now that we know better. So I always will say, if you don't know, there's no problem, but after you know and you still don't know, that's the bigger problem. So dependence on foreign technology is also another big issue, in that Nigeria relies heavily on foreign built platforms and infrastructures. And so we'll see things like Facebook went off for 2 hours, or WhatsApp shuts down, and the whole of Nigeria everyone is communication hampered because one organization actually went off, or one server went down, so the whole nation is shut down. A whole nation is shut down by a foreign organization, not your local processed or local manufactured organizations. For countries like China, they have a personal chat. They don't even use WhatsApp. They use WeChat. Do we know? Yeah. China does not use WhatsApp. Yeah. WhatsApp is almost like illegal in China. Yeah. So they have their own system that's regulated by themselves. That's just a system to make sure that you do not use an external system that you cannot checkmate.
You cannot question why they do things and why they want to breach your data, or why they want to use your data against you. Right? And so that's the medium at which growing economies can regulate. I'm not saying maybe we should be thrown out of WhatsApp. I'm just saying if we use certain technologies, foreign organization, the technologies, if we have a body that regulates, the regulation is going to state that you don't have to do something that is illegal in any way, and you have to be accountable to us as much as we use your products or your services that you offer. So the next thing is lack of unified national cybersecurity strategy. I've talked about that, right? Lack of unified. There is no unified system of making sure that things are being protected or regulated or advanced or questioned, right? So the next is vulnerability of critical national infrastructures, power grid, financial system, healthcare, and the likes. So we see here in the cybersecurity ecosystem, we have what we call the different colors of cybersecurity, right? Different colors in cybersecurity. And these different colors or different teams, as we call it, are charged with different areas of cybersecurity, of securing the nation or securing the ecosystem, right? We have the red team, which are called the attackers. The red team are the attackers. I would explain. The blue team is the defenders, right? The third team is the purple team, which are the collaborators. And then we have the yellow team, which are the builders. And then we have the green team, which is the awareness drivers. So for today, I think I'm a green team cybersecurity professionals. I think you should clap for me. Yeah, because at least I'm going to share more or tell you, I'm educating you rather, or making you aware of certain things that you do that you should not find yourself doing, especially how to guide yourself when it comes to the digital ecosystem or when you use the internet, literally. So this is, and then we have finally the white team, which is the controllers, the white team, and then the black team, which is the real threat actors. So the black, obviously, are the people who perpetrate the nuisances or the issues around the cybersecurity online. The white team are the controllers. They are the one that sets the rules and objectives during simulation, evaluate performance and all of that. They are the one that check the things that happen in the ecosystem, right? And then we have the green team who makes you aware of certain things that you do. I've mentioned about how to stay secured, about seeing links that are very phishing, like in Look. One of the things that you can do for yourself is every time you see a link, somebody sends a link to a WhatsApp group, you have no idea what the link is for. You just saw it as an opportunity. Please, before you click on the link, ask questions. Ask questions. This link, this thing you are sharing with me, how valid is it? Have you used it? Because what happens is that when you open the link, there are systems, there are bugs that are put into the website, some of the website that you visit. And what that does is, some of us are too vulnerable that we just click on it. After we click on it, they are even asking, as you are landing on the page, they're asking you for your details. And because you are very curious to get to the next phase, you are putting all your details, your name, your phone number, your email address, if you go to a website and the first thing they're asking you on this, you are just dropping on the website, please go and verify about the website before you come back and impute your data. I've mentioned the first thing to do, that if you see a link with HTTP without S, what should you do? Waka, komot, japa, run, because it is not secured. Anything that happens to you, you collect it at the end. When you see that, oh, something has happened, they are asking you for this link, they are asking you for that link, they are asking you for all of those things that do not matter. Please, run away. Run away. Run away. So, another way to protect yourself is when you get into a space and there is free Wi-Fi, please, ask which Wi-Fi
you are connecting to, because it is very easy these days to get your database or get your IP address. IP is like an online address, same way you have a physical address. IP is your online address. So everywhere you go to, your phone has an IP. The same way you're protecting yourself in your house, your phone has an IP, your system has an IP, and all of that. So once you're logging into the infrastructure of the Wi-Fi, the free Wi-Fi that was given, maybe in a shopping mall, where again do we see free Wi-Fi? Where do you go for free Wi-Fi? Hotspots, hotels, banks. Yes, there's free Wi-Fi network here too. But please ask questions around. Ask questions before you connect to the internet. I know it's we see again where we used to blame Yahoo boys, but this is it. We do it on a daily. We make these mistakes because we do not know better. Maybe their own, they know better, but they are still doing it. They are still doing bad. But we do not know better, and we are still in the mess. So as much as possible, when you get into spaces, before you use the Wi-Fi, ask questions. Don't just click on it. Anybody can work into this space and then just bring a fake Wi-Fi and put it with the same name, School of Eloquence, everything. And then you click onto it. Sometimes they don't put password. That's the one to run from. The one to put your leg without looking back. Those open ones that you just get into and then you can browse. Sometimes even the ones that they will give you a password, they will ask you to put a password. They can still take your information. Once you log into the Wi-Fi, there is a system in cybersecurity where back end we know everyone who has used a Wi-Fi at a particular place, at a particular location, and we can access your information back end from there. Yes. Back end, and we can do and undo. We can do and undo anything with your IP address. So nothing free is free. So you're actually giving something in return. But of course, not to scare you, right? You can use those systems, but find a way to log out of them once you are out of that place. Some people will connect to your Wi-Fi and they will not log off, so that the next time they come, they can continue from where I stopped. So that once I just enter that place, a handful of us are guilty of it. Once I get into that space, I'll continue from where I stopped yesterday. But once you are leaving, try to log off of the connection to the Wi-Fi, and then when you need it again, you can ask if there's any change and connect back to it. So we see the blue team is the defenders. They're the one that monitor the system. There's what we call a SOC. A SOC is like a security room. How many of us have watched movies where there are a lot of TVs? There are a lot of TVs and people are monitoring every single thing. Those are called SOC centers. SOC center, SOC centers. So those SOC centers they are literally, they don't go on shifts. Morning, afternoon, they don't go on rest. Morning, afternoon, night. There's supposed to be a couple of numbers of people that's supposed to be in a SOC center, so that they watch the integration of things. They watch all like a system for, like a CCTV system for digital blueprints of everyone who walks into an institution or an enclosed space like this. So the SOC center literally is a place that monitors most organizations' digital footprints, and they're able to either provide a solution or they're able to see a perpetrator of a digital crime or a hacking that has been shown in the first place. So the red team are the attackers. They simulate real cyber attacks and they find vulnerability before criminals come to perpetrate it. Right? So they use tactics like phishing, hacking, and social engineering. Social engineering is ability to understand people and how people work and to be able to drag them with that knowledge base, right? As I said, a boss can come here and then has free Wi-Fi, and if he says, oh, we are connecting people to internet, I'm sure that maybe a handful of us would have run into the bus before we remember, right? Social engineering will just make you literally hop into things without you thinking through. But the people who are the social engineers or hackers have seen the way things would eventually land, what you are most likely to open without thinking. Remember I said in the cybersecurity firm that I worked with, what happened? They sent an email for salary increase, a salary increase email. That's something so everyone wants to go and open the documents before they even check the email that sent it, not knowing that it's an external person, and literally it was just one letter away. The email, like maybe just one letter. People can just use one letter to make things, to change things. That was just an example of something that could be done, right, by this by sending it to what's it called, a list of people in that works in that organization. They can just, it's supposed to be mail at so let's use School of Eloquence, but they will put School of L-O-Q-E-N-C-E. They missed something, right? What was missed? They missed something there, but you will not see because you didn't pay attention to it. You really did not pay attention to it. You just thought, okay, it's School of Eloquence. That I always receive mail from mail to contact at schoolofeloquence.com. That's usually it. And so you click it without even thinking of anything because, okay, it's a salary upgrade and all of that. That's a system, that's a social engineering system that was introduced by the red team. So the red team is the people internally that would help you to regulate before you now go outside and disgrace yourself in public. So the red team helps you to literally look at all of these attacks and see the way to guide you against it. So on the internet, the same way we are supposed to be conscious as we discuss Nigeria security ecosystem, cybersecurity cannot be underlooked at or put as a second thought or an afterthought because every one of us use the internet on a daily basis. The same way we go out on a daily basis. Some of us don't even go out on a daily basis. Some of us, like, we can stay months indoors. Some of us tech professionals and people who work from home. We can stay indoors, but we will always come online. So it's very expedient that we know how to protect ourselves in the online space. I could have gone more on how to protect ourselves, but if we do these basics and we are not greedy, I think we'll be one way ahead of every other person to say, when we see things, don't just hop into it because everybody is getting into it. Take time to ask questions, take time to see, take time to check things out. The same way you have to be observant when a person walks into this room and is not part of you, or a person walks into this place and is acting very sneaky. He's going out, he's coming in. He's going in, he's coming out. As a physical security conscious person, what will you do? You alert the security man or you alert the School of Eloquence team, someone on the team, to say, oh, something sneaky is happening here. Alright? The same way, if you see people around you doing things that are not cybersecurity conscious, you think you are out of it. They might be your children. Yes. Kids have opened their parents up to cybersecurity problems that you can ever imagine. Because of course every little link I want to just check. I want to just check. I want to just click on it. So if you are a kid here, I think it's expedient that you listen to this too, so that you protect your parents too from cybersecurity attacks by not clicking on links without verifying, without asking questions. And parents, on your other hand, you can protect your kids from doing extra things that you do not affirmed to, especially if they are under 18 and they are not adults yet. A way to do that probably is to have them have their devices attached to what's called a parental consent Google account, where for every one of their accounts, they are tied to your account. They cannot make any move, any significant move, without Google alerting you. So it's called the Google parental consent account, right? You can open that email or that system to protect your children against cybersecurity attacks, and to also protect yourself from the children exposing you to cybersecurity attacks, because they do not even know in the first place that that's something that can open their parents to attack and all of that. So with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you without a reasonable doubt that cybersecurity is a thing for all of us, and it is not an afterthought, but should be a very focal point. And I look forward to the coming, I see a future where we have diverse agencies that are able to protect the laws, the cybersecurity laws in Nigeria, and it is not just a we thing. I see a future where a normal citizen, an average citizen, understands how to protect themselves before demanding of the protection from institutions and parastatals who are going to be able to protect them as well. I see a future where all of us don't just do blame games, but we're able to collectively help ourselves to secure our infrastructure and our ecosystem, and then to make sure that we do not get attacked, but we get growth into our personal endeavors and then the national endeavors as well. Thank you so much. I will literally be handing the mic to my other colleague to continue. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Mommy Tech. Greetings, Nigeria, Africa, and the global community. My name is Adegoke Felicia Oluwatoyin. Thank you very much for that. Always make sure that you do not expose your parents or you do not expose your children to a cybersecurity danger. Do not just click on links haphazardly, because at this point of at this level of the world that we are, the best currency that you have is your information, is your data. The best currency you have is your data. So make sure you treat data as gold. Do not lay off your data anyhow. So now I'm going to be talking about how to win in a convulsing economy. How to win in a convulsing economy. And this is not just limited to the Nigerian atmosphere. This is also an outcry to the African community. This is also an outcry to the continents that might have been complaining of economic meltdown. How to win in a convulsing economy. Over the years, we've always confused technological advancement for successful economy. We've always confused industrialization for successful economy. But over time, what actually comprises a successful economy? What actually are the components? What are the subjects of that equation that will make us arrive at a working economy? So a working economy is actually an economy that is particular to a people, whereas income is evenly distributed, whereas the gap between the rich and the poor is very, very minute. So I am going to be talking about how to win in a convulsing economy. So in some stages you see, okay, the particular price for this goods will increase today, the particular price for this goods will reduce tomorrow. So over time, but when it is going to increase, it will increase over the margin. How do you, as an individual, as a Nigerian, as an African, as a citizen of the global community, how do you win in a convulsing economy? How do you stand tall in an economy that is trying to override you? How do you survive in an economy that is trying to sweep you away?
So I'm going to be talking about 4 different types of economy in which you could find yourself as an individual, or as a government, or as a business owner, or as an entrepreneur, or as a job owner. So number 1, I'm going to be talking about the traditional or customary economy. The traditional or customary economy, this is the kind of economy that the early men operated. How they fed themselves, how they built empires, the system at which they grew, how their needs are met. It is actually through a traditional and a customary economy, whereas they use gathering, they hunted, they did more of subsistent farming than just hands-on, just like from hands to mouth. They were able to solve problems from hands to mouth. They were able to hold families together by just operating the traditional economy. But what happens today, most of the world, we actually run away from the farm due to one reason or the other. Oh, I already upgraded. How can a graduate like me be handling cutlass and hoe? How can someone, okay, the farming is just for people in the village. Oh, okay, now we agree that we have professionals who are into farming. So farming is just for, you know, people who are good at what they do. It is just for the government to encourage us. Now, slowly, the traditional economy is dying. The traditional economy is actually losing its fervency. And there will continue to be an economic meltdown as long as we shy away from agriculture, as long as we shy away from tradition, as long as we shy away from the real thing that makes us a people. Because we could only be a people because there is a successful trend in business, there is a successful trend in our skills acquisition, there is a successful trend in our businesses. Right before the white collar job and the blue collar job comes into place, in the African pre-colonial economy, we have people who are into farming. So we always have them in the communities. We know that this family, they are known to be craftsmen. This family are sculptors. This family, they are family of the blacksmith. This family, they are family of the farmers. Oh, this family, they are fishermen. This family, they are cloth makers. This family, they are priests. This family, they are the ruling family. Everyone knows their place. I want to put it like everyone knows their function in that economy. Every government takes charge of a particular